Yo, we back. Source in the building. Look, man, we ain't gonna play no games. We're gonna jump right into it, man. I'm about to turn the show over to the Scholastic Killmonger. James Cassell in the building. Floor is yours, I.
Shalom, family. What's good? It's James Cassell from H Town, man, and I just thought it'd be good to make a video in response to. I didn't see much of the video, but I did see LaRon and brother Kevin G having some words to say about the show we had where we put vocab in the hot seat. And I found it personally kind of strange because we know LaRon's a dispensationalist, so he definitely wasn't agreeing with the replacement theology brought there. And he was saying things about the sources we bring out. Don't be saying what we say they've been saying. So I just wanted to give that brother a chance, and I'm definitely want him to go first. Uh, lay out what sources we using or that I've used that doesn't say what I'm saying, or if he wasn't talking about me, he could say that too. And also we can look at these DNA evidence that connects us to the land of Israel, um, that I believe shows that the least common denominator between all these diverse Jewish populations is indeed sub-Saharan Africans. I think the brother said he wanted to talk about the Roman British period as well. So I'm just gonna turn the flow over to him, let him introduce himself, and then he can go into it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I think that what happens is that when people get these articles, peer review articles or whatever, they they people take the evidence or take the information that was gathered and deal with some of it and interpret it in certain ways to mean what they want it to mean. And so my main thing is to read the abstract, go through it, and really see what's going on with it, and see does it actually point to what what he's saying, or like I say, I'm not saying that the abstract is wrong because it's been stated. I said that these articles is wrong. I wouldn't say that they're absolute, but I would say that they do hold some information that definitely is sound. And so when we as we look at this abstract today, I just want to point some things out, and let some people think on some things, as well as in reference to the Jewish communities that we see just as well, because most people hold the position that those people who are Ashkenazis or other people who's in Jewish communities are not Israelites. They're not Israelites. And so, though, that's my main thing right there is that people interpret that, look at certain things to interpret to say, well, these people are not Israelites, or what I'm
And
saying.
then
But
I
there is no,
go ahead.
so there is no first of all, there is no Jew marker or any of those type of things. These markers actually predate these people. You know what I'm saying? But what it does point to is that they had connection and contact in certain geographical areas where certain haplogroups have arose out of certain places. Like we can see where this group rose up out of this area, or this mutation made it happen uh, at this time up out of this area. It originated in this area, and so most people they carry those different sequences and those different you know uh, those different mutations on their chromosomes. And so that's my position is just looking at this article, looking at this abstract, looking at the information, and saying what's what. You know what I'm saying? And seeing if individuals are properly interpreting this abstract correctly and the data.
Okay, no problem. Jeremiah, if you look in your inbox on Facebook, I dropped three links in there. I just need the middle one. It should say journals or something like that on it. If you could bring that up and share it on the screen out.
All right, no sweat.
And while you're doing it, I'm just gonna speak to um really two
Well, you
things he
sent me
said.
you sent
Really,
me two of them. Which one you want? The second one?
I should have sent. Oh, I thought I sent three of them. Hold on. The second one,
Okay.
I'll get the other one later. But why I say he says there's no Jew marker. Now we may not know what it is, but Jacob, definitely would have had a Y chromosome mark. I don't think any of us doubt that realistically. Um, and it only could
But
have been
everybody
one.
has Y chromosome.
Uh, I I didn't interrupt you. Um, and
Sounds like women.
he would have had to have one because he's a human being and he was a male, and all males carry a Y chromosome. If
Right.
that's the question, why he had to
Right.
have
That's what I'm
one.
saying. Every male would have had Y chromosome. So the majority of people are
Okay,
gonna either
cool. So
have
all
Y and X
look, Ron,
chromosome.
this ain't your time. I'm just going over something real quick till he
All
bring
right.
it up, and then we gonna discuss the paper. I'm just
All
going
right. Go ahead. I'm
reverting what
sorry.
you said. Then you come back. All right. So, and my stance is whatever Jacob's Y chromosome was, his children's Y chromosome would have been, or his son's Y chromosome would have been the same, and it only could have been one, not multiple markers. Um, Now, as we get to this paper, what I want to do first and foremost is ask LaRon, according to this paper, what does he think that I'm taking out of context, according to this paper? Because that was the accusation that was levied.
Well, so well, basically, you know what I'm saying? That's why I said let's go through the paper because 9 times out of 10, what we state is that once we read the paperwork that you guys is reading, you guys be taking stuff out of context, and then, so that's what we stated, and that's what was stated
Okay,
with
this is
vocab.
the
Hold
paper.
on,
This is
okay, well,
like,
brother, let me finish though.
hmm
So that's what we said in the beginning when vocab made the statement that he said is that 9 times out of 10, what we find out is they begin to take stuff out of context. So I said I would like for you to put your information on the screen and let's read it together.
okay, LaRon, I've been presenting this right here for at least 3 years now. Everyone's known the source. It ain't nothing that's been hidden. It's mainly the only genetic source I ever really use. Um, if you're gonna go out on a limb and say that we speak on things that we do and y'all do the research and it ain't there, and this is what I brought up during the debate, you should have something on this instead of just making a vague statement and accusation against me that you can't prove, I guess.
That's why we actually said pull the paper up. That's why I don't know if you just got what I just said. We said 9 times out of 10, we said that when you guys give
When did
y'all
that ever?
information, it's not saying.
Uh-huh.
Listen, we said Israelites
Give
in
me an
general.
example so we can go to
It's
that
not
then.
well. I'm gonna tell you what you need to go to. Go to the paperwork because I don't go back and forth. Let's go
No,
to
I
this
got you. I
paperwork
got
and
you.
read
What
it.
I'm
Let's
saying
get
is give me
started.
an example
I got it's
of where
143.
I
I got
ever
into
presented
325.
information. Okay, I see you trying not to answer that question because you know you can't. I need an example of
No,
where I've
I'm
ever
saying I'm
given
saying
a
in
source.
general. I'm saying in general. That's why I'm finna, we
I,
finna what we're doing right now is proving,
Ron, I'm
trying
almost
to
done
see
with
if
the
you do the
statement, and
same
then you
thing.
can say in general whatever you want to.
All right.
What I'm saying is that I want it on the record that LaRon cannot present a single time that I presented a source and it has not said what I've said, but he went on record on his show and made that accusation against me. Now you can say whatever you want, and then we'll
Well,
get
actually, I didn't
start
make the
into this
accusations
article.
against you. I made the accusations against everybody. I said 9 times out of 10, what we find out when we go through the paperwork with them is not saying what they saying. So that's why I'm
Well, I'm
telling
not
you put this
everybody. I'm an
paperwork,
individual. I like to be treated
and
as
that's why
one.
I'm saying put this paperwork on the screen and let's see if you that everybody too.
I got you. But for now, respect me as an individual as I do. I don't
All right, that's
accuse you
cool. That's why I call you
of being
James, right?
I got you. I don't accuse you of believing everything that Vocab Malone believes or So Real believes or anything like that.
That's
And I would
fine.
like you for you to treat me with that same respect.
That's
Now,
fine.
going into the article, all right, is a history of African gene flow into Southern Europeans, Levantines, and Jews. My main argument from using this article is that this article presents that the diverse Jewish populations had sub-Saharan African DNA. They say Yoruba according to the article. If you want to go on the result, matter of fact, go to the section results. It's right under the abstract on the right side of the page. Let me look at y'all, see what y'all looking at. Keep going down. All right, right there. All right, I'm gonna read out that section right there. It says, I'm gonna start at the at the second sentence, right after it says table S1. This includes 3,845 individuals from 37 European populations in the population reference sample, 940 individuals from 51 populations in the human genome diversity cell line panel, individual 1,115 individuals from 11 populations, the third phase of the International Haplogroup HAP project, HapMap 3. And we're getting close to the main point. I'm gonna skip down a little bit and just get to the main point. For most analysis, we use HapMap 3, Utah European Americans to represent Northern Europeans, HapMap 3, Yoruba Nigerians to represent Sub-Saharan Africans, although we also verified the robustness of our inferences using alternate populations. So that means they've doubly verified this, but the one they used in this is HapMap 3. So that means Yoruba Nigerians. Now, if anyone knows, just about everyone in America has pretty much DNA from the Yorubas. I'm not saying but I mean even the diverse groups that they come from, they share like almost 98% same DNA. So it's pretty much everybody in America that's African American. Um all right, so if you go down to the blue box beneath that on the second page, because this right here, I want to go to the author summary so we can really know what's being presented here. I'm gonna start reading at the top. I'm gonna read the whole section. It says Southern Europeans and Middle Eastern populations are known to have inherited a small percentage of their genetic material from recent sub-Saharan African migrations, but there has been no estimate of the exact proportion of this gene flow or of its date. Here we apply genomic methods to show that the proportion of African ancestry in many Southern European groups is 1 to 3%, in Middle Eastern groups 4 to 15%, and in Jewish groups is 3 to 5%. To estimate the dates when the mixture occurred, we developed a novel method that estimates the size of the chromosomal segments of distinct ancestry in individuals of mixed ancestry. We verify using computer simulations that the method produces useful estimates of population mixture dates up to 300 generations in the past. By applying the method to Western Eurasians, we show that the dates in Southern Europeans are consistent with the events during the Roman Empire and subsequent Arab migration. The dates in the Jewish groups are older, and this is important, consistent with the events in classical or biblical time periods that may have occurred in the shared history of Jewish populations. So this admixture is shown to be shared. Um, LaRon, is there any gripes you have right now that this DNA even dates back to biblical periods?
Right, and so yeah, and so that's what I want to talk about because I agree with that, and as you can see, it's talking about the Jewish diaspora that we see that it dates back older than the 3 to 5% gene flow. I mean, well, than the other Europeans that we see, it is saying that it dates back older during the classical biblical times, and so when you look at before that 1 AD period, I mean not 1 AD, but first century period. And so that's what I want to look at right there because it's saying that in this with these Jewish people, it's dated older than the Roman Empire, as far as this 3 to 5% gene flow that we see here.
Okay, so you pretty much questioning when did the admixture take place in the
No,
different.
I agree. It says it right there. It says
No,
as
no, no, I'm saying
far
the
as the
different
classical
ones
biblical.
because it's many. It takes place at different times in different populations.
Right,
So
and
that's
so
what
in the
I'm asking. Are
Jewish
you wondering?
yeah, I'm not really like I like the admixture that we see this within Europeans and also those that are in Middle Eastern or in the Levant
No, only
area.
focusing on the Jews.
Right, so so that's fine. So the Jews, it says there's a 3 to 5% that is older than that first century AD. I mean first century Roman period. So that's classical biblical times. And so we know classical
Hmm.
biblical times go can what that deals with going back to the first diaspora in those times.
Yes, the
Right.
diaspora period. Yeah.
Right. So I have no
Okay.
problem with that. I think that's correct. So I'm trying to see why is it that people will use this paper? What is your point trying to use this paper? What are you using this paper? How does this confirm your point of 3 to 5% gene flow from Africa
Well, I'll tell you what my
into the
point in using the
Levant
paper is.
area?
That's pretty much what you're asking. The point in using the paper is to show, for one, that there's the common ancestral population of the Israelites was without a doubt admixed with sub-Saharan African to an extent that the autosomal DNA is left over all the diverse Jewish populations that exist to today. That's number one. The second point is me being mathematically inclined. The first thing I do when I map out something like this and see that there are various different admixture dates is I look for the least common denominator amongst the various different groups. And when that least common denominator consistently points back to sub-Saharan Africa, it comes apparent to me that this is the origin of the group, or the genetics match peoples that live in sub-Saharan Africans today, which would make the Israelite origin firmly connected to sub-Saharan Africa, genetically speaking.
Right.
So you saying, James? Hey, James. So you saying that the Jews were originally sub-Saharan African people?
I'm saying that that's as far as I'm willing to push it, but this paper shows without a doubt that the pre-exilic Israelites were admixed heavily with sub-Saharan African.
I
Right.
like. I,
And so my thing to that is that when you look at it, it's not just talking about Jews, but it's talking about also Europeans, and so that would have to be for them too. So everybody, according to the Outer
That's
Africa
incorrect,
theory,
though.
hold on,
nah,
listen,
Laurent.
bro,
He said
I
the
did.
origin. He said
Hey,
the
listen, if we
origin
gonna have this
of the Hebrew.
conversation, King Seth
Go
gonna have to
ahead.
be quiet, and y'all gonna have to stop cutting me off because we this conversation supposed to be between me and James. Last I checked.
Oh, well, shit. Then well, let me exit up out of here then.
Right,
All
well,
right,
you can
James.
exit there the door right there. You want to put an exit sign up there? But anyways, yeah. Um, so what when you say the reason why I made the claim like I'm making is because the abstract is talking about overall European and also Levant cultures, but then it singles it out to start talking about the percentage between the 3 to 5% among the Jewish populations. And so the reason why I'm saying this is if you're gonna make that argument, then you have to make the argument too concerning the origin of all these Europeans and also Levant people, which come out of Africa, which is a hypothesis or theory just as well we have to look at. And so this is not just
Okay.
talking about Jewish people.
What I'll do is when we finish with this, I'll go to the dispersal of Christianity throughout Africa and Western Europe and show that the sub-Saharan African markers follow that as well throughout Europe, and that could help explain why we find these markers throughout Europe. But
Right. And so
okay,
just to be
no, I'm just hitting that. But
okay.
to something you said that they're talking about in Europe again. The admixture that takes place in Europe is a different time period than the diverse Jewish pop. All the Jewish populations have a different time period when they mixed and picked up this autosomal DNA that connects to sub-Saharan Africa. So they all picked it up at a different time period, which again points to the origin most likely being, like I said, significantly mixed with sub-Saharan African because these people are mixing with them at different time periods. It seems to be wherever the sub-Saharan African group goes or admixed group goes, that peoples in that area end up picking up their autosomal DNA and then calling themselves Jews.
Right. And so what happens is that in the scenario that you gave, for instance, um, so you have a 3 to 5% among the Jewish populations. So we know that if you I don't know if you got any charts up there, but there might be some charts on there that's just
Hmm.
showing basically probably what markers or what things they would have picked up. Like, does it say anything like we know it's like what subclass or anything? Is there any type of
The
charts or anything on
focus
the
is
site?
on them picking up the sub-Saharan African markers. That's the
Right. And so the
focus
reason why
of
I'm
the
asking is
paper.
because I
Yeah.
want to know because that's important because I want to know well maybe is it
Wait,
E1B1
wait a
or
minute.
what is it
I think
E1B1A?
we're getting confused here. Let's be clear. There's no admixture that takes place here earlier than the common ancestral pre-exilic Jews, right? There's no one mixes earlier, or no population is found admixed earlier than them, correct?
No, I disagree with that. What that
Okay, so
article is saying basically.
who
Hold on,
according to this
hold on.
study?
Let me finish, brother. What that article is basically saying is
Wait a
the
minute, I was
abstract.
the one talking, and I
Right. So
asked you a simple
when you ask
question.
me a question, I'm
Is
trying
it
to
yes or
answer.
no question?
No,
You
it's not no
said
yes or
no,
no
so I'm
question.
trying to
It's not.
look.
Hold on. It's
You
not.
said,
Listen, bro.
brother, it was a yes or no
Listen. I
question.
don't
Let
give
me
a damn
finish
what
real
I
quick.
said. You not finna. I'm
LaRon,
not.
you
Listen,
the
bro.
only person
That's
that's
not
been
how that
combative
go,
on me
bro.
this whole
That's
time with
not how
everybody
that
that
go,
goes.
bro.
Let me
I'm
finish real
gonna
quick,
answer.
LaRon, and you can go.
Nah, cause you
It
gonna
ain't
go
Hey,
finna
into
hold
take
on,
another
but a
hold
minute.
on,
subject,
hold
and
on,
I'm
hold
gonna
on,
get
hold on,
my
hold on,
thought,
hold on,
bro.
hold on, hold
Like
on.
I ain't over talked him one time.
All right, we're gonna let you talk, brother. So just please calm your ass down, man. All right, we just gonna have some order here, man. So, G-Con, finish your thoughts, man.
All right, cool. So what I'm saying is this is I don't like when people try to narrate my questions or question my answers. Basically, don't do that, bro. I don't like that. So, anyways, what I'm saying is this is
I'm
the
done then.
abstract. All right, that's cool. Well, if you don't like it, you can. It's an exit door too,
Hey, man,
bro.
come on, man. Let's keep order, man.
I'm
Finish your thoughts, bro.
nah,
All right,
because
cool.
I was in the middle of saying something. I
And
got
you asked me a
pretty much
question. I
just
want to
told
answer
off,
that, bro.
and then the floor get been given to him. I asked him a yes or no question. He answered the yes or no. I wanted to finish what I was
No,
saying.
it's not no yes or no answer, bro. That's what I'm telling you. I don't play games like that. When you're dealing with this type of stuff, ain't no yes or no answer to
The
this.
question was who the question was, did anybody pick up the markers before the Israelites? That's a yes or no question.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. People been picking up the markers before they
Okay,
was a part of Israelite.
who in the study? That's all I wanted to ask.
All right,
Who
so
in the study? And
in
you
the
you
abstract,
flew off a
first of
handle.
all, in the abstract, what the paperwork is saying is what as far as they can trace back of an admixture of certain populations that they took. That's the first thing. Now, that's what they telling you. So they only
Who is
took a certain.
older than the
Hey, listen, bro.
Israelites
Listen.
is
If
a
you do that
simple
again,
answer to the
conversation over
with
with,
a
bro. Cause
name of a
nah,
population,
bro.
brother.
Don't interrupt me. I don't give a damn what you saying, nigga. Don't interrupt me while I'm talking, bro.
I'm just trying to get an answer to my
Right?
question.
Cause evidently,
He
hey,
finna
listen,
This is
do it.
bro.
He finna
crazy. I
do
just
it.
want
Hey,
an
He
answer
listen.
finna
to the
do it.
question.
Go listen.
Name the
I'm trying to listen.
population
At least wait till
that
I
got the
talk.
African
Wait.
Here you
admixture
Hey,
go.
before
Here you
the
listen.
go.
Israelites.
Here you
I'm
You
go,
got
not.
the floor.
Jeremiah.
I'm
He
muting
This
my
finna
the
mic.
quit.
reason
Watch.
why. This the
He
reason
finna hang
why I
up.
didn't want to have this
I
conversation.
know. Watch. Here he come.
Cause
Here he
this
come.
brother he provoking me to do this. Cause he won't let me talk. Stop
Go
doing
ahead,
that,
hang up.
bro.
Run and hang
Then you
up.
got lockjaw in the back. You know what I'm saying? He
Go
steady
ahead, run and hang
instigating
up
like
All
that.
right,
like you
all
know you
right,
gonna
all
do.
right, man. Listen, man. Come on, man, with all that, man. Listen. Finish what
I
you saying,
muted my mic
bro.
out.
All the threats and all that about what you ain't tolerate. Just finish so we can stay
Yeah,
on
nigga.
topic. Let's stay on
But
topic.
but
All
but
right,
now hold,
cool.
hold on, Jeremiah. If you gonna get off the line, then get off the line, nigga. Don't come back to the source. If you
Hey,
gonna
nigga,
do
I'm
that,
gonna come back to the source, nigga. It's
don't
just
come
I'm not
back.
gonna do her.
And because you
All right,
because
hey,
nah,
I'm
bro.
just
come
not gonna.
on, man. I
If you
don't want to
gonna hang
ruin
up
the
and
show with
run
the
I'm not gonna
arguing.
and be
keep
a
I
pushing.
really
coward,
don't,
Man,
bro.
look,
then don't
man,
come
look,
back.
I don't know if you
again,
gonna push
again,
early this
again,
morning or
brothers,
what.
Come on, man. You
brothers.
can't even have
Let's
a
get
good
back,
show,
brother.
bro.
Let's get back on topic, man. We got a lot of people watching, man. Let's get back
All right,
on
cool.
topic.
All I want
Finish your
LaRon
thought.
to do is name the group in the study that has older admixture than the Israelites.
No,
He can
no, no,
say
no. We
Italy. He can
noticed
say
the
Europe.
Israelites. Hold
He
on,
can. I'm almost
hold
done,
on.
LaRon. I'm almost done. You can go, bro. He can say the Italians. He can say the Iraqis. He can say anybody in this study. He just needs to name them. Go ahead, bro.
Right. We know in this study it says the Israelites have older than it says theirs is older than the first century. So, but what I'm pointing out is that even though it says the Israelites have older within this study does not go back as far as it should go. Because if this brother is telling, and I want to make this clear, are you telling people that the only time we can see admixtures is at this time, and there's no other studies that show that there's admixtures prior to that, as well as biblical studies saying that the admixtures go back farther than that.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stay on point, but I'm gonna refer back to what you said. For the record, LaRon could not name one group in here, and he came and finally admitted that the Jews is the oldest admixed group in the study. Okay,
Right. And so this is what I'm
cool.
talking about. This is
Hold
what I'm
on.
talking about.
All he's saying,
No,
G-Con,
I
is
just
in this
reference back
particular
what you
study.
said.
He's not saying older
Right.
than that. He's just saying
But
in
I'm
this
trying to
study.
make sure. I'm trying
I
to
just
make
want
sure
to
because
finish
I
what I'm
want to make
saying.
sure that I want to make sure he's not using this paper to act. That's why I want you to clarify this.
You
Are
won't even
you?
if you let me
Hold on.
finish, you
Hold
might
on. Let me.
understand.
All right. Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I've already made my clarifying statement. So the whole reason I brought this up, you agreed with it prima facie. You agreed with it on surface. All right. Now you seem to have an issue with the fact that you can't name a group that is earlier in.
Nah, listen.
So fine.
I thought
Look,
you gonna
I
answer the
want to
question,
look.
bro.
It's cool, LaRon.
I want to
You
make.
never let
Hey,
me finish
listen.
my
Hey,
Hey,
point.
hey, hey,
let
LaRon,
him
hey.
finish,
LaRon,
G-Con.
now
Let him
stop,
LaRon,
finish,
you
LaRon.
bro.
cut me off
Nah,
every
cause
time
I'm
I
not
say
gonna
that
do
because
this
you
with.
know I'm
Hey,
right.
listen.
You
Hey,
can't.
Yashar.
All right,
Leave
go
your ass
ahead,
alone.
LaRon.
Hey,
Tell everybody the
Yummy
name of the group. Go ahead.
Yummy Ya. Listen, bro. I want to make this clear. I want to ask you this question because he ain't gonna answer. Is this what I'm
This
saying
is
about
our
him?
show. He
Hold on,
ain't
hold
in
on,
the
hold on,
show.
hold on. But I gotta ask him this because I want to make sure that I'm clear to what he's saying. I'm trying to make sure that James is not taking this paper to try to make this mean that there was no admixture prior to what this
I
paper
didn't
is
say
saying.
that. So don't
He didn't
Okay,
ask
say
me stuff I
that,
didn't
bro.
okay.
say.
I'm
I
just
didn't
making
say that.
sure. I'm just making sure because it's like you
I
trying to
didn't. All
insinuate.
right, cool,
Go ahead,
LaRon.
then,
How
brother.
about this? Don't assume I'm saying stuff, and we'll get through this real
All
smooth.
right, cool. Go ahead, then, brother.
All right, cool. All right. So again, for the record, LaRon could not name a group where it existed older in, and I asked him that question because he seemed to be trying to say that the Europeans were also admixed at this time period. I need to go back. Secondly, he just finished going and making assumptions about, oh, it needs to go back way further than that. Well, LaRon, they go back to the date of where the admixture happened in the people. Period. That's how far back they go. Your gripes with their research methodology, you got to take that up with Harvard Medical School. All I can do is tell you what the method is through the paper and what the paper says. So I think the best thing we can do is see what when the admixture took place in the different diverse Jewish populations. Let's see if you have another least common denominator amongst the genetics. Because who knows? Maybe every one of these populations have another marker that we need to take into account and you can argue from. But if you ain't gonna bring it forth with any evidence, I don't think you have a right to be always coming out and speaking down on the evidence we present.
Well, first of
All
all, I
right.
don't
All
like
right,
I'm
real
saying.
quick, real quick.
Oh,
I'm
go ahead.
gonna let you respond to that, Salakia, man. There's another article, James. I don't know if you want to go into it or not. I'm gonna pull it up, but you could touch on it if you want to. It's the article is the origins of Eastern Europeans Jews revealed through their sex chromosome and DNA morphology. So if you want to go into that, I can pull it up. That was sent by our brother, the Blue Collar Scholar. So it's back on you, G-Con.
All right, so the reason why I want to go in this because I'm trying to realize I'm really trying to see what he's trying to say because it seemed like that he was trying to say, and that's why I'm trying to see like he wasn't being clear about it. Because first of all, if the argument here is that we know that there's an African gene flow, the 3 to 5% that they found right at this time. And what's important is what mutation, what marker did they find? That's very important. That's what I would like to know. That's why I want to really read through and look at the whole abstract. Because when you
Well,
read the whole abstract, hold on, brother. Can I finish? Damn, you always somehow have some decor, but you steady cutting brothers off. So
Go
listen.
ahead, G-Con.
All right, so what I'm saying is this is that he when you read the abstract, it's good to go through that stuff and look at it and see what is it saying and what is he trying to say and why is he pulling this information up? Because I'm trying to figure out how is it helping his argument. Because if he's saying that this origin here, which shows that they have their origin goes back out of Africa, what gene flow doesn't come out of Africa according to the out of Africa theory? Because Middle Easterners, also Near Easterners, also those who are Europeans, according to the collective data, have some type of gene flow out of Africa according to the out of Africa theory. Now, if you want to point to where they say in this abstract where it points and it says, well, at this time, we can see that some mutation took place at this time of a groups of people, and the people who they took snips from, 3 to 5% among Jewish populations happened at this time, and then also with Europeans at this time. Then let's look at that, because what that's basically saying is that at one part of time, some Europeans are either and also sub-Saharan Africans mixed up at this time, and it was at a small percentage,
Okay.
3 to 5% among the Jewish populations. So we got to look at that. So I don't have no problem with what the data is saying, but I'm trying to make sure he ain't taking it to take this data to mean that
Well,
the
I think you made your point a little bit. I think there's a difference between someone like myself who has read the entire study and someone
why
who's
you ain't
only
pulling
read.
nothing out? You
Hold
ain't
on, hold on
reading
real
nothing
quick.
else
Look,
though.
Ron, I just let you speak for a minute,
You
bro.
cut me off actually.
When?
You said, well, I think that you made
Hey,
yourself.
look, bro.
Hey,
Let me.
bro, you just
Hey,
said, I
look.
think that you made
Damn,
yourself clear.
bro.
Nigga, how did I make
LaRon,
myself clear?
Everybody
You
can
didn't let me
see this.
finish.
For the
LaRon,
record,
though,
LaRon won't
LaRon,
let
well,
me speak. I let him
LaRon,
speak.
when you
He
get
won't let
back
me
in the
speak.
corner, is this what you do, LaRon? This all
Hey,
you say, oh, they
listen,
won't let
bro.
me
Hey,
speak,
hold
bro?
up,
Come
Seth.
on,
Just let
man.
me
You cut
finish
me
speaking,
off
bro. I
and
know
you
you want.
said,
I
I
know
think
he
you
acting
made
crazy,
yourself
bro.
clear.
But I
That's
want to
what you
make my
said.
point before I lose it, and everybody want to just argue for no reason. All right, cool. Um, again, the brother has not read the whole article, and it's clear because he's talking about the outer Africa theory. Yeah, the outer African theory is talked about in the abstract, but when you really get in the article, it ain't about that at all. It's showing that this was later. That's the whole point in the article. So again, he reading the abstract real quick and trying to grasp for straws. All right. My point in bringing it out, which I made very clear from the get-go, is that the the pre-exilic Jews had a strong admixture of sub-Saharan African DNA. Period. Now, my argument from here is me trying to argue from this study, from the information in this study, and then using critical thinking skills and showing that the least common denominator from all these groups is this sub-Saharan African DNA. And since it is true and in fact that the admixture happened in different time periods in accordance with exilic time periods when they was exiled into areas, then that would show to me a stronger argument that the core group of it, again, is sub-Saharan African. That's my argument, because all of these other Y chromosomes that we can go into, the Ashkenazi Jew Y chromosomes and stuff, all those are indigenous to the Canaan region, while the Israelites are not. The Abraham is not indigenous to that region. So again, my argument is clear. I've said it multiple times. You keep grasping at straws, reaching for other things. Now, if you want to go into the argument, let's go into the specific segment of the article about the Jewish people. That way we
Right.
can
And
then.
so what's odd to me is that he says a strong sub-Saharan African, but it's only 3 to 5%, and the article don't even demonstrate a strong because it's only 3 to 5%. So where'd you get
Okay,
a
what is the
strong
3% representative of, brother? Do you
3 to
know?
5% of sub-Saharan African DNA within the population that we see that they took
Okay,
of the
so
people that they
so
took?
are you saying the ancient Jews were only 3 to 5%
No,
sub-Saharan
I'm
African? Is
saying
that what you getting from that?
it's saying among the classical biblical Jews, It says, according to the time that they dated back to classical biblical before the European admixture, they have 3 to 5% of sub-Saharan African gene flow.
I read from the article, and it says that this shows the admixture date when these groups admixed with this core population. That's
And
what
only
it
3 to 5%,
says.
and only a
Uh,
3 to 5% admixture took place
I'll read
within.
again out of the author's
Go
summary
ahead.
because I think you forgot, but that's okay because that's what the article's here for. So we don't have to argue about these things. Okay. I'm gonna read from the last sentence. By applying the method to the West Eurasians, we show the dates in the Southern European are. Wait, let me go up one more sentence. Then that makes Here we go, right here. Here we apply genomic methods to show that the proportion of African ancestry in many Southern European groups is 1 to 3%, in Middle Eastern groups 4 to 15, and in Jewish groups 3 to 5. To estimate the dates when the mixture occurred, we developed a novel method. So this is showing this is the remnants of an admixture event that took place, right?
Right, among Jewish people.
Okay, cool. So cool. So when it comes to the Ashkenazi Jews, let's look when the admixture event took place with them. That's my point. That's my whole
Classical
point
biblical
doing this,
times, it
LaRon.
says,
I'm
right?
very concise in what I do, bro.
Classical and biblical times, right?
The classical and biblical. Okay, I'll get to that segment if that's where you want to be first. Let's start there. It should be under the results. If you go down through the article, you're gonna see the roll-off chart is on page 7. Matter of fact, page 7. If you could pull that up, Jeremiah.
You want me to pull the article back up?
Yeah, pull it up to page 7.
Okay, no sweat.
And then blow up the bottom right side.
Would you agree that the Europeans have a sub-Saharan African-based, just as well as you said about the Jews too, just as well?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that segment when we get there. That's why we got the time period so we can go through bit by bit, bro. You seem to not want to handle it issue by issue. That way
Oh
it's concise
man.
and
You don't
everybody's
like
mind
sticking.
no confusion.
Yeah, you don't
Hey,
like
Hey,
sticking with
hey, hey,
one
the
lockdown,
subject.
brother got
calm
it. All
down,
right, the
man. Look
brother
like
pulling
Buzz
it up
Lightyear
now.
by the mouth.
All
You
right,
don't like
page
sticking
7.
with one subject.
All right. If you look, I'm gonna start at the sentence after the I can't even remember what them things called. Parentheses. It says a parsimonious explanation for these observations is that they reflect a history in which many of the Jewish groups descend from a common ancestral population, which was itself admixed with Africans prior to the beginning of the Jewish diaspora that occurred in the 8th to 6th century BC.
Right.
So does that answer it for you?
Yeah. So basically, yeah. So basically, that's why I'm asking you. Would you agree with that about the ancestry of the Europeans and with the admixture that took place in the AD?
In 8th to 6th century BCE or in the AD time period?
AD period. Would you agree that they have a common
Yes, an
ancestor?
admixture took place, and I told you we'll get to that portion when we get there.
So I'm just asking, would you
What?
agree
No,
to
no,
that?
because you skip. Look, Laurent, we're gonna handle it one
All
segment
right,
at a
because
time.
it's just the article just said in the abstract. It just said there's a
Laurent,
three.
Laurent,
Hold on, let me
Laurent.
finish. Let me
We
finish,
will get
bro.
to Europe. Look,
All
can
right, so let
everybody
me.
understand that I am on the record saying, Laurent, we will get
All
to
right, all right.
Southern
Go ahead.
Europe
Go ahead.
after we
'Cause you-
finish with the Jews.
Go ahead. Go
You
ahead.
said
All
you
right,
said
cool,
that
because you
4
don't like to
times.
deal with the point at
Go
hand
ahead.
because you know I'm
I
about
am
to
dealing
cut
with the
you,
point at
bro.
hand. No,
All
you
right,
ain't
cool.
doing nothing. I don't know what you
All
like.
right, cool. So cool. It says the common ancestral population of Jews was admixed prior to the 8th and 6th century BC. So again, I want to go and look because Laurent is a champion of Ashkenazi Jews being authentic Jews. I think that they are converts. So this is a good to
Oh,
show
now
because
it's
they're
coming
saying in
out.
the 8th to 6th century, this marker was prevalent amongst Jews or anyone that should be an Israelite should have African ancestry. So let me see, is it on the other side? Yeah. All right, it's right on the other side of the same page on the left hand side. It says a striking finding from our study is the consistent detection of 3 to 5% sub-Saharan African ancestry in the 8 diverse Jewish groups we studied. Now, again, remember my argument is the least common denominator between these groups makes sense that they the origin. The Ashkenazi Jews from Northern Europe, Sephardi Jews from Italy, Turkey, and Greece, Mizrahi Jews from Syria, Iran, and Iraq. This pattern has not been detected in previous analysis of mitochondria and Y chromosome data. And although it can be seen when re examining published results of structure like analysis of autosomal data, it was not highlighted in those studies or shown to unambiguously reflect sub Saharan African admixture. We estimate the average date of admixture 72 generations. And it says right there in parentheses 2,000 years ago, is older than the European groups or other Levantines. So if everybody in the Levant would have had sub-Saharan African DNA, it should be old in those groups, but it's not. It seems to be that only Israel in the Levant during the ancient times had this DNA. The point estimates overall populations are between 1,600 and 3,400 years ago, but with largely overlapping confidence intervals. It is intriguing that the Mizrahi, Iraqi Jews, who are thought to descend at least in part from Jews who were exiled to Babylon about 2,600 years ago, share the signal of African admixture, supporting that the further you go back, you should have African admixture. All right. So let's focus in on the Ashkenazi Jews. Um, let me see. If you go up to chart number 2, is on page 6. And if you go down the chart till you get to Ashkenazi Jews, you see that the estimated admixture with correction bias is 53 generations ago. If you multiply 53 times 29, you get about what, 1,500 years ago? So 1,500 years ago, 4th century BCE on this, and it does have a plus minus ratio of 13 generations, which could put you up to the 2nd century or down to about 10th century. And it's showing that admixture didn't even take place in them or happen in them until that recent. If these people are an originating group, the admixture should go just as far back as it does in the Iraqi Jews, which is at the time period in which Jews were actually in the land. But it doesn't. It's a very recent admixture in which they have this common ancestral DNA that all the Jewish populations have. That's my argument, Laron.
Okay,
That
so now
this
your
group right
argument
here,
coming
which
out.
you champion as being true and authentic Jews, don't even show the admixture signal that connects them to Jews until very recent history.
All right, so what's connecting the person? So basically, what overall you're saying, did subs being a sub-Saharan African connects you with being a Jew, basically, because sub-Saharan African is to you basically they the first Israelites, basically.
I'm saying that the study is, if you use critical thinking skills and just look at the least common denominator, all the admixture, it makes it clear that the origin group is strongly sub-Saharan African. I don't
Okay,
knock
so
that they're
basically,
mixed because I know that the Israelites mixed with Canaanites. So it's either the
so
Canaanites are sub-Saharan African, or the Israelites' origin is sub-Saharan African.
here's the problem that I have with that, because I figured you were saying that's why I was really trying to get you to just clearly come out and
No,
say it.
I've been saying a
Now,
common
hold on. So
look,
let me
I
finish.
read
Let me
out the
finish. Let
article
me
the whole
finish.
time. A
No, no, that
common
ain't what I'm
ancestral
saying. Let
population
me
that
finish. Let me
strongly
finish.
mixed with sub-Saharan
Let me
African. Go ahead.
finish, bruh. Listen. So what he's saying to y'all is that if sub-Saharan Africans is the origin of 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 um of what an Israelite is, basically. In other words, if in so many words is he is to him.
What other conclusion can you draw from the data?
And the reason why I say that's faulty, the reason why I'm saying that this is faulty, and the article is not really demonstrating what he's trying to put on the article, is
Mhm.
because of this. Is because if you notice, it doesn't give you an origin of what an Israelite is. It doesn't give you that at all in this article. What it gives you is that you have sub-Saharan African markers, right? It originated in sub-Saharan Africa, right? And those who are outside of that has an ag mixture with these sub-Saharan Africans. And it gives you a time period of when these incidents happens according to the data that they collected among certain populations. And
Mhm.
that's not including, I'm saying, other you know, groups is just as well, older groups just as well. But from what the information they got, the data that they collected from
Mhm.
these certain of these Jewish populations, they able to correlate it and take it back to this certain type of time to tell you when this happened. Right
So, do
now,
you disagree with the article, or
no, I
me?
don't disagree with the article.
No,
I disagree
no,
with your
I got
interpretation
you.
on the article.
I'm trying to see where the disagreement is because right now
Now,
it doesn't seem like you're highlighting the
because you're
disagreement.
saying, because
Hold
you're
on, real quick.
saying,
Let me ask you something, and you answer it. Then you can ask me, and I'll answer, and we'll work like that. All right. Are you disagreeing that the pre-exilic Jews were admixed with sub-Saharan African? Are you disagreeing with that? That was a strong admixture there.
no, I believe that there was a 3 to 5 admission, just the where
So
it
you
said
only
it
think it
was.
was three to? So you don't think
It
DNA
says 3 to 5.
dissipates? You don't think DNA dissipates over time?
We understand that, but it says 3 to 5 admixture at what
Yeah,
they
but
got.
it's saying today they had three. They still have 3 to 5 admixture because they've still been mixing with European, like the Ashkenazi Jews have still been mixing with Europeans.
All right,
So
so listen.
therefore, the DNA would through time be diluted, but we still see 3 to 5% of this admixture on them, which shows that the admixture took place in an in times past because
All
it's
right,
still
so
3 to 5% there.
all right,
But
so
that
that's
means
the same argument.
it diluted over time. So the common group itself, for it to leave a signal that strong on their DNA, would have to have a strong admixture of sub-Saharan African.
All right, so the reason why this argument is flawed is because it's the same thing that happened with also with the what is it, the AD, the first AD, the Roman period, dealing with the Europeans. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because with both of these parties, right, they have distant relationship with sub-Saharan Africans because there is an admixture.
Where does the
And that,
study say
hey,
that?
hey, bruh, you need to let
Well,
me
you're lying
finish.
on the study. The
Hey,
study
you
doesn't
need to,
say that
hey,
at all.
listen, you got a problem with cutting niggas off because they ain't saying what you want them to say.
No, I want you to
Listen,
say what the study says.
the
That's
study
all.
does say that.
Okay,
The
where
study,
at?
this what is, hold
I'll
on,
read
listen.
it. Just tell me where it's at.
All
I'll
right,
read it.
listen. The study, I'm gonna tell you where it's at.
Okay, cool.
When it said there is a admixture in the first century AD, right?
Hmm.
Right? That's what it
With who?
says.
With who?
With the Europeans at the
Incorrect.
Roman period and the
Incorrect.
Levant, right? Okay, go and read it then.
Okay, the one who had the admixture in the first period was the Ashkenazi Jews.
Hey, can you
That's
go
who had
read
it in the
that?
first
Go
century.
read it. Go read it. Go read it.
Okay,
Let's
hold on.
grab
Let
it
me
and read
grab
it.
it real quick.
You want me to put it on the screen?
Yeah, put it on screen because I can't see it.
This is what I'm saying. Like I said, he ain't read the study. He ain't
Yeah, you
seen
gotta
the
tell me
chart.
Hey,
where it's
Grant,
at, James.
Hey, look,
hey, James,
look.
do you
You
some
calm
time to
down.
find that,
I'm
bro?
making my point
Go
for
to
my
find it.
audience. Hey, look, I got you. This our show though. I'm making a point for our audience. I understand you got your points you want to make, but I want to make my points for our audience. Again, he hasn't read the study. He's grasping at straws right now because he tried to say that it was the Europeans. So what I want him to do right now is tell me where at in this study that I need to go to find the admixture of the Europeans in the 1st century.
All right, so look what it says here. It says,
Okay.
by applying the method to West Euro-Asians, we showed that the dates in Southern Europeans are consistent with events during the Roman Empire and
Okay.
subsequent Arab migrations. That's where it says that right there.
Okay. Okay. When did Rome enter and conquer? We'll use one of the groups, for example, like the Romano-British, which I was going to bring up because their cranials actually match with the cranials found at Tomb 120, Lachish, which is the known Israelite burial site. So let's use that Roman period. And that definitely ain't the 1st century. That's more of the 4th century.
All right, well, this says, hold on, because you the one was saying first
That's my
century. So
point.
where'd you get that from?
Where did I get what from?
You said first. You the one who called out was saying first century. I ain't. I'm driving. I ain't reading. You supposed to be reading. You called out. You said first
Well,
century.
I was talking about the Ashkenazi Jews. You start talking about
Okay, where's that
European.
at then?
Hold on, Laurent, you just asked me. Let me respond. I was talking about the Ashkenazi Jews. You said Europeans. So I'm asking you, where in the article does it say that this admixture took place in Europeans in the 1st century?
Well, where's that? Where? That's why I'm asking you. Where's the first century at that you talking about? Where's that at?
God. Okay, so it doesn't say that. Is that what
No,
you're
no.
saying?
I
It
want to
don't
know
say
where.
what you
No,
said.
I'm asking you. What does it say? You said
I
this.
need
What
a
you
yes or
said.
no. Does it say what you said?
Hey,
Yes
listen.
or
I'm
no?
asking you. Where is it
Okay.
at, bro?
It
Where's the
all right,
article
cool.
at? Read the damn article.
Moving
Why you
on
ain't
then.
reading it?
Well, we're gonna move on because it don't say what you said.
Hey,
And so what
listen.
you're trying to do is
That's
you're
what
trying
I'm
to
telling you. Hey, hold
redirect it
on. I don't
because you're
have.
making
Listen.
claim.
I
Hold
don't
up,
have. Hold
Laron.
on. I don't
All
have
right.
the article
I'm gonna
before
mute
me.
my
You
mic.
reading it?
You go ahead,
All right,
but
all right. Mute your mic,
tell
bro. Listen,
you got to tell me
listen.
where it is. I'm gonna
I'm
read
asking.
what you
Hey,
said.
this the only
If it
thing I
ain't
didn't
what you
ask this.
said,
Hey, listen.
we moving on.
This the only thing I have asked this brother since he's been up here. Read the article, right? So what he's doing is he's reading snippet and bits and pieces of it, and I'm asking him to go back to what you said that you read, right? Let's go back to it. And when I'm asking him to go back to it, instead of him talking, just go back to it. I don't have the article before me. Go back
Okay,
to the article, bro.
I understand what you're saying, but that was after I asked you to verify your claim of this admixture in the 1st period. And since you couldn't do it, you tried to redirect at me. And that's fine. You can
Here it is
redirect
right
at
here,
me, but you
bro.
need to just admit that you couldn't do it.
No,
And
here
it's
it
that
is right here.
simple.
No, I'm telling you, listen. No, I'm not redirecting you. I'm telling you, you need to, if you hear me saying something, I'm telling you what, okay, let's go back to the article then.
Oh, all right,
So I can
cool.
see.
Tell
All
me
right, so
in the
look,
article where it says that. That's why I
all
said,
right,
let's
so
go
so
back to the
okay, so here
article.
it
You
is.
tell me where it
So let's
says
go.
what you
All right.
said.
All right,
It's
so
that
let's go.
simple.
All right,
All
so
right,
look.
where does it say what you said?
All right, so listen. Now, I need to find out where is it. It says the 1st century. Where is that at? Where's that at? Because I
You
heard you
should know.
read.
Is
But you,
this is it?
You
Hey,
making
how would I
G-Con.
claims
know?
about the article,
How
you
would I
should know
know if
what's in
I'm
it.
driving and you reading the article and nobody put the article on the screen?
Look,
I'm
look,
just
Let
going
me
by
let
what
me
you said, what you
let me
read.
look. I don't
G-Con
even have it on my
and
screen right
James.
now, but because I read it, I know what's in it. I can tell you what section, if
Right.
it's
So
in
where is it at?
discussions,
Where
I
is
can
it
say
at?
if
Does
it's
it
in
talk about the
results,
first
I can
century
say
at?
if it's in the abstract. I can do that because I
Where is
actually
it
read
at?
it.
Where's it at? Does it talk about the first century? Go to that spot
Hold,
right there. Where's it at?
Look, number one,
James and G-Con. Let me ask y'all a
Yeah.
quick question and see if we
go
can
ahead,
clear
brother,
it up
because this
real
brother
quick.
can't verify nothing.
So are are you G-Con, are you asking the question based off the information where he says it's in between the 1st and 2nd century? Is
Yeah.
that the
Where's
info?
that at? Yeah. Where's it
Okay,
at?
so hold on 1 second. So you have to really listen to what James has said. And I'm not trying to do nothing, and I'm not trying to take no sides and be biased, bro. I'm just trying to be clear and so we can move forward, right? What he said was what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, James. You were saying that it's not necessarily the first century or the second century, but it's in between because of the time frame that they gave. Am I correct?
What I well, yeah, but in reference to the Ashkenazis again, which he made it in reference to Europe. What I was saying was that when you look at it, it gives you 53 generations ago with a
Damn,
plus
I
minus
gotta take this call,
13
fam. I'll be
generations
right
to
back.
account for error. So if you're looking at that era, it's around that time period. That's what I was saying to the brother.
I
If
hear
you
this right
account
here.
for
I
it and
got it
do the
right
math.
here.
But because it ain't something that you just gonna read in the article, you have to actually look at the charts and do the calculations. He just grasped at a straw real
No,
quick, and
you
that was my
said this.
point.
What you did?
Hold up real
You
quick,
said
Laurent. I'm almost done, and you can tell everybody what I did. And that was my point for asking him, where was this what he was saying in the article? Because I knew he grasped at a straw at something I said and tried to throw it together real quick to make it sound good. And it ain't
no,
in there
no. This what you said. You said the first century A.D. That's what you said, right?
for the Ashkenazis.
Right. So where's that at? Where's that? Where's it at in this thing right here?
Chart is in on page 6. You look at the chart.
Okay, go ahead,
Uh,
read it. I can't go to page 6,
all
bro.
right,
I'm
look,
driving.
Laurent, calm down. It's the reason I'm saying look at the chart is not for you, it's for the audience as well. On page 6, when you look at the chart, in the chart, it gives you an estimated generations. It will say 53 next to Ashkenazi with a plus and minus 13 generations. If you multiply that by 29, which they gives you for account of the generation, it gets you back to the first century.
All right. So now now that you did that, okay, so let me ask you this. And it's the same if I'm posing the same question based upon what you're saying. So when it says the Roman Empire here, right, among the Europeans,
Yeah, okay. What
would
about it?
that consist of did they have also can you apply that to the same did they have a strong presence of African
Not
or
during the
sub-Saharan?
first century.
But I'm saying during the Roman times.
Of course, because of the fact that people traveled and the spread of Christianity through North Africa and Western Europe entailed E1B1A, Y chromosome, and L3 uh, um chromosomal data. Like I can show you the Ivory Bangle lady who's Romano British. Matter of fact, I'm gonna drop it in the back to him real quick. Whose mitochondrial DNA is closest to African Americans,
I
but she's
question.
in she's in hold up real quick. She's in the 4th century York, England, and then we can go
Question.
to the
Hold on,
Europeans
before
that
you
are there.
jump there,
Hold on,
hold
I'm
on, stop,
almost
because you
done.
keep
I'm
going.
I'm trying to emphasize a point, bro, and you don't want to hear the emphasis because you
You
know
gave you giving too
I'm
many
good at
emphasis,
hammering home my
bro.
points.
No, no,
It's
you giving
okay,
too many
bro.
emphasis.
It's
Continue.
one more thing and you got it. It's one more thing, you got it. The Y chromosomes found in Yorkshire amongst the men, these Caucasian men, are also E1B1A. But these people look like white people today. But back in the 4th century, during this time period, Roman soldiers left kids there. You have the floor, bro.
All right, so I have to ask you this. Okay, so it says here about 40 West Eurasian groups show that almost all Southern Europeans have inherited 1 to 3% African ancestry with an average mixture date of 55 generations ago, right? An African gene flow at the end of the Roman Empire and subsequent Arab migrations. So I gotta ask you, is applying this to what you said about the uh, um, the group of the Jewish people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would this 1 to 3 would this be considered? Would they be considered also African?
Wait a minute. Hold on. The group that mixed with them, yes. The group that mixed it with them was definitely African. Again, you seem to be not accounting for what I'm saying.
So you answered the
Hold
question.
on, Ron. Let me look. You ask. I'm almost. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Because your question, it seems to be misconstruing something. So I'm trying to straighten that out. The group that's going along and mixing with all these different populations is African. Okay, there's no question about They're Africanists. There's no way you can be the same DNA in Iraq, in Southern European, and all these different regions, and it not be coming from an African group. That's why they say that the ancestral population of pre-exilic Israel has to at least be African. The second thing, which I told you earlier, if you trace the patrilineal DNA of of early Christians, not the Christians that went up into Rome, the Christians that went into North Africa and Western Europe, Aryanists, you will see that that admixture is also a strong signal amongst them. Why? Because North Africa was strongly populated by Jews. The
Hey James,
uptake
when
in
you get done, may
sub-Saharan
I ask a
African
question, please?
ancestry during the Coptic period also points to this, because that's when Egypt was flooded by Jews.
Hey
I
James, can I ask both of y'all a question because I'm trying to get clarity on both of y'all premises.
Go ahead.
James, are you saying that you know what I'm saying that the Hebrews have African ancestry and LaRon, you saying that they don't have African ancestry? Am I correct?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay, what's both of y'all premise? Because I'm kind
This
of
is my
lost.
premise. What I'm trying to tell you is he's trying to make sub-Saharan Africans Israelites, basically.
Okay,
And so what he's saying is that just because there's a 3 to 5% of sub-Saharan Africans, which there's many subclasses that come out of sub-Saharan Africa, that this shows that the origin of all of these Jewish people is sub-Saharan African, which shows that that because that's the oldest haplogroups of groups, that's who Israelites are, sub-Saharan Africans. Now he's using
and
that
so
to apply that. Hold on, hold on. He's using that
based
to
on his
apply. Hold on,
evidence,
hold on,
though.
hold on. Listen. He's using that to apply that for Jewish populations, but he's not using that to apply that for other. So really, what he's taking the data is he's taking the data and building an interpretation that's not supporting what
Well,
he's dealing
I
with. But
applied
Well, let
across
me
the board. He's
but
asking
hold
me
on.
for it.
So
hold on,
I
let me
James.
applied
let
across
me
the
Hold on,
finish. Let
board,
me
James.
finish. Let me finish.
Hey,
but
hold
I
on,
do
So
James.
apply it across the
so what
board.
I'm
You're wrong
doing
though.
is so what I
Go
hold
ahead.
on. So listen. What I'm doing is I'm taking the data and applying it how it should be applied. Is that there is no Israelite gene. There is none of that genes, none of that, but there is these mutations. So Africans in general, like he said earlier, it's a diverse place. Sub-Saharan
Hey,
Africa is a
Jeremiah,
diverse.
bring up that last source that I sent you. Keep going, Laurent.
All right,
Bring up
so
that last
Sub-Saharan
source I
Africa,
sent you.
Sub-Saharan Africa is a diverse place, right? So if you're gonna use that argument, you should use that with the Europeans too, because it's saying the paperwork is saying
I,
that at
I
this.
didn't I did
Hold on,
not
James.
use it with
James,
the Europeans.
Let me
You
say,
just haven't
James,
got there yet, brother.
Let me
And
say
that's the
something. Let me.
reason, because you keep trying. Hold up real quick, Seth. You keep trying to skip over the Jews to run to the Europeans, because you can't get around what I'm saying about the Jews, and it's making you so uncomfortable. You can't get. You keep trying to skip over them and get to Europe. I haven't got there yet. And when I start talking about the Ivory Bengal lady and all these other Romano British peoples, they sub-Saharan African.
I'm telling you in this paper
Uh,
though.
hey,
But hold on, no,
LeBron. Let
no.
me hold on.
What
Come
I
on,
wanted to
y'all.
do, well, you can come in, Self, because I'm just seeing if Jeremiah
Okay, but I want to
heard
make
me
sure
when I
I
said
respond.
put
I
that
want to
paper
hold on.
down.
I want to make sure that
I
I
heard you. I
respond. Hold
got
on.
you.
All right,
Hold
bet.
on. So what I'm saying is this: is he's trying to make
I know what he's trying to make. I just want to make my point, bro.
Go ahead.
That
Go ahead.
nobody want to let a nigga say shit.
Go ahead.
I'm saying. I see what James is saying, but the thing about what I'm seeing is James is saying that these people admixed with sub-Saharan Africans, so those people originated as Jews but admixed with sub-Saharan Africans, which is actually true if you believe that the Hebrews were black people, which I believe that they were black people. So if you don't believe that they're not black people, then what other people could they be, and what other people could they mix with not to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
black?
All right. So let me answer that.
right. So add mixture.
Hold
Hey, what's
up,
going on, y'all?
Kevin, bro.
Matter of fact, hold on. Go ahead, Kev. You got it.
Nah, he don't
Hey, what's
got it
happening?
because
All right.
he
No, you
hold
let
up
what's
real
called
quick.
talk. He can have it. Go ahead. He can talk. Go
Look,
ahead.
hold up a
Hey,
second.
so
I'm
admixture.
gonna finish off what I was doing before we invite
No, well,
somebody
hold on.
new
Let
on
me
to
go
come in
because
and jump
he
in the
can have
middle.
my
Hold
time
on.
then.
Look,
He
No,
can
Kevin
have
can
my
come
time
in,
then.
but
no.
LaRon, we
We
need you to
good.
finish
Hold
this
on, hold
one.
on, hold on, hold on. I want to make this
James is
clear.
right. James is right. He was
Hold on,
on
brother.
something.
Hold up, brother. Hold up, brother. I want to make this clear. This is James' show.
Thank
Yo,
you.
y'all need to make this understood. Is this James and LaRon
This is
talking, or can
James.
everybody?
Hold up, brother. Hold up. This is James' show. I just want to
Okay.
make that clear. All right.
So
So he's
James, can
gonna have it go
everybody
the way
jump
he want
in,
it to go.
or is it just y'all two talking?
Hold
Now,
up, King
I
Self. Go
I
ahead,
don't
James.
look. 1 second, real quick. Again, this is my show, bro, and I don't want people just coming in who I didn't even know was here and just in the middle of the conversation jumping in. If they want to talk, I'm gonna give
Can
them a
he ask a
chance to
question?
talk because I know LaRon needs backup right now.
Okay.
All right, so I don't have no issue with that. But what I want to do is finish off. That's it.
Yeah, answer my
Again,
question too.
LaRon has not presented anything that would show that the common ancestral population was not sub-Saharan African. He hasn't shown anything to show that these diverse Jewish populations did not pick up this signal at different time periods. That's my key thing. The fact that they pick up the signal at different time periods mean they must have mixed with this core ancestral population
That's the
when
only
that
thing it could mean.
population got there.
Man, come on, man.
Oh,
You gotta
oh, oh,
tell him
oh,
to chill, bro.
hey, hold up real quick, bro. What's wrong? When that population
I'm
got
talking
there.
about
Because
what
if
you
you
call
look at the look, everybody, it's cool, bro. If you look at when the Jews were exiled into Iraq, you will see that these quote unquote Iraqi Jews pick up this admixture at that time. That's what I'm pointing out. When you have pretty much Romans or Europeans, just in every other sense, in Israel, you find them picking up like amongst the Ashkenazi at that time. If the Ashkenazi, and I'm pinpointing them because LaRon has no question about their authenticity as Jews. My point is, if they are true and authentic Jews, they should have picked up this admixture just as far back as the Iraqi Jews have it, but they don't. It's very recent. And that's the point I want to hammer on and have him deal with.
Good point, James. You good point. You're right. Those Ashkenazi Jews that's over there right now in Israel, they should be showing some type of sub-Saharan DNA marker if they supposed to be the real Jews. You correct, and I agree on that.
How did you conclude to that?
Because the study says that the pre-exilic Jews, right, come from a
Hmm.
common ancestral population that was admixed with sub-Saharan African. Have you seen this study before, Kev?
I think I read that paper, but I don't recall it saying that.
Okay, well, I'll pull it up real quick and read it again. It's in it should be in, I think, the
Is this the one that where it says that it used the Yoruba type?
yes. I'm
Okay,
gonna
yeah. I think that paper was saying that there was admixture at one point, and based on the frequency of it being 3% or around that, that means that this admixture must have occurred sometime around um, 600 or 700 BCE.
it says pretty much that the common ancestral population, yeah, was admixed at that period between 8th
Right.
and 6th century BCE. That's what it
So
says with Yoruba DNA.
right. So this makes
Hmm.
historic sense, but it does not prove that they were black. And here's why.
What?
If you look at that report and then you combine that report with some of the claims that Derek Lang makes, then this makes
Hmm.
perfect sense. In Derek Lang's paper, he describes that there was a assault, or not an assault, but an influx of refugees that came from out of the time between the Assyrian and Babylonian captivities or the wars going on there. He believes in his paper that there were Jews that came from that area in the Levant and settled in and around that area and then eventually left at some time. Now, while they were there at that time, if they are choosing mates or getting mates from West Africa, then that would be possible. And that's where
Wait.
your
How do we
admixture.
assume this
Well, because
collection of mates from
here's the
West
way.
Africa?
Okay, because here's why. If you have, let's say for instance, If you have a Jewish
Hey, Kevin,
population,
let me say something real quick to you.
hold on, bro.
Oh,
Hold
no.
on.
Okay,
I'm
go
not
ahead,
gonna
go
say
ahead, my
finish
bad.
my thought.
No.
Go ahead.
If you have a Jewish population, right? Let's take a Jewish population, and let's put them over in Israel. Obviously, that's what they were, right? And then they go into another part of a land and they admix. Now, what does admix mean? That means that
No,
there was
I'm trying to figure
marriages.
out, Kev, maybe we talk past, in the land of Israel, right?
Uh-huh.
The people who left during the
Mm-hmm.
Assyrian and Babylonian exile would have had to been admixed with African, sub-Saharan African. I'm asking, where did they get the sub-Saharan African DNA from
Right. So this is what I'm getting
during the
to.
8th and 6th century?
Right. This is what I'm getting to. So
Okay.
if you look at Derek Lang's paper, his
Mhm.
paper, it assumes and he speculates. And if you look at the beginning of the paper, he first says, well, there's not enough evidence to go by. This is what people actually believe, but here's my take on it. And then he shows his take as to how the Hausa and Yoruba states, or the Oyo Yoruba in Africa, are actually refugees who came from that
No,
area.
I
And
understand that,
okay,
Kev.
cool, right.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the genetic paper that you're talking about, it shows that there was admixture with Africans at that time. Now, what does that
Wait a minute,
show?
Laurent. I mean, my bad, Kev. The issue I'm having with that is the Iraqi Jews would have never been connected with those people.
Well, what do
The
you mean the Iraqi Jews would never been connected to those
because
people?
because these people didn't go into and start the oil state in West Africa, then migrate back to Israel to get taken off into exile. They ran from
Absolutely,
exile
I know that.
into those regions. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Before that exile took place, this article is saying they were already admixed. Yours is post-exile. Mine's is
Right.
Exactly.
pre-exile.
Right.
Exactly.
That's what I'm getting to. The admixture does not prove that. Here's the
No,
basis.
I
Listen.
Hey,
understand.
Kev,
Look,
hold on,
I
hold on,
hear
hold on.
what you're
Hey, hold
Nah,
on,
saying,
hold
James. Let
on,
me
Kev.
man.
say
I
this.
haven't even
Kev,
got out my
where does it
thought yet,
come
man. Hold
from?
on.
Where does it
Keep
come from?
interrupting, saying this whole thing, and nobody really understands what's going on. When you have admixture with a people, that means that that the people integrated with those group of people. It doesn't go backward. For example, if you look at Yorubas, or if you look at any of the Yoruba people, do they have any admixture within them from Jewish people? No, they don't. Which goes to show that either they're mates, mitochondrial DNA, or in this case, I think the paper is talking about patrilineal DNA, which would be the Y chromosome, either went
Both.
over to them and married them. So the admixture happened from Yoruba people mixing in with them,
I
not
got you,
vice
but
versa.
Kevin, this is the issue. I,
So,
I understood that the first
man.
time you said that, Kevin. I understood it. This is the issue I think where our impasse is. Every event you're talking about takes place because of the refugees from the Assyrian exile. True or false?
Okay, repeat that now, James. Sorry, I was
I
typing
said
something.
the events you're talking about from Derek Lang are a result of the Assyrian captivity and going into exile, correct?
That's his speculation. That's his
Well, of course, but
speculation.
that's what his paper says. It's
Well,
speculation, but it's what you bring up to make sense. It's
well,
after the Assyrian exile, though, right?
no. That's not a definite date. That's the thing, though, James. Like for
Bro,
instance, if
look,
I say,
this is
James,
where
come
you're
on, man,
being
we
okay.
both
Which paper are
intelligent
you talking
brothers. We
about?
know how to dialogue.
Which
Okay,
paper
think
are you
about it,
talking
James.
about from Derek Lang? That's what I'm asking.
Well, right. So let's look at Derek Lang's book. Let's say for instance, let me just break it down to layman's. If let's say Derek Lang said that uh, based on onomastic evidence, which is actually based upon these people mixed in, or it had to be around these times, and he says that because he's trying to evidence that from the record that's mentioned in the document called the Dawans. You remember that?
I'm asking which paper by Derek Lang are
The
we
lost
talking
tribes
about so I can
the
pull
lost
it up?
tribes of Israel, and the foundation of the Hausa or Oyo Yoruba states. I think it says. Let me get the exact name.
Okay.
Hey
It's
James, after you get done, I want to ask something real quick.
all right.
Clarity.
So this is what it says right here.
Because
The paper is called Origin of the Yoruba and the Lost Tribes of Israel. He released this in 2011. It's from Anthropos 106 2011.
okay,
And so, yeah, so we've been through this paper a lot. We've been through this paper for years, you know. We
okay, but
talked
what
about
what
this.
time period is it talking about? That's my whole point.
Right. So,
And
right, this is his speculation. If you look at his introduction, he's talking about how Hinge and other like Baku and how they all agree and say that were these people from a Phoenician state? Were they just influenced because of Christianization, Hellenization, and Islamization? But then he concludes with his conclusion that he believes that uh, it was an attempt to try to erase maybe some of the assumptions that was made on how they actually got there. So he was coming up with his own conclusion,
Hmm.
saying that, well, it seems that these people had to show up there around the 8th century BCE.
Okay. Well, of course, I've read this. Me and you talked about this years ago. When I first ran across it, me and you had a long conversation, and we both know that this is talking about the Assyrian. We're like, even though he's speculating, you brought this up, not
Right.
me.
He's
You brought
speculating,
this
right?
up as a speculation. He's talking about them being refugees from
Mm-hmm.
the Assyrian exile. True or
Right.
false? Okay,
Yeah, he is.
so if he's
That's his
talking about them
speculation,
being
right?
refugees from the Assyrian exile, but the paper is saying even before that period they were already admixed, then what you're saying doesn't add up.
No, no,
Because
no, 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 no. I haven't completed my thought. Here's what I'm saying. If
yeah.
you look at this, is what I'm saying. Lang's paper is Exhibit A, right? Lang's paper is Exhibit A. The DNA paper that you mentioned is Exhibit B. Now, let's look at it. What I'm saying is a comparative
Why would
analysis here.
Derek Lang's paper take precedence when it's speculation?
None of them take precedence. What I'm
Okay, okay,
saying is
okay,
that
okay.
you look at both of those pieces to draw a conclusion on what occurred. And what I'm saying is this is what you can draw what occurred. You have Derek Lang's story, being that it's 100, 200 years off of a period that the DNA evidence shows,
Hmm.
goes to show that there is evidence that Jewish populations did go into West Africa. However, when you look at the DNA evidence, that admixture flows which way? Towards the West African way, towards the Yoruba, or did it flow towards the Jewish way? Obviously, towards the Jewish way. Because based on the DNA paper, which is Exhibit B, it shows
Hmm.
that there is admixture within their population showing Yoruba DNA.
I got
However,
you,
when
but
you look
Kevin,
at
this is
Yoruba,
I
I know, but
got you
hold
on
on,
that.
I want
So
to
the
finish the thought.
okay,
When you look at Yoruba DNA, however, and you sample all of Yoruba, do you find any Jewish DNA? You do not.
okay, but
Which goes to
it
show
would only
that
make
the
sense
mixture,
because Jews as a group typically did not marry outside their group. But when they
right?
did marry out, hold up, when they did marry outside their group, that group would have to take on their culture. So now you have
Okay, right.
evidence. Hold on, I got you. You have evidence now because
Mm-hmm.
there's nothing in Derek Lang's paper that ever talks about people from them going back to the land of Israel.
Well,
Nothing
right. No,
in
no,
that paper.
actually,
So
actually,
hold on,
actually,
let
it
me
does.
I'm trying to drive home my point now. You heard yours. So to me, it makes no sense because then the Iraqi Jews should not show evidence of this admixture because those people never came back with sub-Saharan African DNA to share it with the Iraqi Jews. It would have had to be the people that were already in the land, the people that were taken who have been in the land, that would have already had to have it, which is what the actual paper that isn't speculation, that is based on scientific data says. I'm going to take the evidence based on the scientific data to a higher precedence than I will on a person who is going back and putting together a oral history and trying to make it into a written history to find out about the Jewish presence in West Africa. I'm not saying Derek Lang isn't a good reference. I'm not saying it isn't someone that I would take into account when I'm looking at it because oral history is important, but it wouldn't be held up to the level of this paper, and
Hey
even if
James.
I did, it would actually further make my point than it would
Well,
yours because
Hey,
again,
excuse
there's
me.
no evidence of Yoruba peoples or West African peoples traveling back to the Levant, mixing with all of the Jews. So then, when they get taken into captivity, they can
well,
disperse West African DNA all over the
Hey,
world.
hey, let me. Hey James, let me
that's
interject. Let me interject. Let me interject
that
one
would
time,
be
bro. Let me interject one time because I want to. I've been waiting to ask this question to this dude Kevin ever since we got on, and he started talking. You know what I'm saying? Because
go
he
ahead,
he lost me with
go
something
ahead,
that he said in the beginning.
Go ahead.
you said that you agreed with what me and James was saying. Then you said, but it doesn't mean that they were black. So what
No,
I'm
I didn't.
asking
I
you
didn't say
is,
I
are
didn't
you
say I agreed
saying
with
that the
you.
sub-Saharan people were not black? Because James is bringing, he's saying that these people were sub-Saharan African with in their DNA before they went here. This was the originators of it. And you said that that necessarily doesn't mean that they're black. So are you saying that sub-Saharan people are not black, that they're white? That's what I wanted to ask.
That's a silly question because first off, I didn't agree with you on anything on that basis. I don't think you was listening to what was said. The only thing I said I agreed to was the admixture. Now, admixture does not denote that they used to be black or used to be white. It doesn't say that at all. Well, if
Correct.
you
It
read
just
the
says they
paper,
were
Okay,
if you
so
mixed.
read,
hold on,
Yeah.
James. So you're disagreeing with the sub-Saharan evidence. That's what you're disagreeing with.
no, I'm not. Listen carefully to what I'm saying. I
Okay.
not, bro. Uh, let me, James. Let me get back to you, man.
All
So,
right. Um.
if
Go ahead.
you look at the admixture is what? When one group of population mixed in with another.
Correct.
Because guess what? Do you find the admixture on the haplogroups?
On which ones?
On Y or MT?
What do you mean? I'm trying to
Okay,
ask you
so
which you
the
saying do
the
I
Jewish
find admixture
population,
on the
the Jewish
haplogroup? Are you saying do I find sub-Saharan admixture on one and not the other, or the reverse? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What do you mean?
right? No problem. So let's look at one group. Let's look at the Jewish group, right?
Okay.
So we're looking at their Y chromosomes and we're looking at their mitochondrial I'm sorry, we're looking at the Y haplogroups and the mitochondrial, the MT
Correct.
haplogroups. Now, this admixture of 3%, that's of Yoruba.
Mm-hmm.
Which of those are they in? Are they in the Y or the MT?
Both.
They're in both. Okay,
Yes.
absolutely, which is fine. This is typical of migration patterns. You find this in all people. Now, the Jewish people that they tested, this sampling, and I'm assuming this is Ashkenazi, right, from what I remember.
But hold on, okay. I know you're getting back to me, but I want to make sure we're clear that there is no evidence of Yoruba coming into Israel and mixing in with that general population. There's none whatsoever. There's
Hell, he
evidence of
still ain't answer
Jews
my
going
question.
down. Hold up,
Right.
there's
Now
evidence of Jews
no,
going
that's what I'm
down and
saying.
mixing into West Africa, if you want to use
Mhm.
their claim, but no evidence of the reverse, which would be required for your hypothesis you put forth at first to be accurate.
Right. So here's my question. Within the
No,
Yoruba,
no, not a question. I
why?
just want you to recognize that for a
The
moment,
paper actually says out of
that your
Africa.
hypothesis is
Hold,
deeply lacking in a crucial area to even make
No,
sense.
James, I don't think you're hearing me what I'm saying. Okay, for example, if you see admixture, okay, let's look at the Yoruba DNA. If you look at Yoruba DNA today, both Y and MT, all of the L's and all of the variations of E1B1A from EV38, do we see any admixture within them from a Jewish population?
I haven't heard of any.
When they're right, exactly, right? But going the other way, when we look at the Y and MT DNA of Jewish people, do we see admixture of Yoruba? We
Which
do.
proves Yoruba were in the original
Right.
population. That's all it proves.
All it proves is that Yoruba people mixed in with Jewish
No,
populations. That's
no, it
all it
does. Look,
proves.
okay, if that's true, this is my issue. If we look at all of the diverse Jewish populations, what else
Uh-huh.
do they have in common?
Right. Well, that would be a bigger
No,
problem then.
no, because what you just again, what you keep doing
What,
is flipping something.
bro,
So
I'm
what
not
I
flipping,
want you to
James.
do is
I'm not
bring up
flipping
this
anything.
paper of someone who actually worked on this research paper being questioned about the research paper.
Okay, hold
Because
on, James.
what's been
James.
happening is LaRon made up his pretty
Uh-huh.
hypothesis. You made up your pretty hypothesis.
No, bro,
Let's
I
see
wasn't
what the
done.
head student who did the research, what she has to say.
Well,
You
the
Because
was in,
first,
you're in touch with her.
uh, uh,
right.
hey,
So the
Hold on,
first,
Jeremiah,
LaRon,
if you got that
LaRon.
source I just dropped to you, could you pull it up real quick?
Here's the, okay. Why
Hey,
pulls it
hold
up?
up, Kev. Again,
okay, let him talk to you.
it's
Pull up the source,
it's
bro.
my show. I'm letting him pull up the source,
Hey,
and then I'm gonna
we
talk
can get off
about
the
it.
show and go start a show, nigga. It don't even matter.
What in,
Okay,
We
if
not
come
that's
on,
rapping.
what
G.
y'all
Nah,
want to
G.
do,
Don't
that's
start.
y'all
Don't
business.
do
Y'all
that.
free
Hold
to
on.
do as
Do your
y'all want.
thug,
I'm not here
Yaron.
to make
We
you
ain't
stay
gonna
or
trip.
go.
Trust me, we ain't.
But
The source ain't
if
gonna
it
trip.
is for clarity, which Jeremiah made clear to y'all, this is my show, which means I have a right to moderate it and
Nigga,
direct it
this
as I
our
choose.
show, nigga. It's supposed to be our show. We came on this show together.
Brother, you ain't part of the source. Be
You ain't
quiet.
part of the show. It's
Man,
supposed to be
come on,
Hey,
our
come
man.
on,
show,
Now
man.
you
nigga.
want to
Hey,
be
all
part of
right,
the
G
source.
man.
Man, stop
Just
playing.
come on, man.
Anyway,
All right.
hey, you got that article up?
Well, I'm on my phone right now.
No, I'm talking to Jeremiah.
I ain't a part of the
Okay,
source
got you.
when I'm a judge of the source, nigga.
Just because you're a judge don't mean you're a
Right,
part of
shut
it,
up,
man.
man.
Stop
Everybody
playing.
trying to hear that. I'm in the source group. Every source
Hey,
group
look,
there is
either you gonna calm
But
down or we
if
gonna have to
you
Hey,
remove
yeah,
you.
hold on, G.
if
Just
you
I'm
calm down
talking
for
to
if
a
you
second
Kev.
want to be
because
part of the
If
source,
you don't mind
I
talking to
wanna,
Kev, Kev is
I
then
reading.
you
wanna.
got to get jumped in. If you want to be part of the source, 60
Okay,
seconds
I
hold
on
on.
guess
paper.
Jeremiah might have
Man,
walked
I've
off, so
been jumped in,
I'll
man. I've
read.
been jumped in since but listen.
All right, cool. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read this right here myself. Since I guess Jeremiah has hopped off, I'll read it. Anyone can look it up. I'm gonna say the title is from forward.com. This is a Jewish publication.
Okay,
Okay, so it ain't nothing that I'm doing. This is clearly a Jewish publication. It says genes tell the tale of Jewish ties to Africa. All right.
right.
It says so. I'm gonna start right here. Now, a new scientific paper offers a genetic timeline that could support these biblical tales. The paper builds on two studies published last summer that were the first to use genome-wide analysis to trace the history of the Jewish people through DNA. It demonstrated that there was a biological basis for Jewishness, said Harry Oyster, director of the Human Genetics Program at the New York University School of Medicine, who led one of the studies. So now, when you hear
Okay.
them talking about there's no genetic basis for it, they're liars. These Jewish people say there is one. And let me continue. Among its findings, Oyster's paper indicate that Jews have African ancestry. Let me go ahead and read that first part again. It demonstrated that there was a biological basis for Jewishness, said Dr. Harry Oyster. All right, now let me get back down to the paragraph right under. Among its findings, Oyster's paper indicates that Jews have African ancestry, an observation that David Reich, associate professor of genetics at Harvard Medical School, and his colleagues decided to explore further. Reich's team analyzed more than 500,000 DNA markers across the entire genomes of people from 7 diverse Jewish populations,
James,
including
what's the name of this paper?
uh, genes tell the tales of Jewish ties to Africa. All right, Reich's team analyzed more than 500,000 DNA markers across the entire genome of people from 7 diverse Jewish populations: the Ashkenazim from North Europe, Sephardim from Italy, Turkey, Greece, Mizraim, Iraq, and Iran. They then compared the genetic data to 15 sub-Saharan African populations. Reporting in April issue of Plus Genetics, the researchers found that modern day Jews can attribute 3 to 5% of their ancestry to sub-Saharan Africa. Excuse me. And that and that the exchange of the genes between Jews and sub-Saharan Africans occurred approximately 72 generations or 2,000 years ago. Uh, Priya Morjani, a doctoral student in Reich's labs who led the research, was surprised that the degree of African DNA was so consistent across the various Jewish populations. She had expected, for example, that North Africa and Middle Eastern Jews would have a greater degree of genetic mingling than Europeans based on their geographic proximities. So the findings, Morjani said, may point to a shared ancestry among various Jewish groups. It it definitely suggests that most Jewish populations have a common ancestral population, which again was admixed with sub-Saharan Africa. Although the Harvard team couldn't determine where exactly the exchange of genes took place, the results complement historians' understanding of the Jewish narrative. This is interesting and it gives food for thought, said Mormon Stillman, a professor of Judaic history at University of Oklahoma. Does it prove something historically specific beyond the fact that we know Jewish blood was open to some extent throughout history? No, but it fits in with the rest. Lawrence Schiffman, professor of Hebrew and Judaic studies at Yeshiva University, said two periods came to mind could support the genetic findings. During the First Temple period, between 950 and 600 BCE, and they say it could be possibly due to Solomon's contact, not your analogy, but Solomon's contact with Africa. Uh, Another one questions it due to the, I'll read it, mixing populations could have been placed a bit later during the period of 320 BCE to 30 BCE when Jews lived all over the Mediterranean shore and could have come into contact with Africans. So they throwing out pretty much different suggestions for how it could have happened without knowing. Yet, even though the biblical accounts offer possible explanation for Wright's findings, Schiff stresses that he and other social scientists can only offer historical interpretations of genetic data. The facts are the ones that the scientists are developing, and the theories are what historians have. So they don't have any explanation for when the admixture took place, but they're sure that the entire Jewish population was admixed, or at least
Well,
pre-exilic.
that. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
No. You can go ahead now.
That's Bible. Again, notice here, and I'm looking at another paper that Oyster also wrote as well. Oyster's paper, he also wrote another paper called The Population Genetics of the Jewish People. Mm-hmm. And he too also did a sampling of Jewish DNA compared to European DNA as well as African DNA. And if you look at the sampling that he actually did in his paper, is mostly with those in North Africa. Although some people from Sub-Saharan Africa did go up and mingle with the populations in North Africa. This is all he's saying, is that there was admixture.
Okay, but hold up. But again, we're talking about the pre-exilic, and that's where I think the folks get lost. You're talking. Your only example was post-exilic.
No,
not pre-exilic.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, it's not.
Okay, so what example is pre-exilic? Go ahead.
You mean what example is pre-exilic?
What example do you have to show how the Yoruba could have mixed with the Israelites, since you're trying to infer it was that way? Pre-exile period.
Right. So here's the thing that I'm saying. If you find, even if you find admixture, if it's pre-exilic, or if you find evidence of admixture that is post-exilic, you have to look at the nature of what admixture is. All admixture is when, listen carefully. All admixture is when one group of people mix in with another. It does
I
not
understand
mean that
what
those
admixture
people
means. Look.
Right. The only
let's not
way...
treat each other like 5-year-olds.
Okay, hold on. Bro. You have to let me finish my point.
You have to well enough to know that we know what admixture means.
Yeah,
the issue we're having is your hypothesis that you presented to me to explain this admixture event fails.
No, it did not. No, bro,
if
you not let me finish my point, it does not fail. You're not listening to what you're
reading. Okay, cool.
Okay,
then let me answer my question, Kevin. What pre-exilic event can you point to account for the admixture? That's all I'm asking you.
I got that information if you don't say
it. Right. Hold on. Let me get to this. All right. So what I'm saying is this. I'm not arguing for pre-exilic or post-exilic. That's not what I'm arguing here. What I'm arguing is the nature itself, according to science, what admixture is. And you can come on, bro. I gotta let me finish my point. You can easily come to this conclusion and understand what it is by simply looking at the haplogroups. And when you look at the haplogroups of Y and mtDNA of Yoruba peoples, even with all the L mitochondrial haplogroups within it, you find none in the Jewish population. You find admixture where?
James, can I chime in?
At this point, hold on, man. Come on. Because I'm at this point. I started this to deal with LeBron. The point is, again, when I brought up the fact that the admixture event took place, look, I know what admixture is. All,
Or what is
all
it?
okay. Again, well, say
Man,
I know what admixture is. Okay.
Right.
All this is saying is that an event took place where these two groups met and they had
Of
kids.
course. Right. Of
Okay,
course.
so
I
cool.
agree.
So that's my whole point in being frustrated when
Okay.
instead of
Okay,
you
bro.
answering my question, you just say, "Oh well, this is just admixture," and try to talk to me like
Okay.
I'm a 5-year-old.
I'm
I
not
know what
trying
the
to
hell
look, James. I'm
admixture
not. Hold
is.
on, James. I'm
Oh,
not
no,
trying to
no, no.
do
What
that.
I want is an answer to my question, so I'm gonna
I
put it
did
out there
answer your
again.
question. I answered
Do
your
you
question.
have
I
an
said,
event to
okay.
explain the pre-exilic
Uh huh.
DNA, sub-Saharan African DNA, that is said to be in these Israelites? If you do not have an event, that is okay, but don't sit
I,
here and try to act like you're accounting for something when
No,
you're
bro.
only. Oh, I'm almost done,
Famine,
and then when your only
famine.
explanation was to use Derek Lang, who was talking about post-Assyrian exile.
No, bro, because here's the
Go ahead.
problem. Let me finish
I
what I'm
answer
gonna tell
for
you.
him.
I've never
Famine.
been able to finish
hold
what I'm
on.
saying, man. Just let me say what I'm saying. It'll make perfect sense to you.
Because you ain't answering my question. If you ain't
I
gonna answer
did.
my
Listen,
question,
okay,
what you
I'm
here
answering your
for?
question. James, come on, man.
Famine.
Don't do this. Don't do
James.
this.
Famine.
What you
Listen, man.
mean?
Okay,
You
listen.
say
It's
don't
very,
do
very,
this,
it's
but
very
y'all
There
go
ain't
simple.
on
no
shows,
famine, man.
talk behind people's
Hold on, man.
backs,
Hold
say
on.
this,
It's very
that, and this
simple.
about
It's
it. Now that I got you on here to account for the things y'all say, you want to be like, "Oh, brother, don't do
no,
this."
James, listen closely to what I'm saying, bro. If people just listen carefully,
Look,
you'll hear
all I
exactly what
want
I'm
is
saying.
one event. Look, if you ain't finna answer and give
I'm
me an
about to
event,
answer your
then
question,
then be
bro. I'm
quiet.
about to
I can
answer
go
your
back to
question.
LaRon and finish him off, and we can
Bro,
close
I'm
off this
about to
show.
answer your
Because
question,
I'm
James.
beyond frustrated with
James.
the amount
Okay.
of arrogance you have to show to
Bro,
come
no,
on
I'm
someone
not
else's
how am I
show
showing arrogance,
and
man?
not answer their question. A
James,
simple
I'm about to
question
answer the
about
question
an
for you
event.
right now, man. All right, listen, James, you
Look,
asked me a
I'm gonna
specific
give you a
question.
chance, but I need to
The
hear about an
evidence,
event. Go ahead.
okay, okay, listen to me what I'm saying here. This is what I'm saying. That you asked me a
If it
question.
ain't an
The
event,
question is
look.
this.
If it ain't an event, I'm gonna
Name
ask
a
him to remove him from
bro.
the call.
I'm about to answer your
Don't repeat.
question, James. Come
Please
on,
don't
bro.
repeat
Come on,
yourself,
man. What's up
Cause
with
Kevin.
you?
Please don't
he
repeat
keep going
yourself,
through the
Kevin.
same stuff he said earlier. Just
All right,
name
check
the
it out.
Please
event
don't repeat
and the
yourself,
No,
time
Kevin.
period.
listen to
That's
what I'm
it.
saying, man.
James, just let him answer. Let him go ahead and
All
answer.
right,
Come on,
let me
bro.
answer. The
Bro, I'm
question you
beyond
asked me is
frustrated with him
this.
dancing around that question.
I
Man,
know,
I'm
bro. I know.
answering it, man.
Damn, man. Steady crying, man.
All right,
LaRon,
listen.
LaRon,
So
you
you asked me
wanted
the
Kevin to come
question. You
save
asked me
you,
the
and he can't even
question.
answer the
Where's my
question.
Damn,
evidence?
let the nigga answer, man. You steady
You
All
talking.
right,
asked me the question.
hey,
Why does
can you
okay,
remove
James? You gonna let me
LaRon
answer the question or not,
from the
man?
back? Cause he's interrupting the show.
All right, hold on, James. G-Con, just chill for a little bit. I'm gonna answer the question for him. All right, you asked me this question. Correct me if I'm wrong. I want to repeat the question. I'm gonna use the RAV format, right? I'm gonna repeat the question. I'm gonna answer it. I'm gonna show a therefore,
Man,
and
this
then
shit
go
is
from there. All right.
ridiculous, bro.
Now, the question you asked me was, where is my evidence of the admixture pre-exilic? Is that what you
Hold on,
asked me?
James. No, that's not what he asked you. He asked
No,
you for an
my
Okay,
question,
repeat the
my
event.
question. Repeat
James,
the
hold on,
question.
stop. He asked you for an event that happened to make them
Okay.
admixed. He asked you for an event, a
yeah, because
Okay.
specific event.
wait, let me
All right,
say
no
it though,
problem. I'm
because
about
I
to
don't
answer
want
that
no
question. I'm about to
conflation
answer that
of it.
question. I'm about to
No,
answer that
because that
question.
ain't my question.
Do I have?
Look,
All
that
right, go
wasn't
ahead and
my
repeat it,
Kevin.
James.
Okay, thank you. That was not my question.
All right.
Again, I want to. I know you know the background, but I want to highlight it for the audience. When I first brought up about the 8th and 6th century BCE admixture amongst Israelites, your explanation was, "Hey, Derek Lang said the Israelites traveled down here and started like the Oyo state, and that's the explanation for how the admixture happened." I had two issues with that, Kevin. The
Okay.
first issue was in Derek Lang's paper, he never mentions of these people traveling back to mix with the indigenous population that's still in Israel. So we have no accounting for how during the because this is for the northern kingdom. And so we have no accounting for how the southern kingdom would have picked up this DNA to be in the Iraqi Jews. So that was my first issue. My second issue was your event was after the DNA evidence. The
Mm-hmm.
DNA is pre-exilic. Your event was post-exilic. So what I'm asking
Right.
is for an admixture event that could have taken place that was pre-exilic that you can point to.
Right. So here's my answer to that. I did not. I'm not concerned, and I don't have the answer for pre-exilic event. Here's what I'm saying. You're asking me for that, and that's not what I provided. What I came up here to provide is
Duh.
basically I used Derek Lang's research to show the correlation to groups migrating and them admixing. Then I asked you the question, how does admixing work? And what you said verbatim is what? When two groups of people meet together. That's
Okay.
what I'm pointing out. Admixture
Okay.
occurs when two different group of people mix together. So if the argument is ultimately that West Africans are Jews, they wouldn't be two different groups.
Okay, this is the issue we're having.
It's,
This is what
it's as
makes it
simple
so
as that.
clear. You're assuming this is what happened. You're assuming
It's
the
just as
people
simple as
who are
that.
all right. Come on, Kev, are you gonna listen?
All
Or you
right, go
gonna
ahead.
laugh? All right, cool. He's gonna laugh like a girl.
All right, that's
All
cool,
right.
man. You know.
The issue we're having is that the people you're assuming that these people are true and authentic Jews. I'm leaving it open and saying I'm looking at the evidence and showing the least common denominator of all these diverse Jewish populations is sub-Saharan African DNA. I also presented a paper from them themselves attesting to the genetic basis for Jewishness being this sub-Saharan African connection. That's what they say. This ain't me. This ain't
That's
me
cool.
picking saying, "Oh, well, this is how I feel and I'm going to present this to you." No.
Okay.
This is what Harvard medical students say. Uh,
Okay.
New York University professors say. This isn't my
Okay.
personal opinion. They say the
Well,
connection is through the African DNA. I'm
that's
saying
cool.
that that is the least common denominator. It makes sense that that be at its root, at its origin, because it's the
Right.
least common denominator.
Right.
Yours fails to account for Iraqi Jews' DNA. Because
Right.
again, Derek Lane doesn't postulate they ever came back up into Israel.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right.
Is that correct?
So let me ask you this
No, no, no.
question
Hold
then.
on, hold on. Look, Kev. I know you cutting in, but I want to make sure we're concise and clear. Derek Lane does not speculate or postulate that they returned. Correct?
That's true. That's true. He does
Okay,
not.
so cool. So we have
So
no way for the Iraqi Jews to have this signal because no one from West Africa returned to mix with the people in Judea to give them the signal to be later taken
I,
into exile with. We have
you're
no.
absolutely right. You're
That's
absolutely
why I
right.
keep saying your argument fails.
No, it
As
doesn't. I'm gonna tell you why it doesn't fail. Let me say why.
okay, then so what's okay? Hold up, because this is what you have to do,
Bro.
Kevin. You have to present evidence of the people traveling up into Judea and mixing with them.
Right
You
here. So
got
here's
it.
my hold on, G-Con.
You
Hold on,
got it. You
G-Con.
got it,
So
Kev.
here's my basic question. Here's my basic question though, James. Check this out. Now, the Jewish groups that were tested, what groups were found with the 3% admixture?
Hey, James, let
Excuse
me
me.
read this, bro. Let me read this, bro.
Well, hold on, you gonna answer my
This is
question?
from this is from Edmund. This is from Edmund D. Morel. This is from Edmund D. Morel, right?
Okay.
And this is from his book called Affairs of West Africa.
All right.
Okay. So this is what James was asking you, right? Very simple. And you don't everybody don't always have to have the source right there in front of them. But this is what he was asking. He said, this is what he says. He says he concluded that after the overthrow of the Hyksos rules of Egypt, many of the Hebrew kinsmen found their way into the interior of Africa by way of Libya. He he remarks a few pages later that the Hebraic flavor, if one may put it so, would seem to permeate many of the Fulani customs, has been recorded by many observers. Here's another historian, right? Here's another historian. Now check out what this historian says. This is Maurice Abidi, okay, a French historian, asserts the Shemitic origins of the Fulani of the Niger cannot be questioned. He believes Jews from North Africa also joined their brethren many years later in the 2nd century CE
Mm-hmm.
to found the Empire of Ghana.
Okay.
Professor William thinks it therefore is not surprising to find the Fulani also living in the neighboring lands of the Cameroons and Senegal. So that right there, right, from more than one historian,
Mm-hmm.
gives the account that the migration period went into what we would call Yoruba land, not Yoruba leaving from wherever they are, or the people in that particular land that we call Yoruba land, moving into the so-called Shemitic land, or let's just say Jerusalem,
Right.
Israel, to be able to mix, as you would say, the admixture, repeating these other people.
Right.
Kind of cut. You just
Right,
cut.
right. Hold on.
No,
Hey, Jay, I want to answer
Ron,
that
be
question.
quiet.
I want to answer that question. Okay. So the two historians you quoted, notice that their claims are North African or other types of Jewish people entered into the land. On the second account that you said that North African Jews, who would have been Jewish Berbers, actually went down there in the 2nd century CE. Guess what? That's still them coming to another group of people. And the question I asked James earlier, when
That's
you
who
look at the
coming to.
papers,
That's who coming to another group of people. Who?
those are Jews coming into where West Africans are.
Oh, okay.
They're already
Is that
there.
not what
None of
James was
this
asking you,
seems.
sir?
I think that people are
Well, right,
trying
right.
so
Hold on,
hard
hold on, hold
to.
on. I'm answering.
Okay, go ahead, Kev.
Right. That's what James was asking me, and that's the point I came up with. Admixture only occurs when you have two different groups of people that
We
clash
all
and
know
unite
that,
at
Kevin.
some
Come
in
on,
some point.
bro.
So what
Man,
I'm
let him
showing
finish
here,
though, bro.
He been repeating himself the whole
right? That's
time.
bro.
But
But
Everybody
you don't
heard
let
this
him
but
all.
finish
okay, but
though,
that's
bro.
what if
You ain't have to repeat. Let him
bro.
finish.
Hey, look,
Listen,
LaRon,
I
this
don't
is my
understand why y'all
show,
like
bro. If
this,
I
man.
tell
For
somebody
real,
don't
because
repeat yourself,
admixture
that's
is real
fine. I
simple.
can say that, bro. What
Well,
I'm
hold
saying
on.
is
Let me
I
ask
want
you a
new
question.
information
Not
going out
hold
to
the
the
proper
people
show then,
instead
bro.
of one person constantly repeating the same thing. We all understand that how admixture works. No one is
Right, bro.
stupid to live in America and not know how admixture works.
We know that, but again, admixture can only happen if one group of people mix with another. And the
Oh,
point that
Kev,
I'm
tell us
making
something
in
we don't
saying
know.
that, the point that I'm making in saying that is that you have Jewish populations who admix with African populations. But your argument isn't your argument that the West Africans are Jews? How could a group mix in with the
When would
South?
have I ever argued all the West Africans are Jews? This is ridiculous. My argument is this
God
simple.
Or
My
damn.
argument
any
is this
West
simple.
Africans?
The original Jewish population
Uh-huh.
was admixed with sub-Saharan African.
Right.
So much to
So
the degree that everywhere they went, they left the stain of sub-Saharan African residue with people calling themselves Jews who didn't have this biological basis for being a Jew before they admixed with the people, before the Israelites went there. You
so then
again, which no, I'm on. You
Hold on,
brought
wait.
up
He
this
finished. I gotta go.
crazy
So I'm gonna make my
hypothesis
closing statement.
about somehow sub-Saharan Africans traveled their asses up into the Levant and mixed with the Jews with no evidence to back it up except something saying the exact opposite of what you
I'm not making that
hypothesized.
claim
It's
though.
clear.
I'm not
It's
making that
clearly
claim. They
saying they
did.
left from
Hold on, you
Israel,
guys.
went to
I
West
gotta get ready.
Africa, not West Africa to Israel. This is
Let me let
clear.
me let me make my
If it's
closing
only
statement.
for the
Okay.
if it's only in the African region, the Mizrahi Jews shouldn't have had it. The Jews in Italy shouldn't have had it. The Jews in Turkey, they shouldn't have this signal. But because the signal is so ancient that even when we go to the Irani Jews and Iraqi Jews, it is on them. And then it doesn't appear until a later time period on the Ashkenazis, a later time period on the Italians,
Well,
who clearly says that this African signature is at its root. Does anybody disagree with that?
All right. So
well,
hold on. Let me make my closing statement because I gotta go. I told you I had
I
to go.
want to know if anybody disagrees with what
All right,
I
that's cool.
said. I don't
But
care
but that's
what you
something.
want to do, LeRon. This ain't
Hold
your
on.
show.
But you said. But listen. You said I gotta make my closing
I
statements,
didn't
right?
look. I just asked the question. After that question is answered, LeRon can make closing statements.
No.
Does anybody disagree with what I just said?
But hold on, bro. If I gotta go and I'm telling you, let me make my closing statement. I said I'll be out at
Brother, you
3:25.
gave the floor to Kevin. All
Right.
right.
So hold on. So
So
let
I'm
me. Y'all can
asking a
still speak
question
when I'm
after
gone,
it's
but let me
answered.
make my closing
Then,
statements.
look, just go, LeRon. Like you told me
No, it's
a
just
minute ago
gonna
on
be
my
clear, bro.
own show.
Listen,
Just leave.
listen,
You can do the
listen.
same thing.
It's gonna be clear,
Kev, do you disagree with what I just said?
No, I do not disagree with what you said.
hold on.
No, I do
I
not.
ain't. I'm talking to
Who's
Kev.
he at? Who's James asking? He asking.
Okay, I'll
He
ask it
said you
again.
can.
I'll say it again. Again, all I'm saying is that the pre-exilic Jews were admixed with sub-Saharan African to the extent that everywhere the Jews was exiled to, people claiming to be Jews are left with the signal of sub-Saharan African admixture. Peoples who haven't, like the study, if you read it, would say these people
Nigga,
haven't
move it.
seen
Come on,
each
nigga.
other
Yeah, get on here,
since
man.
the exilic periods, and they both still carry this African marker put on their DNA at different time periods. I'm saying the only way that can be explained is if sub-Saharan African DNA is at its root, like it
But that's
says,
the
a
thing.
common ancestral population. But go ahead, what you saying?
Well, that's what I'm saying though, James. I don't think any of those papers is saying that it was this like they were originally sub-Saharan African, and
I
then
didn't say the paper said. Look, this is the issue.
I know
I didn't say the
I'm saying that
paper says
that
that. I'm saying
right. I'm
I
saying
draw
that
that conclusion from the paper.
right. That's but the paper's not saying that. All the paper is saying is that these people who always been the people they've been at that period, whether you want to say post pre-exilic or post-exilic, admixed with people who were sub-Saharan Africans. Nothing wrong
Okay,
with that.
okay, then explain this
So
for me. This is where we have an impasse, and that's why I keep trying to bring it to this, but y'all keep deflecting when I do. Why do the Ashkenazis not show this signal before 2,000 years ago? The Iraqi Jews show it as far as 3,600 years ago. So why don't the
so
Ashkenazi Jews show it before 2,000 years ago?
Because
Please
because
explain
the
that to me.
difference
well,
because hold on, Kevin. Let me answer this.
I'm talking to Kev, man. You said you was leaving.
It can't even close out, fam. I've been trying to close out
Oh,
for
you
the.
finna close out? Oh, then go ahead.
I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
no,
I
no.
thought
I'm
you
saying I've
already
been
left.
trying.
Go ahead,
Right,
close
I've
out.
been trying to. Yeah. So, anyways, can I say something? What? Because
I
we
just
can't.
told you to close out, brother. You said you're closing out. Please close out so we can finish
All
the
right, all right,
conversation.
all right. So cool. So my final thought on this, what my question is that as I stated before, uh, James is looking at some information and he's interpreting something different from what the papers is actually saying
And
because
y'all ain't been able to illustrate it.
he's trying to bring a conclusion out of the paperwork that's not there. And so when he starts, so now if you notice he says something about the Iraqi Jews, but then he says, well, over time did DNA dissipates or whatever, something he said or
So
whatever.
what?
Well, okay, well if that is the case, then these Jewish populations that we see over time, and those Iraqi Jews have more closeness and been more separated and have been at a later.
They don't
Are
have
you gonna ask?
closeness.
Look, you said you was gonna answer my question about the
Bruh,
Ashkenazis. Answer the question, bro.
I ain't like, what is you on, bro? Like you tripping.
All right, all right. Let me repeat the question. Maybe you confused. I
No,
said,
you know,
why does the Iraqi Jews
later
show the
on,
signal
it's gonna tell
of
you on.
admixture
man,
3,600 years
Hey, you better
ago,
take your
but the
show down.
Ashkenazis don't before 2,000 years ago?
You better take your show down because we finna clown this brother later on. There's gonna be
That's
about 30,
cool.
40
Look,
people.
nobody's
We
gonna come see your show. Nobody
Well,
watches your
I
show.
bet you we had like 30 to 40 people in
All
there. How
right,
much?
cool. Look, LaRon.
all
Bye,
right,
bro.
man. Listen,
Can y'all
y'all,
please
G, you
remove
don't need to do
LaRon
that,
so me
man.
and Kevin can finish a constructive conversation?
Hey, Jeremiah, get rid of LaRon, man. James
Thank you.
said
Nah,
get rid of him.
Hey, all right, Kev. My question is, if
go
the
ahead.
Iraqi Jews show the mark on them as far back as 3,600 years ago, why do the Ashkenazi Jews not show it on them prior to 2,000 years ago? And I want to remind you of the paper I just read that said there is a biological basis for Jewishness, and they tie it to Africa, not me. They tie it to Africa, the biological basis for Jewishness. Go ahead.
All right, no problem. So your question is, just to make sure I understand it correctly, is that you're saying that every distinct group of Jews that there are, they're showing this 2 to 3% admixture that occurred pre-exilic, but yet the Ashkenazi group is exclusive from that and doesn't have that.
I'm gonna say it again. So I want to make sure I'm saying 30. I want to put numbers on 3,600 years ago.
That would have been 1600 BCE, right?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
not 1600 BC. Well,
Maybe 15,
yeah, about
14,
six. Uh, yeah,
around the time of the
roundabout.
Exodus.
Up until I think they say about. Let me grab it from the thing.
Now that's about around the time of the Exodus.
Not around the time of the exit. Let me see.
Well, I mean, if we're dating the Exodus at 1453, which I know you accept that date, and we know
Actually,
that
I'm
the time
12.
of
It's
Joseph.
2,600 years ago. My mistake. Not 36. 26.
Oh, so if it's
It's
2,600
right
years
here. It
ago, we're
says
talking 600
it's
BCE.
intriguing that the Mizrahi, Irani, and Iraqi Jews, who are thought to descend at least in part from Jews who were exiled to Babylon about 2,600 years ago, share the signal of African admixture. Now, 2,600 years ago, which is around the time the Jews went into Babylonian exile, they have this admixture. Why don't the Ashkenazis have it going back that far?
Well, here's a couple of conclusions that we can draw. According to that time period, what was going on with the state of Israel at that time?
Brother, answer my question. I'm not answering a
I
single
am
question
answering
until
your
I get an
question.
answer.
I am answering your question. What are you talking about? What was
Well,
going on at the time
I
with the
find it
Israelites?
rude to answer a question with a question unless you ask permission to do so, and I'm not
here's
giving
what
you
I'm gonna say.
permission
This
to
the
ask me a
important
question.
thing to put is this: the Ashkenazi Jews may not have. I don't think they even have the same migrational patterns as the rest of those Jews. We know that around that time there were two major captivities that took place. We know that the Assyrian captivity took place at 722, and then the Babylonian captivity took place. And then from that point on, we had a lot of Jews that were scattered. According to the biblical theology, we know it was the northern tribes. Now,
So
I don't
Ashkenazi
think
Jews are Northern Kingdom?
possibly. Now,
That's your argument? Okay, then
What
how did the
the
Northern
hell?
Kingdom?
no. I'm saying that Ashkenazi could not have been a part of the northern kingdom.
You say they could have what?
They could not have been a part of the northern kingdom. That's a possibility.
Okay, so they couldn't have been part of. So okay, so then look,
Right.
you still. I think maybe you're missing it. There's a 600-year gap here, right? 600 years before the Ashkenazis ever showed this signal whatsoever on their DNA. The Iraqi Jews, they have this signal. The only way that it makes sense that the Ashkenazis don't have it is if they didn't pick up the signal, which connects all the other Jewish populations till later, right?
What signal are we talking about? We're talking about the African admixture?
Yes, I'll read it again. Let me read it one more time. It says, Mizrahi, Iraqi Jews who are thought to descend in part, which means they're mixed, from Jews who were exiled about 2,600 years ago, share the signal of African admixture. And again, I point back to the forward article that says the biological basis they found for Jewishness is the African ancestry. That's not what I'm saying. You know, LaRon got on here saying that I'm drawing something out that ain't there, but it is there. It's in the article that I read and presented that they consider the biological basis for Jewishness to be tied to Africa. Why don't the Ashkenazi have the biological basis when the Irani Jews or Iraqi Jews do? The only answer to that is because they picked up the signal from the original group later. Right?
Yeah, that's a possibility, but that doesn't prove
Okay,
anything.
what's the other possibility then?
Well, there's no possibility. Think about it. You're talking
how's there
about
no possibility? That makes no rational
James,
sense.
man, would you let me answer the question, man? Why do you keep
Oh, you said
that?
no. So I
You
thought
just-
that was
because
it.
I'm telling you why I'm telling you why I'm saying no. Can I give you that? I mean, what in the world?
But no is an answer. So go ahead.
No, right. No, because again, we're talking about admixture with other populations of people.
Fuck, bro. This shit is crazy,
listen,
man.
bro, would you let me finish instead of doing all this kicking and screaming and stuff?
I didn't
Like,
say
really, I don't
anything,
understand
bro.
Fuck,
I didn't
man.
say a fucking word.
Well, whoever that was, I don't understand why
Come
that's
on,
even
bro.
necessary in a
Go ahead.
conversation like this. Like, just let the information come out.
Kevin, just go, bro.
Come on,
Just
damn.
go.
Just
Just say what you gotta say, Kevin.
All
and,
right.
and get it out.
If people just study, if you look at this paper, what it's saying, admixture is just that: groups of populations who mixed in. The paper that you're reading saying that this evidence came from a time period long ago that they could trace this back, but that's not where the people started. They're saying as far as back as they could trace the DNA as the foundation or basis, as they explained in this paper, it's talking about at that time there was admixture with who?
You're talking to another
Sub-Saharan
point.
Africans.
I didn't ask you.
I'm getting to it, man.
Okay, please.
So that's when they get to the point where it says, okay, at this time there was sub-Saharan African admixture. Now, if you're talking about the Jewish DNA picture as a total, Ashkenazi Jews do have the same markers as all these other Jews do. They have J, they have J2, they have R1b. They have the same coinine admixture that they see,
None of
or
them are considered a
mixing.
genetic biological basis for being a Jew.
No,
And
but what you're trying to say is that the African admixture is the evidence that they are Jew or not.
okay, look,
That doesn't
what
make
I'm
sense.
saying is what the article says. The article says
All
that
the article is saying is that these people had admixture with sub-Saharan
Now you
Africans, and
yelling
you're
over
finding
me
evidence
because
that
I
Ashkenazi
got
Jews
you.
had
Now
this
you yelling
admixture
over me
later.
because I'm going to
What are you
reiterate
talking about?
what
Kevin,
actual scientists say.
Kevin, you emphatically wrong.
Hold up, Jushu,
Now,
let me get out
how
what
am I
I'm saying.
emphatically wrong when they all have the same DNA types?
Kev, calm down.
What are you talking about, man?
I know you're having an issue now because you're not able to process this point.
No,
maybe it's
I'm
not
able to
compute.
process it. You're not getting it.
All right, cool. I'm gonna talk to my audience right now, and then you can come back in and say what you got to say because it's not making sense to me.
Okay,
Kev,
James, you telling me?
Kev, it's cool. I'm gonna explain why it don't make sense to me, and then you can rebuttal.
All right, go ahead. No problem.
That's the whole point of me doing this.
Now go ahead. It's
all
cool.
right, cool. Go ahead. The reason this right here is making no sense to me is because if an article, again, the article I presented the article, which was the research data. Then I presented an article from a Jewish publication of people who did the research. And the people who did the research, they don't find any other biological basis for being a Jew. I mean, we've seen plenty of publications coming out saying there's no genetic thing that makes the Jews tied to one another. It's just a religion. We've seen plenty of papers saying that when they studied all these various Jewish populations, but all of a sudden, now they're finding that all of these populations are tied to sub-Saharan Africa in some way. All of them. Mixture happened with them at different time periods. If the Iraqi Jews have dates that go back to 2,600 years ago, the Ashkenazi Jews should have the same thing.
Not necessarily.
Okay, that's your opinion. I'm almost done. I'm almost
okay. No problem.
My opinion is they should have the same thing. It shouldn't
Why?
be because if it's not showing up in your DNA into a certain time period, that means it's not connected to your DNA before that time period.
That doesn't make sense.
Okay, so if I have so they have no markers connected to sub-Saharan Africa on their DNA because
they have Jewish markers though.
The Y chromosome collects the autosomal DNA. I mean, you can say
the Y chromosome. The Y chromosome actually accepts influences from the MT. That's why MT is more consistent.
But look, getting detailed with it don't change the fact, Kev. Like that's what I don't understand. Like you guys try to act like, oh, I'm gonna mention something more detailed, like that change something. No, it's still the same result.
Right. Listen to the premise.
Okay, cool. So the same result is the admixture took place, but the admixture
that's not a problem.
Oh, okay. So tell me. Okay, then explain this one for me because you haven't had an explanation for how the
I just explained. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Okay. What was your explanation for how magically the biological basis, according to the study, the biological basis for being a Jew is tied to Africa? True or false? According to
no.
Article.
Okay. That's the thing.
No. You disagree. So we're gonna go back to the article.
No, bro.
At that point.
No.
I'm not gonna have these petty arguments with you.
Here, man.
Every place you disagree, I'm just gonna read the source.
The paper that you have there, okay?
Hey, Kev, I'm gonna read the source, so you need to be quiet for a second. Because you disagree with me.
Go ahead, read the source.
So what I'm doing is every time you disagree with me, what I'm gonna do is go back to the source.
Just read it.
Kev, I have an audience, Kev. I have an audience. I'm gonna go back to the source
me a question,
every time.
And you're asking me to answer that question based on what I know. You have to give me time to do that.
All right, Kev. I understand that this is emotional for y'all because y'all really don't have any answers.
No, bro.
I'm talking to my audience.
All right, go ahead. Read the paper.
All right, thank you, bro. This is from forward.com again. It says genes tell the tale of Jewish ties to Africa. All right. And I'm going to get straight to the point so I don't have to read for no long time. I'm going to read 2 paragraphs. Now, a new scientific paper offers a genetic timeline that can support these biblical events. The paper builds on 2 studies published last summer that were the first to use genome-wide analysis to trace the history of the Jewish people through DNA. It demonstrated that there was a biological basis for Jewishness. Do you said Dr. Harry Oyster? Do you accept that, Kev? That this paper demonstrates a biological basis for Jewishness?
Let me look at that.
That's a yes or no question.
Okay, it demonstrated that there was a biological basis for Jewishness, said Dr. Harry Oyster, director of Human Genetics Program at New York University.
Do you accept that, brother?
Yeah.
Yes or no question?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I accept it. That's fine.
Okay, cool. Yep. Amongst its findings, Oysters, who is the name of the person above, Harry Oyster, paper indicate that Jews have African ancestry. An observation that David Reich, associate professor of genetics at Harvard Medical School, and his colleagues decided to research further. Do you disagree that the African ancestry is the biological basis for the Jewishness?
No, that's not what it says here. It says among its many findings, Oyster in paper indicated that Jews have African ancestry.
Okay, so what's the significance of identifying African ancestry after you say it has been demonstrated that there's a biological basis?
Because that's what I said. In this paper, they're speculating two different admixtures that could have existed during what times? 950 BCE and 600 BCE.
What's the two different admixtures?
Right. So this is what it says. If you read this paper, it actually says that. It says here, Professor of Judaic Studies at Yeshiva University said 2 time periods come to mind that supports this genetic findings. The first is during the First Temple period, which is around 950 BCE, right? And the second at 600 BCE, when Solomon's kingdom would have had contact with Africans. Then he said, or Sherman says, the mixing of populations could have taken place a bit later, during the Hellenistic period from 320 BCE to 330 BCE, when the Jews were all living over the southern shore of the Mediterranean. See, no problem. And could have been come in contact with Africans to the south of them. Yet, even through biblical accounts offer possible explanations of Reich's lab's findings, Schiffman stresses that he stresses what? Stresses that I'm reading it, bro. Stresses that he and other social scientists can only offer historical interpretations of genetic data.
Oh, so these just guesses.
No, bro. Do you have bad reading comprehension? He just says that they stress that social scientists can only offer.
Brother, when someone offers me dates 600 years apart from
I'm about to get to his quote.
Okay, go ahead.
He said, offer historical interpretations of genetic data. Quote, the facts are the ones that scientists are developing. The theories are what historians have said.
Thank you.
We now have to take, he says, we now have to take what they're giving us and we'll have to add it to our picture of history.
Exactly. So again, he postulated 2 possible excuses for it, but 320 BCE.
Okay, right.
Hold on quick.
But James, if you read that paper, it answers your question.
Kev,
think about it, man.
Bro. I'm gonna ask you to be quiet.
James, it answers your question. The question you asked me was, why is it that we don't see Ashkenazi DNA with the admix, but we see these other populations from 2,600 years ago? And when you do the math, it does line up with 600 BCE, as you suggested. However, he didn't say another mixing could have took place during the Hellenistic period. So what I'm asking you is, Ashkenazi Jews have an admixture, or not the admixture of African, but they already share common Jewish DNA already. They just didn't receive the African admixture until later. That's it.
All right. Anyway,
Kevin, you lost.
I would prefer.
Kevin,
hold up, bro. I know y'all hear me, and y'all just seem to be ignoring me. Do y'all hear me?
Oh, now we hear.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we hear. Nobody's annoying you, James. I heard you say, "Is anybody there?"
All right, because Kev is purposely getting away from every point we make.
I'm not, bro. It's right here in the paper.
Kev, be quiet, bro. You just spoke over me once.
Oh, I didn't hear. I spoke over you, bro. My bad.
You was the whole time you was just speaking. I was speaking.
Oh, I didn't hear nothing.
Okay, cool. You didn't hear me. That's fair enough. All right, again, Kev, what you read. With them throwing together what they think could possibly be an explanation. True or false?
Okay, I didn't hear you. Somebody had noise in the background.
I said what you just read was them clearly saying these are possible explanations for these two things, right?
Yeah, it's their guesses as how this
Okay,
admixture
cool.
could have occurred.
So how does the second one explains the Iranian Jews? Because the Iranian Jews is way before 300 BCE.
Okay, repeat that.
Simple
Ben?
question. How does the second one explain? Look, I understand he's speculating. I mean, that's what they
Right,
do
he's speculating
when they get
right.
data. They speculate on the data.
So
But I'm
we
saying
shouldn't
if
try
we
to
look at the
we shouldn't
data,
try to answer a question based on
all right,
speculation.
Kev, come on, bro. I'm saying
No,
if we look at the data and we look at the
yeah, they're
Iraqi
speculating.
Jews,
What do you want me to? What do you want me to? You want me to?
Kev, I know you hear me
I
talking,
don't.
bro.
What is he talking about? You want me to
Kev,
give you a solid answer on the speculation?
Kev.
Man?
Hey, can everybody else hear me, bro?
Are y'all? Yeah,
I
I
can
can
hear
hear
you,
you.
Y'all
I'm
can
James.
just
hear
trying
me.
to
Kev just
answer.
trying to overtalk
All
you.
right, can
He
y'all
No,
just
I'm
can
trying to
not
y'all
trying
mute
to
overtalk
Kevin
you.
mic
man.
then?
Oh my gosh.
Because
Go
I'm
ahead,
talking
James.
and
Ask the
Kevin keep
question
talking
again.
over me. So can someone mute his mic, please?
I'm not
Because he's
talking
rude.
over you, man.
Yes, you are. You've been. Can everybody? Can someone tell Kevin he talking over me?
He know
Yeah,
he
you
talking
talking
over you,
over.
brother.
I know he being a child.
No, I'm not. Okay, whatever, man. Go
Oh,
ahead. My
but then
bad.
you gotta
If
let
I
me
talked
speak,
over
Kev.
you,
Every
I
time I start
apologize.
speaking,
Go
you
ahead.
just talk over me. Every
No,
single
it's fine.
time,
Go
bro.
ahead. Ask your question.
Oh, it ain't a question. Because you've
Okay.
already proven you're unable to answer it.
How have I proven it?
All right. Again, the Irani Jews who go back 2,600 years ago, which would
Okay.
be 600 BCE,
Right.
throw the second one smooth out the water. It couldn't have happened during the Greek period because they weren't part of the Greek captivity.
Who wasn't part of the? What are
Okay,
you
so
talking
that
about?
blows that one out the water. The Solomon period, okay, I can say that's up on the table, but we have no history or evidence of a migration from West Africa going into Israel. None whatsoever.
Okay.
Which would have to be shown for anything that's been asserted by you thus far to be
No.
true. Now, you can keep pointing to
What?
an admixture event.
Uh-huh.
An admixture event does not mean it took place with people coming from Yoruba to the Levant area.
Didn't say that.
We
But go
have
ahead.
evidence prior
Okay.
to this whole period of sub-Saharan African peoples being in the Levant.
Okay.
So to sit here and try to make it seem like, oh, it happened when the Yoruba, when they went down there and started the Oyo state.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That was your example you gave. You haven't given another one. So I'm going to keep going back to it.
Do you recall why I gave that example? It wasn't to answer that question.
The reason you gave the example, it seemed to be to try to give some type of historic explanation of the admixture we see, because that's the only correlation you can make.
No, what I brought up was Derek Lang's paper, and the reason why I brought up his paper, right? So the reason why I brought up his paper is to show that these were two groups interacting, no matter how you want to slice it. For example,
how is that different from what I just said, Kevin?
Well, that's my point. That's if you listen, that's my point.
How is it different from literally what I just said when I said you used it in order to try to demonstrate the admixture taking place from the Yoruba going up there? How is that any different than what I just said?
Like I say, they could have been up there. They could have came down. They could have met in the middle. It doesn't matter. What the evidence shows, I don't care where they were and where they've been. What I care about is what they're speculating through the evidence, and it's clear. If you read it, they speculate two time periods they would have mixed. They said 950 BCE and 600 BCE, when Solomon's kingdom would have had contact with Africans. Or
what's the evidence to support that?
The mixing of populations could have taken a bit later during the Hellenistic period from
320
320
to 330
period
BCE, is out
due to when Jews were living all over the southern shore of the Mediterranean Sea and came in contact with Africans. So all they're speculating here is that based on that 2,600-year-old sample, that African DNA admixed in either of these historic events. However, there's not saying that they came from Africans, because after all, the definition of admixture is two different groups interacting. That's
okay,
my
cool. Kev. Again, all you keep doing,
man,
the same old dance around the issue.
I'm not. What do you?
Let me explain, Kev. If you let me look, every time I say you're dancing, if you be quiet and listen to the reason, I'll be clear. What you did, right, was you grabbed this article and grabbed onto their speculation, not their scientific data, which is absurd. You grasp the speculation, not the empirical data.
I
You
am
argue from.
grabbing the empirical data.
Let me finish. I don't argue from the pure speculation unless I can find some empirical data to support it. The empirical data says that there's a biological basis for Jewishness, and the only biological basis that we can point to that connects all the diverse Jewish populations is sub-Saharan African DNA. It said it in the paper, and because you couldn't get around that, you decided to read on about their. I'm off the look, Kev. To read on about their speculation. Now, what is your response to the empirical data, not the speculation, what they think could have possibly happened and just throwing out ideas? Not that.
Right.
The actual empirical data that says there's a biological basis for Jewishness, and the whole article is about how African genes tell the tale of Jewish history.
Right. So let's look at this. I'll show you.
I just want to know, are you willing to recognize that they're saying in this article that the genetic basis for being Jewish is its ties to Africa? Because that's what the whole article's about.
Referencing who? This article is
are you going to
referencing
recognize that or not?
No. Hold on, somebody muted me. Am I muted?
No, you're not muted. I hear
you. Okay. Right. So when you look at this, it demonstrates the biological basis. You can go to that paper. Okay.
Is the paper we had up earlier?
Oyster, that paper by Oyster, right? That you can find on Science Mag as well. He writes a paper called let me get the title of this paper here. The Population of Genetics of the Jewish People.
Is that the one published by Plus One Genetics, as referenced in this paper?
I didn't hear what you said. What you said?
I said, is that the one published by Plus One Genetics, which is being referenced in the paper?
Let me look. I'll verify.
Well, the one by Plus One Genetics is the African gene flow into Southern Europeans and Jews. So, what other paper would you be saying is being? Because I know it's two papers. So you're saying is another paper. What paper are you references that would disagree?
No, it doesn't.
With the article that's published that says that the biological basis for being Jew
you're reading.
is ties to Africa.
You're reading into. Right. So let me get to this. That's why I said. That's why.
You think I'm reading into that? I'm trying to be
okay. Let me explain.
Into that.
When it says a biological basis, all it's doing is getting a sample of what current Jewish people have and what's in their DNA. And yes, it is true. Within that basis that they find at that time period among all the Jews, there's an admixture of Africans.
Okay, now, what other basis do we have? Is there any other DNA that you can highlight and point to that is shared amongst the diverse Jewish population that would be considered its biological basis?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, present it. And
yes, you have
tell us where. No, we need the article. We want to pull it up and put it on the screen.
No problem. So if you look at the article is called "The Population and Genetics of the Jewish People." This is from Harry Oyster, the same guy who did the paper that we're looking at now, or the article that we're looking at now, and Carl Skoriak. And if you look at that, Skoriak, let me spell it for you. It's S.
Wait, no. What I need you to do, put it in the back. That way, I'm on
my phone. I'm looking at my PC. So
the J haplogroup don't venture off into.
Your PC then?
Well, right. We're not getting to the J.
Hey, give me the link, and I will open.
That's what I'm saying. We want to see it on the screen. We don't play that.
No problem.
Yeah. Because I showed mine clearly.
That joint is all up in Europe and in the United States. That joint ain't nowhere in Africa.
I'm ready to see this because I can pull out article after article predating this saying there's no biological basis for Jews. We've tested all the genome of the Jews and we don't find nothing that links them.
Right, bro, but that's the
Not,
problem.
not,
You're
not
not
even in the, not
understanding
even not even
you,
in
you
the
don't
tone,
understand
not even in the
a
tunes that they
basis.
find
Hey,
A
on a
I'm
regular
willing.
basis.
Hey,
basis.
Kevin, I'm willing to be proven wrong. Less rhetoric, more finding right
All right,
now.
so here we go. I'm putting a
Less
link in the
rhetoric, more
side here, and
finding.
yeah, like I said, it's something with how you're reading this. A basis does not mean foundation. A basis
That's
means
cool.
what
That
evidence.
ain't what I argued. I said basis.
Right, a
Okay,
basis
so
meaning
so
how
let's
do we
not look,
identify?
Kevin.
Right,
What I
the
need you to
basis
do is
meaning,
quit
bruh,
bringing
come
in
on,
red
man.
herrings and straw
It's not a
man
red herring.
arguments and
How is it
deal
a red herring?
strictly
We're
with
still
what I
talking about the
say,
same topic.
please.
What are you talking, man? You come on. You know what a red herring is. That was bad of you,
I
man.
know
You know better.
you bringing that
So
in
listen,
out the left field
what are you
was
talking about
red
after
herring.
left field? What are you talking about? Okay, think about it.
Did
We're
I say
talking about you. Okay,
did I not say
bro. I'm
basis?
telling you
Was
a
that not in my
basis, right?
question? A
Hold on a
basis?
second. Hold on a second. If the paper is talking about a basis, it's saying, okay, how
And
far
I said
back,
basis.
looking at the populations of the people, do we see sampling from these people and what they have in their
Did I
DNA?
not say basis or no? That's a
Right, bro.
yes or
We
no question.
understand that, but I'm telling you what that means.
All right,
All
cool.
they're doing is
Have you got your article up yet, bro?
they're taking a genetic. Yeah, I sent it to the chat, and I think your show
Hey,
was
can
supposed to
y'all
bring it out.
please
I'm on my
bring up his
phone.
article so we can see it? And he I think Jashu
Man,
left. I don't know if
No,
good
I'm here. I'm
lord.
here.
oh
Now
I'm
he
he
here
there.
there,
now.
he there. He's just showed there.
Hey
Let me.
Jashu, can you bring up this man article? Because his
Yeah,
rhetoric is
he
just
put it in
No,
the
pointless.
back. I see it.
it's not rhetoric, man. It's not
It
rhetoric.
is. It's purely rhetoric.
It is not, man. If you look at that article that I bring it up.
Okay.
What does basis does mean foundation on the dictionary, right? But this person Whitney, this is the thing. When you go talking about science and you say a basis, they're grabbing a sampling and a snapshot of what those people are now, and they're using that as a foundation to say, okay, if they have DNA that match these frequencies, this is where we can come up with the basis of saying who's Jewish or not.
Hey,
Now,
where in this
when you go
article
back,
does it say basis, brother,
you
or
said what?
basis for it?
You said what?
I have the
I'm trying.
article
I'm
here.
in the article. I'm looking at your article that you put in the back. I'm looking at it on mine, and I'm asking, okay, where in this article does it give a biological basis for being a Jew?
If you go down to figure one.
I'm on population genetics as a guide to understanding Jewish history.
Yep.
So what do you want?
Right. So if you go down, right. So if you go down to figure one, like I said.
So you're not
Figure one.
you
Yep.
can go to a figure. Okay.
Yep.
I'm looking at figure one.
Right. So if you look at figure one, this is exactly what the article that James brought up earlier about genes tell the tale of George of Africans, because it says Reich's team analyzed more than 500,000 DNA markers across the entire genomes of people of 7 diverse Jewish populations, including what? Ashkenazim from Northern Europe, Sephardim from Italy, Turkey and Greece, Mizraim from Syria, Iraq, and Iran, and they
None
compared the
of this
genetic
says a
data with
biological basis.
15 sub-Saharan African populations. Now, when you look at the paper, the article that I'm giving you, it is giving you the basic basis of all these combinations and what they have in mind. And what you see is you see the sub-Saharan African in it, you see the North and East African, the Middle East, the Europe, the Jewish, and the South Asia and East Asia. Now, what the paper was pointing out was the rarity to them, or why they were just baffled as to, okay, how did this sub-Saharan African admixture end up in here? And they're coming up with their theories as
Can
to
you
two
read directly
accounts in
from the
which.
article, please, and stop just giving us your rhetoric? We want actual words from the article agreeing with you, not pure rhetoric.
All right, sure, no problem.
That's what I
It says
did.
here.
Did I not? Did I not read from the article?
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll read it. No problem.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
reading right below figure two, your show, if you want to follow along.
Well,
It
no.
says here.
Start at start at where it's going to point out that there is a biological basis for being a Jew. I need that very clearly illustrated so that everyone can see what this other biological basis is. Because just pointing out that all of these groups are amongst
Right.
the various Jewish populations, just pointing out that hey, this population got this population got that, doesn't show a biological basis which connects all of them. So what I'm asking is show me something other than sub-Saharan African ancestry from this paper that connects all the diverse Jewish populations.
Wait a minute. So you're saying that there's no other basis of DNA other than sub-Saharan African? Is that
I'm
what you're saying?
asking you for it.
There's
I'm asking you to
tons out
show
there.
it and prove it.
What are you talking about? We have the Cohen gene. We have the J2 marker. What are you talking about?
Every diverse Jewish population does not carry the Cohen gene.
They have the
Okay.
J2 marker though. What are you talking about?
No. There's
Yes,
several
they do,
genetic.
man.
Kevin, there's several
Where y'all getting
haplogroups.
this from?
No.
Okay, no. Just don't even prove it to him. Make him show and prove it. That's
All
what
right.
this is about. You prove what you're saying then. And I'm gonna be quiet because that's what I did. I didn't say, Kevin, what do you think about this? I said, let me go to the article and
No
read
problem.
the article.
No problem. All right, I'm gonna read this. Like I said, I'm right under Fig 2. You can follow along. It says even groups that fell outside the shared Jewish populations cluster identified by PCA, such as Ethiopian Bet Israel, Yemenite, Indian B'nai Israel, Indian Kohen Jews, formed their own subclusters, indicating that they were distinct, homogeneous populations. On the
So they're
nearest
completely
neighboring
distinct from
joining
the other
tree,
Jewish populations.
it's talking about all these groups. I'm not done. We can't read one sentence and then think we got the
No,
whole
I
conclusion.
was just asking, brother. I thought maybe you read this before since you brought it up.
Yeah,
Like when I bring
have.
up an article, I've actually read the whole article.
Okay, I
know
have
what's
too,
in
and
it.
I'm showing you what it's saying here. We're gonna look at this. In the end of that second paragraph is really going to show you. On the nearest neighboring joining tree, the Yemenite Jews were on the branch between Palestinians, Bedouins, Ethiopian Bay Israel Jews, were on the distinctive distal branch. Uriparental genome region analysis provided additional insight. For example, supporting male predominant Middle East Jewish origins by B'nai Israel population. The genetic sharing within among these populations occur not only in a single nucleotide polymorphism or SNP level, but also on levels of copied number variants, CNVs, and where studied, identical by absent segment sharing. The IBD segment sharing was greater within specific Jewish populations and, as expected, highest among Jewish populations with a degree of inbreeding, such as Libyan, Djerban, and Tuscanesian Jews. In fact, the general degree of sharing within populations. No, it didn't say only. Let's keep reading, man. Come on. The general degree of sharing within populations.
You haven't read anything that gives a biological look. Look,
man,
what I'm asking you
can I
to do
finish
is
the
go
paper,
to
bro?
Kevin, hold up real quick. I just want to say something real quick, Kevin. You're gonna be able to go, but what you're doing is you're fishing right now.
I'm not
when
fishing.
I went to the article because I knew where it was.
Did you just want me to read the sentence?
Kev, you need to calm down real quick for a minute.
No, bro,
because I let you read. Kev, I just let you read a whole 2 paragraphs.
You interrupt, bro. You just told me to read the article.
I just let you read 2 paragraphs. I know you have.
No, I didn't. I got through the second.
Actually calling out the. Hold up, I just want to go over what it says real quick. God damn, bro, it ain't that serious. If you're reading something, you should be open for a person to analyze it.
Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. Golly. Now, what this right here is identifying is how complete branches of Jews are distinct from others. It's pointing out how the Ethiopian Jews are distinct from the other Jews. Why? What are they missing?
It's not. They're not. We're not done reading it. If we finish reading it, you will see their conclusion.
So you don't. No, my point is, Kevin, you haven't even read this before.
No, I have, bro. Listen, if we keep
okay, then so then take me to the actual. All right,
listen,
Kev,
bro. You gonna let me read this or not? You gonna let me read it?
I don't want someone to read an entire study to me. I can do that on my own.
Okay, then what do we do then, James? Are we gonna read?
I never said
Kevin
read the entire study to me. That never once came out of my mouth.
Okay, listen to it, bro. I studied this with you. So what are you talking about? Now, look
I'm trying to tell you what I'm talking about, but you're being combative because I'm actually giving you pushback.
Bro, because what you're doing is you're trying to control the narrative of the debate here, man.
Kevin, I let you give me pushback and give your scenarios. Then I will summarize your scenarios.
If you want to say on that basis, in fine.
detail,
you give me pushback.
Why I disagree with your scenarios, and that's what I'm doing. What is the issue now? Because I pulled down.
Right. So okay, James. All right, James. Check this out. What they're showing is that within distinctive groups of Jews, they're finding that there's either these single nucleotide, these single SNPs that within these populations, and some has some segment sharing that goes across from other groups. But what they're closing into on this article is that when they compare all of these Jews, the Middle Eastern Jews, European, North African Jews, it shows the detailed patterns and comparing them all together. It concludes by saying, quote, these studies show that Jews have a tapestry that is of shared DNA threads with other Jews, and no
Based on
one
what
thread
is that
is
tapestry? That's what I'm trying to ask you, Kev. If
right.
you could
So
just give me
that's
the
what
specific thing, the specific haplogroup or the specific population group that they're using for the basis, I would be fine. But you're just reading from the
the bro is
article and
right there
speaking in
in front of
vagueness
your face.
because
I
you,
just read.
Kev, look, Kev, I let you
What
read
in the
2 paragraphs, bro.
world,
And every
man,
time
bro?
I got
It's
something to
right there.
say, you have an issue when I let you read. It didn't say shit you said it said.
It did.
That's
It
why I kept
does. It
stopping.
said
And
that they
I'm reading
shared.
ahead
What
of
are you
you.
talking? Let me read it
Kevin,
again. Let me
Kevin.
read it. Let me
You
read
can
it again.
rebuttal
Let me
when
read it
I'm
again,
done,
man.
Kev. You look,
Listen, let
Kev.
me
You
read
can
it. You can't
rebuttal
interrupt
and
me, man. Come on, man.
identify and point out every area I'm wrong when you're done, just like I
No
do. I
problem.
let you
Go ahead.
go for about
Go ahead, man.
three,
Go ahead,
4 minutes,
James.
and then I go
I'm
ahead
muted. I'm
and
muted, James.
identify.
James, I'm muted.
Kev, you're talking over me, and this is becoming ridiculous. I let you read for 2, 3 minutes, go into it, and then I give you pushback. That's how it works, bro.
It
You
does.
read for a little while, then you get your pushback. I'm giving you pushback, and you spaz out every time I do.
All right, come on, man. Go ahead.
All right, bro. Okay. Now, what you just read again, it identified that the Ethiopian Jewish are far out branch. It did that. Okay.
No.
And then look at the chart. Everybody look at the damn chart. This is
Look
ridiculous.
at it. Look at the chart.
Okay, so look, be quiet, man, while I'm talking. This is my last time asking you to, because that's just disrespectful at this point. All right. If anybody looks at it, at the top of the chart where it shows all the names from Russia, French, Basket, and Italian, Sardinian, underneath that is the entire Jewish cluster.
Right.
Everyone can see that. Do
Mm-hmm.
you agree with that, Kev?
Yep. Yep. I can see it.
Okay,
Yep.
go to the bottom of that goddamn line. Don't you see
Okay.
Ethiopian Jewish by his goddamn self?
That's
Yep.
not what this. That's not what this picture is proving, though.
Yes, that's
You're
a
reading
lot.
it. What you're trying to
What
say.
the
You're reading this
what the
wrong. You're
hell?
not.
So it's not by itself?
No. It says
Okay, let
relationship
me
of
read.
what.
Let me read it. Let me read it. Let me read it.
Go
Neighboring
ahead. Read.
joining tree showing the relationship of European, Jewish, Middle Eastern, North African populations using FST, I don't know what that means, as the distant metric. The neighbor joining algorithm using the same thing as the distant metric put calculation of a matrix specifying the distance between each pair, specifying the distance between each pair of groups, and then iterates until the tree is resolved and branch lengths discerned.
That's
The tree
fact.
was rooted.
No.
You,
The tree. If you
bro.
look at
I'm not even look,
man,
Kev.
this
I
brother
know
does
you
not know how
looking
to
at
read
it.
an
I
article.
know you
You
see
don't know
it.
how to read an
You
article,
the
man.
one presented the article. You know I'm
Right.
not done.
Do you know what that says?
Hey,
I'm
Kevin.
on, when
Kevin,
I'm done, you can
I
tell.
muted him. I muted him, James.
Thank you, thank you.
Kevin,
When
that's
I'm
gonna
done,
keep
you can tell
happening.
me, Kev, because you do this every time I start talking. Because anyone can see it says it's showing the branch and it's showing them together.
Right.
Anyone can see that the Jewish cluster is highlighted. It's darkened so you can see it.
Right
You
here.
see, not even the Yemeni, not even just the Ethiopian Jewish, which is way further out. The Yemeni Jewish population is as well
Exactly.
outside the cluster. Now let's read down here. Do what I'm saying. Genome wide. This is from where he read from. Where is this? Because I know I heard him read about the group being far out too.
He don't.
No,
He don't understand biology.
that fig two.
Kevin.
If you go up
Kevin.
above that, that fig two is explained in the third paragraph second paragraph under population genetics. They're
Kevin. Do
not
you?
talking about how far apart they are in regard to being Jews. They're showing how far apart they are in comparison to European groups.
Oh.
That's all they're doing.
Okay,
So
so
they're not talking about their Jewish DNA. They're talking about their other autosomal DNA.
okay, right here. Even groups. All right,
Oh
let's get
man.
right here. By principal component analysis, it observed that the Jewish populations of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East form a tight cluster that distinguished them from their non-Jewish neighbors.
Right.
Within this central cluster, the central cluster is what part is the central cluster, everybody? Isn't it the part that's highlighted bold all together?
Yes.
Isn't that the central goddamn cluster? Okay, thank you.
No, it's not talking about Fig 2.
All right, look, look, Kev. I
Bro,
said
you're
everybody
using the wrong picture
outside of
for
me
that.
and you because we'll be back and forth all day. I just want to read it. I don't even want to argue with you no more because you don't be knowing what you be talking about when we read it.
Bro,
Within this central cluster, each of
it's talking
these
about
Jewish
Fig 1.
populations
That's Fig
form its
1, man.
own subcluster. In
Bro,
addition to the
he's
more
reading. Let him
remote
read, bro.
localization of members of some diaspora communities, the observation of a major central type cluster was supported by statistical matrix for genetic distances. Ain't that what I read up there earlier, Jashub?
Yeah,
Where it said
FST.
distances?
Yeah, it even says it right there. Allelic sharing distances. Yep.
Exactly.
Okay, what does that mean? What does that
Kev,
mean?
I'm almost done. I asked Jashub that because I want an outside person to have something to say on this because me
Y'all
and
gotta
you
learn to
seem
read the
to not
article,
even
man.
be able to have a clear, concise conversation because you
Right.
beat
What
around the
figure
bush
is
too
it
much.
pointing to? It says it right
Nearest
there. What
neighbor
figure?
analysis robust supported shared origins of most Jewish population with clear, discernible European, Syrian, North African, and Middle Eastern branches.
Fig 2.
Turkish, Greek, Italian Jews shared a common branch with Ashkenazi and Syrian Jews forming connections to this branch. Didn't it just
Right.
go over all
This is
these saying that they form a
autosomal.
branch?
This is based on the
I'm not
diaspora. This is the
asking you.
autosomal. What do you
Hey, can
what
someone mute Kevin?
Where
I'm
are you
not
talking
talking to
about now?
Kevin because Kevin just argued
Kevin, bro.
on and on when this is a yes or no question. It's a simple yes or no. It don't deserve nothing more than a yes or no. So I can hammer home the point by reading the article Kevin presented instead of listening to Kevin's rhetoric.
It's not rhetoric, man. You're reading the
Okay,
article as
then let
though
me
the
just finish
distance
reading then.
is
All right. The observation
what
of the I read that already. The nearest neighboring joining analysis robustly supported shared origin. Read that part. Let's get down
You
to
were
this. The
right at
North
the
African population added a sub branch to the European Syrian branch. In turn, this North African sub branch bifurcated into Morocco, Algerian, Tunisia, Japan, Libyan sub branches. More detailed PCA analysis showed that the Tunisian Jewish group was identifiable by two clusters, one with proximity to Libyan Jews and the other with proximity to Moroccan Jews.
right based
Moreover,
on
by
right.
PCA analysis, the North African Jewish populations were orthogonal to contemporary non-Jewish North African populations from West Sahara, North and South Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt. The Middle Eastern Jewish branch included Iraq, Iran, Iraq, and Jordan Jews, as well as non-Jewish Adige. Now, what I want to do is because I noticed them
What
sitting
is
in the middle of the
orthogonal? What does
cluster,
orthogonal
and I
mean,
was wondering what
James?
the hell was these Adige doing in the
James,
middle
what
of the
does
cluster.
orthogonal mean?
Anyone can go to this cluster and see
Right.
between Syrian and Georgian Jewish population, this Adige guy or whatever.
Okay,
Somehow they
what does
cluster
that
in there.
mean?
But
What does that
why
mean?
is the Ethiopian Jewish not in this cluster? Why is that?
Because it's
They
comparing.
identify
Because
in this
again,
cluster. I named
because
hold up, Kev.
the
Kev.
paper is
Kev, I'm going into this
what in
segment
the world,
extensively, and you have to wait your time. Because I'm gonna go extensively because we had a disagreement.
bro? I don't even think you know how to comprehend what you're reading.
Okay,
Honestly,
cool. You think I don't comprehend? That's fine.
what does
I'm
orthogonal mean
correlating
then?
the
What does
figure
orthogonal mean then?
with what we. All right, cool. Show me
What
where
does
it doesn't
orthogonal
say.
mean, man?
All right, Kev. Tell me when I fail to identify one of the peoples mentioned in the cluster. That this way we can be
What are
fair.
you?
You
You're
wait a
not
minute.
even.
You told me
Oh,
where to
this is
go.
beyond frustrating.
Oh, cool. Then you look. If you can't handle
Because
the
you don't know
fire,
what you're
get
reading.
the
It's like
fuck
you
out the
don't even know what you're
pan,
talking
Kev.
about.
Kev, if you can't handle the heat, get out the pot.
It's not handling the heat.
Okay, then cool. All
All right,
right,
You
look, Kev.
disconnect
Kevin.
from actually
What you have to
comprehending what
do
you're
right
reading.
now is either leave or be
Kevin.
quiet. That's the end of the
Listen,
story at
bro.
this point.
Listen.
Leave
What
out the
you're so
room,
what?
Kevin, or
Okay,
be
so
quiet
All right,
because
Kevin. I just
you
muted you
won't let me
again, man.
finish.
I had to mute him again.
He won't let nobody finish because
He
he
no,
don't
don't.
bro,
like the
because you
fact that
don't know
I'm
what you're
going
talking
so
about.
deep in
All
this.
right, I got you.
All right, I'm gonna
Go ahead,
read it,
finish.
and then I'm gonna identify the groups piece by piece on the shared branch. It says European Syrian, North African, and Middle Eastern branches. Well, let me start. The nearest neighbor joining analysis robust support the origins of most Jewish populations with a clearly discernible European, Syrian, North African, and Middle Eastern branches. Let's see if we can find these branches and what these branches are. Is that fair, Kev?
He gone.
Okay, he gone. Cool. Let's see if we can find him. All right. Right here underneath, it says North African branch added a sub branch to the European and Syrian branch. In turn, with this North African sub branch bifurcated to Moroccan, Algerian, Tunisian, Liberian, and Libyan sub branches. Let's go and see if these sub branches are clustered with them. Voila! Right underneath it, you find all of these clustered together on this chart. What is this brother talking about? That's what I want to know. What is he talking? It's right here on the chart he brought out. Why bring forward information and then when we dig into it, you get mad and don't want us to finish digging into it and see what it's talking about?
That's why he didn't want you to finish. That's why he didn't want you to finish. He kept interrupting you.
Because you can line it up and show it. You can read the name and then go to the chart and see them clustered together.
Uh, and he don't understand phylogeny and how to follow a phylogenetic tree. You don't understand that at all. And,
Let me see, because I remember, I don't know if it was the article, the same article from Plus or not. Because remember, I was telling you, I was like, hey, bro, the Ethiopian Jews, and I think it was the Kachin Jews, was it? They didn't cluster in with the rest of them because they was lacking that sub-Saharan African ancestry. I don't know if it was this paper, but I remember me and you having that conversation.
hold on.
Let me see if I can find that.
The minute he couldn't heckle anymore, he got the hell out of here. When he wasn't able to heckle you, he wanted to leave. You understand? That's the type of cowards we dealing with these people with this fake Christian ideology, man. You post-Nicene Christians. Okay? So this guy just wants to come on here and advocate for haplogroup J, not understanding that there are several Jewish haplogroups. J, G, E. You even have E markers under Jewish haplogroups. Even I. So what is this guy talking about? When we're talking about paternal haplogroups, they fall under J, G, I, and E. The one we always point to, most famous, is Albert Einstein, which was EB2. You understand? So he don't know what the hell he's talking about.
All right, let me read this part right here. It says right here, same article that we was coming from when he was trying to act like the Ethiopian Jews didn't fall outside the cluster. Let me read it. Even groups that fell outside of the shared Jewish population cluster identified by PCA, such as Ethiopian, Beta Israel, Yemenite, Bene Israel, and Indian Caucasian Jews, found their own subclusters indicating that they were distinct. They're distinct from the other diverse Jewish populations. What makes them distinct? They lack the sub-Saharan African DNA admixture. It's that simple, bro. I don't, and that again, that's why he ran off of here, because I would have read that part. He knew I was coming up on it. I would have read that part and it would have blew his fucking cover of acting like he's some type of super geneticist that know this data. Kevin G got to do better than that. He gonna come around here again. Let's just sum up what Kevin G presented to us. When I first brought up the fact that the pre-exilic Jews were admixed with sub-Saharan African DNA, what was his explanation? Oh, Derek Lang said that around that time period, Jews had went down and started places like the Oyo State, which actually verifies that we was there, because the Oyo State is the Yoruba. So that verifies we was there and that Jews went down there and started that state, according to him. We're just going off him right now. He validated that, but then he somehow took the hypothesis that they traveled from Israel to West Africa, to Nigeria, and reversed it and tried to put the reverse of the actual hypothesis put up by the scholar as if that was what happened, which is disingenuous. Then when that fell apart, when he tried to flip one and that fell apart, then he tried to take where in the study they begin to postulate something I gave him he didn't know nothing about beforehand, where they're postulating possible explanations. One explanation blown away by their own data that it happened during the Greek period because it predates the Greek period. And then the other explanation was that it happened during the Solomonic period. I don't argue that that's on the table, that an admixture took place during the Solomonic period. I mean, or directly after, because we know we went crazy mixing with Canaanites directly after. But again, he tried to argue that stance. No historical data to support that, nothing at all. But what we did have was that all the shared Jewish populations and different scattered to different areas of the world have admixture with Jews, except a few outliers, like have admixture with sub-Saharan African DNA, except for a few outliers, which are complete outliers to the cluster. They don't cluster with the other Jewish populations. Then I present him from the people who did the study, talking a pure paper about African genes telling the tale of Jewish history. In the paper, highlighting a biological basis for Jewishness, and then immediately after that, explaining how African genes are all over these Jewish populations. He tries to make that seem like that's not what they're saying is the biological basis for Jewishness, even though that's what the whole article's saying. Can anybody make sense of that to me? Anybody?
You can't make sense of it. That's why he was rambling and trying to cut you off every time you read the article. And he knows that. It's being facetious.
You seen when I was like, hey, man, let's kill all the rhetoric. Just read from the article. All he wanted to do was give rhetoric then. He didn't want the article, even though he presented it, man. So
right.
LaRon came over here, was getting body slammed. Kevin G came to save him and just kept throwing up assertions with nothing to back it up.
Right. And he just put in the chat, the sub-Saharan Africans are not the Jews. You understand? But you have no proof of that. You have zero proof of that.
But the thing about it is, though, just show that James not saying the sub-Saharan Africans are Jews. He's saying that they admix with them. That's a different thing. We're not saying he's not saying it. You know, that they just I understand where James was coming from, and it's a plausible agreement. But like what I said before, when Kevin G he stated, "Oh yeah, I agree with it, but that doesn't mean that they're particularly black." James, you remember when he said that? If James still on, he remember when James said, I mean, when the dude Kevin G said that, and I'm like, bro, so what do you mean? Are you saying that the sub-Saharan Africans are not black? Oh, that's a ridiculous question, but it's a ridiculous question, but that's what you said. James is not saying that.
What, man? My bad, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, he can't get around the empirical data. The brother showed during the Iron Age 2A period, which is a known Israelite period, that there was an admixture with sub-Saharan Africans. Now, for years, they said sub-Saharan Africans weren't even in the Levant. And now we got genetic proof showing they in the Levant, which helps our claims and our arguments. And he just trying to sweep it under the rug and act like it don't exist. That's all he's doing.
Fact.
Hey, it's like people forget human customs, the way like human ways. Like you forget human ways. Like these are sub-Saharan Africans. Let's think what sub-Sahara is. It's right below the Sahara Desert. In the jungles where like you can say on the outskirts of the Congo. So you mean to tell me these people didn't move? You mean to tell me people didn't see them coming through the Sahara? That's what you mean to tell me? But they stop with the They don't look at human characteristics as far as migration periods, as far as migration patterns, and the way humans move.
I'm gonna tell you what it really is, Seth. They Jewish apologists, man. They put the Ashkenazis up at the top of the pinnacle of what it is to be a Jew. And then when we start bringing out this evidence, like I said, they say it's about that the African DNA is a biological basis for being a Jew. All right, cool. So you telling me Ashkenazis weren't Jews before they admixed in the first century AD? That's the only explanation if they didn't pick up the signal into the first century is that they didn't get into their admixed at that time period.
Due
And
to the
when
evidence.
I asked,
Oh
when
my
he
God.
said no, there's another explanation. That's a possible explanation. I was like, hey, what's the other possible explanation? He and started going into something else because there is no other possible explanation. But
Yeah,
again, he's an apologist for him. I don't know if
you're
they
right.
got them boys on the payroll or what, but them
Now
boys
see,
going out their way. And I
now,
remember years ago, me and Kevin G had this conversation, and we was damn near on the same page with it. But
now
I
see,
guess
watch this though,
chilling with
James.
LaRon to do that to you.
You got to
Now watch
break it down
this.
to them that a child can understand.
Now
If
watch this though, James. Oh my bad. Go ahead, Jasu. I'm sorry. I
if
apologize.
if the original signal was an African admixture that went to the 6th to 8th century BCE, that means those people had to be in that land. And if the Ashkenazis didn't get it until the 1st century CE, that means they wasn't a part of that population that admixed in the 8th and 6th century, meaning they're not a part of the original Israelite
That's the
cluster.
whole point. They are not part of that original. Like that's why I
That
said it would at
original
least went
Hebrew
back as
Israelite
far
stock.
back as the
That's what I said.
Iranian Jews. If they was part of the original population that admixed, their signature should go as far back as the Iranian Jews. But it
Exactly.
don't.
My thing is
You
though,
feel
I'm gonna
me?
tell y'all like this: the original Hebrews were black people. I'm not gonna sit here and argue that. Now I might disagree with y'all on a lot of stuff, but one thing that I'm not gonna sit here and play around with is saying that that the original Hebrews of the Bible, or the original Hebrew Israelites, was white folks and all this other stuff. No, they was not. They was black people. You know what I'm saying? We can just from the like you said, the DNA and historical record. In the book, it say they black. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is that how are you as a Christian apologist, like he said, a Jewish apologist, why are you coming advocating for these white folks to say that, hey, these are the actual people of God? Are you serious? These people that lie, steal, cheat all day long, every day. You mean to tell me that these people he chose? If that's the case, then you're right. I don't want to follow your book. Then, if that's the case, Laron. But if there's black, if based on the biblical narrative, I can see these people being black. I can see them being stiff necked. I can see them not having. I can see them having the characteristic of black people today. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't really got a lot to do with DNA. We know these people mixed with these people. This is a fact. We know that they was black. This is a fact. So my thing is,
And
bro, I
I'm
don't think they be
and
having no
they
point.
got studies, and this would blow me back. He'll stand by the Ashkenazis trying to defend them, when there's studies out that say, well, shit, they genetically European. They barely got any Near Eastern DNA and stuff in them, if any. But they sitting there defending them like hell, but don't want to recognize that the biological basis for being a Jew, according to the study,
Read
is
this on the
sub-Saharan
screen.
African
Read
DNA.
that
You
on the
just got to
screen,
respect
James.
that as what the study
James.
say.
Hey, James, read that on the screen. What this dude say? A hiya. What he say? There is absolutely no gene that links all Jews, but the sub-Saharan African DNA point blank. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, he right. I
Yeah,
thought he was talking.
facts. Yep. Yeah,
That's
he just
facts.
highlighting what the study say. They
Facts. Now that's facts.
before they got this study with the sub-Saharan African DNA mixing all the Jews, they was running around saying there's no evidence of any genetic ties to different Jews. That they are just people who picked up a religion before that. Then when this study come out, now all of a sudden they talking about a biological basis for Jewry. Read a whole article about it, and the brother want to ignore it. It's all because they just don't want to accept the fact, because they
That they
know
was black.
bro. They don't want to accept that, bro. And you can read Tacitus. You don't even got to take my word for it.
I know these people
Tacitus
with
say they
brains.
thought they came from Ethiopia. I don't know no white folks in Ethiopia.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah,
no Middle
because they was
Eastern
dark.
folks
They was black as like
in
a goddamn
Ethiopia in the
sharpie.
first century.
That's how I don't know. Watch this, oh, watch this though. Watch this, James. See, that's what I be getting into it with Yeshua about. See, you said these people thought they was from Ethiopia. Those people look like a Sharpie marker. What do Yeshua with his high yellow self have in common with these people? Nothing. You don't look like that. You look like a highlighter that we use in high school. I'm just messing with you. Bring some comic relief to the show. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you're right though, bro. These people are black people. I don't understand why people think that the people in the Bible are not black. Now, watch this. The reason why I say that y'all are not those people, because I think that those people got I don't want to say a derogatory. I'm gonna say I think they got sexed out of existence. I think they got sexed out. Can y'all understand what I'm saying? Like when I
I,
say
I,
that.
I think you saying they got pretty much got mixed out. The DNA got diluted and mixed out.
Yeah, because
Is that right?
of all the because they didn't stay with the Most High book of keeping with their people. They started mixing with other people against the Most High. That's according to the narrative, and that's according to the evidence that you just brought out. So if they was doing this and they stayed on the west coast of Africa for 1,500 years, and you mean it, and they didn't keep Jewish customs, they didn't keep the Jewish Torah, they mixed with the other groups around them, which was the Yoruba, which was the other people in Nigeria and Ghana and all this other stuff. In 1,500 years, you don't think that Jew, that Hebrew DNA would have been, I'm talking about, so watered down that it would be like, man, so watered down that you couldn't even trace it. Well, I mean, wouldn't that be common sense after
That
1,500
that is
years?
where that's where I argue that, you know what I'm saying, that's likely what happened as far as the Jews that did come down there and mix, like you're saying, because the DNA in sub-Saharan Africa is the most dominant DNA on the planet.
Fact,
It would dilute recessive DNA at a much faster pace than the
facts.
recessive DNA would be able to dilute it. That's why you
Probably
still see
within
the
the first
traces.
generation, right? In the first generation, it would, correct?
Well, you would probably be able to trace it for a couple generations, but it's gonna start diluting it immediately. Because let's say they half and half one generation, but what if he mixed with another European? Now he's seven.
Okay,
Now
hold on.
he
Okay,
what,
hold on.
25%?
Okay, so like if I marry, so what I'm saying is, if I marry a white woman, my little boy is a first. My little child right there is a first generation. His DNA is diluted. Now let's say he married a white
Yeah,
woman. Now
it's
my
further diluted.
grandson is
Hmm.
way diluted. Now let's say
Yeah, he gonna look
my
like a white boy
grandson,
when he born.
exactly. Now let's say my grandson married another white boy or another white woman. Nigga, it's all the way
You
out
will
of there.
never
Then.
be able to tell.
Exactly. You
Only
see what I'm
only
saying?
by looking at your grandson's Y chromosome will they know that, oh well, shit, he's of African. His Y chromosome is African, but everything else
Exactly.
is European.
And that's what I say happened to the Hebrew. That's exactly what I say.
Well, I
Just
mean, I
look at
wouldn't disagree
Solomon.
with that.
Look at
I
Solomon.
wouldn't
That
disagree
nigga
with that.
had
I just think that there was always a remnant, that at least a remnant that knew
a
who
linger
they
of it.
were. Yeah, they kept up their tradition. That's how you got the diffusion of our customs along with other people's customs in
So you
West
base it.
Africa.
So you basing it on the observation and the comparative study of the customs within Africa, based on your evidence, correct?
Well, yeah, and plus the thing that the DNA that's found mixed throughout West Africa, which is being highlighted, is basal human DNA. This DNA back migrated into Africa at different intervals. You know what I'm saying? This is the basal DNA from which all humans descend from, no matter what branch you want to say you on, European, Asian, whatever, you descend from this Y chromosomal data, from this
Fact.
ghost population of people, no matter where
And
you are in the world.
y'all
And
call that ghost.
my point is that I believe that the Israelites directly descend from that basal group that didn't go back into Africa as early as other groups did. You see what I'm saying? They
Yeah,
stayed
because they
there.
were.
That's why,
Yeah,
let me add one more part. That's why throughout their tradition, they're always talking about how these other peoples around them have some type of admixture from quote unquote Nephilim. You know what I'm saying? They call them filthy beasts, all types of other stuff. And they talk about that history in Genesis of the admixture with the Nephilim to highlight that these other peoples admix with these other types of humans or Neanderthals, Denisovians, or whatever you want to call them, but we didn't. And that's the whole narrative, damn near, of Genesis. We didn't mix with all these other peoples. We stayed to ourselves.
what do you say? Yeah, the Western Southern Mediterranean. Oh, okay, but yeah,
Hey,
you're totally correct. James. It's just my thing is like people like we can read these studies, but people don't actually like I keep saying, people don't put human characteristics with the actual work. They just go off the work. Okay, for instance, if like you in a case, like you in a judicial case in the murder, you got to reenact the murder. You got to reenact how people's reaction. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, so you just came in the room and you had a gun and he didn't. The lady didn't scream. She didn't holler. She didn't say anything. She didn't do nothing. That's not a human characteristic. Everybody know that if you're attacking a woman, the first thing that she's most likely to do is scream. So if somebody's saying something and she doesn't scream, then we know, hey, most likely she like it or some shit, or that was some other shit. You done something to her. You drugged her, did whatever. But I'm saying the human characteristic of migration, of admixture, of different people coming to tribes, of different people coming to your area. We have to take in consideration that. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It has never been a point to where no human on the face of this planet mixed did not mix with another group.
let me ask y'all a question now, and I wanted to catch Kevin on this, but he got his track shoes on. Since we're saying the haplogroup J is J1 are the Jews, they do know that J2 is the Greeks. And according to the Bible, the Greeks are the Jawan, the people from Jawan, right? Wouldn't that mean the people with the J haplogroup would descend from Japhet, since Jawan comes from Japhet? So wouldn't that mean the damn Jews that you calling Jews would descend from Japhet too? Since they got the same goddamn haplogroup as the damn Ashkenazi Jews, the J haplogroup.
And when you look at the migration of the J, it don't migrate. There is no migration into northern Africa at all. It's all
Hell,
north. It's all European. It's all Europe, all the way to America. That's the migration. Check it.
hell, watch this. So we gonna keep it simple. Tell me what white folks can handle the Levantine desert. Show me that. Show me what European can sit in the Levantine desert right there, that Gaza Strip that's on the Red Sea, that won't get melanoma within 5 years. That's just, that's simple. But that common sense is not good.
They religious. They too damn religious.
Yeah, bro. Hey, I seen what somebody said. Hey, the Egyptians they wasn't black, they was white. So you mean to tell me that these people could survive in the desert when they got to put sunblock on in Arizona? In the Sahara Desert is way hotter than Arizona. You understand? But hey, people don't use those characteristics to use their to get to their hypothesis or their theory or whatever they want to say. I do at all times. You got to think of human interaction when it comes to this, and we know that migration patterns has to do like when James said, "Give me an event that happened with the." I said famine. I was like famine. Why would these people move in the first place? Drought, no rain. The rainy season didn't happen. It happens in Ethiopia at least I think every like 5 years. It'll have a drought season where no rain will come through. So what would these people do every 5 years? They would move and then go back to their homeland in the rainy season. These are migration patterns, bro. But people don't see this. These people moved here, bro. You got to take in human character. Why would these people move? Why is Egypt called the daughter of Ethiopia? See? And we know that the Jews, they were a nomadic people. They were a people that moved around a lot. So for say that they didn't have any admixture in them, because they was merchants. They was hustlers. They selling skins, they selling meat, they selling sheep, they doing this. They making money. So they gotta be everywhere. But y'all don't take human characteristics into thought. That's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, them boys lost in the sauce, man. You know what I'm saying? They agree with anything vocab them say, but they over here arguing with us. But they don't never question them. Now they question us on DNA. And that nigga don't know nothing about DNA, bro. Nothing. Because you sitting up here talking about haplogroup J, which is the same goddamn marker the Greeks, the early Greeks and Western Asians had, which would mean they the children of goddamn Japhet, not Shem.
Jashub, did you hear that boy when he say, I can eat enough tacos, I can eat about 300 tacos, go to Mexico for a summer, nigga, I turn into a whole Mexican.
Yeah, that was simple as hell. That just showed the stupidity. And that's why he got his new nickname,
I'm like,
LaRun his mouth. LaRun his mouth.
Exactly.
That's his name.
What he was saying, it'll change your phenotype, bro. Environment, diet, all that, it'll change your phenotype. It will not change your fucking DNA at all. It's not finna change your DNA structure, your DNA pattern, your DNA signature. It's not finna change none of those three.
Right. So he would say, and that's crazy, because what he was trying to say was he was trying to explain the evidence that James brought forth, right? The African basis, the sub-Saharan African DNA being the basis of all those Jewish groups. He was trying to say, oh, well, they could have just ate their way into that DNA. They could have just ate a damn sub-Saharan African diet, and now they got African DNA.
Yeah,
that is silly as hell.
Because if that was the case, nigga, I'd have ate all kind of goddamn shepherd's pie and been a whole European around this motherfucker and been president of the United States by now. Goddamn. If that was the case, LaRun.
His name is LaRun his mouth.
LaRun his mouth. Nigga, I'd have been a whole cracker by now. You tripping.
Right.
As much hot dogs and hamburgers we eat around here, as much pork as we eat in the United States, ain't now but our DNA changed. I know James and I know Jeremiah, they ate pork before. They ate bacon all the way probably up to they was about 35 to about maybe 30.
About 30. Now you don't hear game banging. You game banging. You disrespecting the set, nigga.
No, I ain't disrespecting, because I'm saying they probably ate pork till they were about 25, right? And then when they got right, why they ain't a whole cracker not in? Why they ain't a whole white boy now? If diet and environment change us, why we not Indian right now? Why we not turned into Native Americans looking like Pocahontas around here, bro?
That's a good point. We've been in North America for the better part of 400 years, so everybody here should have been transmutated to some goddamn
Native Americans.
You're right. And that's what LeBron was trying to bring. And I kept saying, bro, so you saying if I keep going to Taco Cabana for as long as I go to go get them taco bowls and as good as they is, and I go to Mexico on a vacation, when I come back, I'm going to be a whole, my DNA finna change me to a Mexican? No, it's not, bro. It's not finna happen. What's going to change your DNA is when you have, like James was saying, the admixture. I'm a Jew. I'm a Jew. I go mix with an African woman. I have that child. That child, he goes there and mix with another African man. I mean, another African woman or African man, which one it is. You see what I'm saying? And then that child messes with another African DNA. That's how it goes. It don't just go from your fucking body. That's adaptation, bro. That is not nowhere near, I don't know what can transmute. The only people that I know DNA can mutate is black women. That's the only person on the face of this planet I know whose DNA can change to you so you can get another race out of somebody.
I mean, it don't change like that though. They making it seem like,
You
you
know
know
what
what I'm
I mean?
saying?
You know
Like
what I
you
mean?
wouldn't
Like a
be able.
defect
No, I'm
or
not saying
something.
you. I'm talking about them. I'm
Okay.
saying they making it seem like that you wouldn't be able to trace back the admixture date or something like that. Like the article wasn't about that. That's why I was trying to pencil him in and make him answer to that whole thing about the Ashkenazi Jews and why the DNA marker ain't there, bro. Because you trying to dance around that point so you can make your narrative sound good, but that one point literally blows up your narrative. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know that was on y'all know that was in the New York Times though, right? Y'all know that was national news. They just didn't blow it up like it did. When they found out the Jews wasn't actually the Jews, that's in the New York Times. That was in the paper. They
Hmm.
made that they made headlines, but nobody paid attention to it. Real talk. You see what I'm saying? And they not gonna pay attention to it because it defeats their narrative. It defeats everything that they want to believe. And like I said, you know what? I seen this meme about 5 years ago. It said people really don't want to know the truth. They just want to know what they think is the truth is relevant.
True.
You see what I'm saying?
That's true.
And that's what it is, bro. The Hebrews black. Hey, I follow my eye, bro. And I know these people was black. You know what I'm saying? So there is no up in the air with me.
No, you know
Now,
what it is, King Self? They want to do what they do with the Bible. You know what I'm saying? When they do with the Bible, they twist and interpret shit and make it their own goddamn meaning, and they think they can do the same thing with DNA. It don't work like that, boy.
yeah, that
It
DNA
don't.
don't work like that. That DNA don't work like that. Who was that said they didn't care about DNA? They was grown. Who was that we had on the phone the other day? That was them
Chief,
Aboriginal dudes.
Chief Holiday them.
Yeah, Chief Christmas Day, Chief
Hey,
December
D
25th.
Red, if you watching, we need Chief Holiday over here ASAP, man.
Oh, he don't want that smoke with King
King King
Stuff about
King, King Self, he said he want 100. He only smoked 100, so he want all the smoke, brother.
all that.
You know what I'm
Tell hey, go ahead and tell him what I want to debate him on the shoot. Goddamn.
saying? Bring it out. You had two of them, right?
Oh yeah, I told him
Slavery,
slavery
slavery.
happened.
Yeah.
And what else I said? Yeah, slavery happened. And what else did I say?
Was it the
Oh,
Egypt?
Egypt. Yeah, it was Egypt.
Egypt in
Look, Egypt
America.
is in America. You better choose your words and cool with me, homeboy. I'm telling you now, you
Brother, you
better.
don't understand. You don't understand. The white folks came over here and saw the pyramids and everything and ran over to East Africa and made their own goddamn Egypt.
In the
They
damn
stole
desert. In the damn desert where they can't fucking live. Why you passed up Greenland? Why would you pass up Ghana? Why would you pass up all this flesh Greenland and go to the desert? That don't even make no damn sense. Let's stop. But let's get it. You know what I'm saying? Him, Chief Christmas, Chief December 25th. I'm
it.
ready for you. You understand? You can come with that. I really want to debate if that the slavery happened because I heard you got a lot of followers out there, and you out there teaching that slavery never happened. How dare you? The audacity of you to even say such preposterous, blasphemous BS is beyond me, and I will make it my quest to crush you for saying that. Real talk. Slavery in America happened. I will beat you and your whole clique. I'll take on your whole clique. All you got to do is line them up every week. Give me one on the first. I'll take another one on the 7th. On the 7th, I'll take another one on the 14th. And so on and so forth. Any one of y'all want to play with me with this slavery thing that happened in America, I will kill you. And I guarantee you, I'm going to use Hebrew Israelite information. I'm going to use Christian information. I'm going to use everything to damn you niggas. Real talk. Facts, bro. Just so you see me out there, huh? Boy,
Oh hell
playing
yeah.
games.
We want Chief Holiday ass over here on the hot seat. Matter of fact, no, not even on the hot seat. I want
Damn the hot
Chief
seat.
Holiday, 101 Chief Holiday with King Self, because he talking about he ain't gonna debate nothing. So let's get this 101 set up. King Self, you know what I'm saying, and Chief Holiday. So y'all can look forward to that. We that's behind the scenes. We working on it right as we speak, man.
Yeah, now it ain't the America is Israel. They said Egypt. They said Israel. They saying America is Egypt, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like this is Egypt over here. And man, these boys got some man say I don't even know where the hell they come up. This sound like some white boy infiltration, counter intel type shit. Them niggas talking about real talk. I ain't man. That shit don't even make no sense.
Yeah, that's why I can't debate with him. That's why that day when y'all had him on, I tried to start in the beginning. After a while, I was like, man, this shit is too silly. You know what I mean?
Hey, we need to get
Damn.
Kevin back over here, James. You should beat the hell out of him because he really don't understand phylogeny or how DNA works. He want to sit up here in front, but he made several errors today. You understand?
He
And he
made
just
several of them. Several.
several
Yeah,
errors.
he made several errors and then got mad when the paper wanted to correct him. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. That's why I was quick,
I
because
mean,
I was reading it while you was reading, bro. I'm one of them dudes. You give me something, I'm fit to read it, bro. It don't take me that long to read. And I'm reading that shit, and this shit ain't saying what you said. We went up for you to show. You know, it's supposed to be going there to show that, you know, that, what was he supposed to go there and show? That the Ashkenazis or whatever,
What they had the genetic basis.
yeah, so that they had that they shared something, you know, a genetic signature, a different genetic signature with everybody else. Like it was a different biological basis for them to be Jews. His article never said that. Then when I'm trying to highlight to him in the article that, you know, the Ethiopian Jews and these other Jews are, you know, outliers and stuff and that, he said I'm lying, I'm wrong. You know, we go look at the chart. Clearly the chart, anybody just looking at the chart would agree with me. You see a big ass cluster of Jewish DNA. You know what I'm saying? You see two little outliers playing on the outside of that. Now common sense will tell you that. But now he said, nah,
James,
they let it say.
James, you know what? You know what I want to see? I want to see you and Jeremiah debate whether these modern Jews are Ashkenazis or Herodotus. Now that would be a great ass fucking debate. I want to see the evidence on that. Man, that was
Hey,
ever since
I'm
Jeremiah
with that.
said
I
that.
think I
Ever
could
since he
prove that,
said that,
bro.
I
So
was
I'm
like,
with
man, that
that.
would be a great ass point. Cause I think they Khazarians. Now I think they them Khazars, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I would that'd be a great debate. You and Jeremiah on, you know what I'm saying, Herodotus on Herodotus, Jeremiah. My bad, bro. I'm gonna be quiet.
Shit, I ain't tripping. I mean, I ain't tripping on no inside debates. As long as it's good, you know, I like taking weak debates.
I want to see your evidence. All the evidence that I ever saw was based on the Khazarian theory. I've never seen nothing about the Herodians. So I think, you know what I'm saying, like the Herodian nigga, y'all gonna shake up the whole Hebrew institution with that debate. That'll be a great debate, man. You know how many views we gonna get on that? That debate gonna be stupid. Like for real, for real. The Herodotus or the Xarians? Oh yes, loud. I like that. That and then watch this here. That ain't got to do nothing with the biblical sources. Ooh, so y'all got to really do some research. Y'all got to go outside the Bible. Oh hell yeah, Jeremiah, what's up, man?
Hey, that's why vocab and them didn't want to deal with us on an extra biblical level. Talking about, oh, well, I don't want to deal with the history and genetics and all that. You got to find someone else to debate because when you line it all up and you can show the Bible or just hint to something, you can show it on a purely secular level. LeBron has issues with for some reason. It just hammer home the point more and shows that it's something that's actually true. You know, people can hold on to instead of everybody having to take everything purely off faith, you know what I'm saying, and believe in a narrative instead of seeing the outside evidence that fully substantiates it.
Hey, my thing is, matter of fact, you know what? I don't even want to see you and Jeremiah debate. I want to see you crush somebody from outside. Matter of fact, I want to see you crush one of them kitty cat den dudes. Hey, one of you Hello Kitty Cat dudes from over there, you know what I'm talking about, from working with the other side. Hey, my brother James, he say that the Hebrew Israelites, that the Khazarians over there, that we say that the Ashkenazis, they not Khazarians. The brothers say that they Herodians. I want to see if anybody want to take up that debate. That'll be a great debate. What you think, Jasul, bro?
That'll be a first. I ain't never seen that debate. That'll be a fresh.
Never.
Yeah. It'll be a first. So anybody want to step up and take that debate? The offer's on the table, man.
Hey, that's why I said I remember when Jeremiah said that. I was like, man, I believe that because he's like, I believe they Herodians. I was like, oh shit, that would be a great debate. Herodians or were they Khazarians? Because both sides got to bring out facts. Both sides can't do no speculating on that topic. Am I right, Jasul? That would be a great fight.
Yeah,
Level,
man. Hey, this is
even.
sports.
Is it even?
Yeah, pretty much from a historical standpoint. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I will put my money. I ain't gonna lie. I'm put my money on Jeremiah. I'm gonna ride with Jeremiah with the Khazari. I on that debate. I will ride with Jeremiah on the Khazarians because we got a lot of evidence saying that the Khazarians adopted that culture because they didn't want to choose between Christianity and Islam. So they stole that way of life. And they call themselves Jews. Not a Herodians, bro. I ain't never heard of that one. Now that's a good one. Real talk.
It makes sense from a historical standpoint.
Nigga, who the fuck is the Herodians? I don't even know who they is.
The Herodian King Agrippa now.
You talking about Herod?
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Hey, I got these brothers on talking about Esau, man.
Tell them to join the stream yard.
Did you hear what I just said, Jeremiah?
Nah, man.
And there shall be holiness in the house of
Tell them to join the stream yard.
Now they're afraid.
Man, tell them people to join the stream yard.
Why is he talking about Esau?
They're afraid, man.
He said,
tell them right now, bro.
The white
we'll be on you waiting on them.
The source too real, man. Niggas scared of us, man. If we pull up facts on that shit. Right.
Yeah. Who is that? Who is them brothers?
It's some older guys, man. It's so funny, bro.
Man, they stuck in that era. They stuck in that 1996 era.
Yeah.
Not no 1990, 1970 shit.
And the kingdom shall be the
Hey,
Lord.
we need to end this show, man. I need you to call me, Joshua.
Man, tell them niggas to jump their ass online. They ain't that old. They know what internet is.
Why James left?
We got hey, y'all brothers had 40 people watching y'all, man. I hope y'all understand that y'all drew an audience, man.
It wasn't me. I ain't had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, man, I can hear you, man.
LaRon wanted me to shut up.
D-Red.
Oh, there you go. Now he want to score. Hi your ass nigga. Hi your ass nigga.
Look, D-Red come in.
Man, get your Chico DeBarge looking ass up out of here, man. No, you from Third Ward, Ohio, your ass nigga. Real talk.
He said you from the north, Phil. He said you from the north side.
That nigga no.
You grew up in Forest Point. What was it, Forest Point?
My motherfucking people off Elgin, nigga. My motherfucking people off goddamn me. What's up?
Hey, check it out. Y'all forgot to read the autosomal DNA results, man. Y'all forgot to read that shit. Because had y'all read that shit, y'all would have just killed the whole argument because it goes off into the Y-DNA and the X chromosome, the X and Y DNA. You go into the paternal lineage and the maternal lineage. You know what I'm saying? And it show you that these people are more related to Italians about the autosomal DNA distancing matrix. It shows you that these people ain't closely related to. They more closely related to Italians than on both sides of their motherfucking lineage than to any Middle Easterner. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like they don't. That's what I was saying that in the chat. You don't even have to go back and forth about some of the stuff. Y'all, I mean, it was good that y'all did it. You know what I'm saying? I guess just for the audience, but y'all could have just killed the whole thing by reading that article. But go ahead, you can read it.
Yeah. But this was James' show, so we let James navigate the way he want to. But also, we need you to get in contact with Chief Holiday because we want him. He gonna have a one-on-one discussion with King Self. You know what I'm saying?
Want that.
All right, I'll set it up.
He want
He wanted you to come on his show too.
Yeah,
Chief Holiday, he wants you to come on his show.
Yeah.
Hey, D-Red, tell him
Today?
King Self. Tell him King Self. Tell him I want to debate if slavery really happened. I want that debate. And tell him say, damn, he didn't meet the stipulations of the source for me to put my build up. I actually want to give him some incentive to come over here. And you know, I want to make it worth everybody's while to watch and pay attention. Because if he got the followers that he got, and he's out there saying that slavery never happened, say I need them followers over here at the source. I'd rather them follow Hebrew Israelite doctrine, D. Red James, and Yeshua doctrine than they follow anything else. You understand me? You know what I'm saying? Yeshua and them. Yeshua and Jeremiah, they a whole different beast. Them they dress like goddamn Power Rangers and shit.
Here we go.
They my dudes though. I fuck with them. They in the car. They on the cosplay side. Bro. Y'all on the cosplay side of the Hebrew Israelites. I love Jeremiah. I love you to death, bro. I'll kill any nigga that fuck with you. But your ass a funny dressing ass nigga. Real talk.
Hey, D-Red. So when do you need me to go there? Today? When did they go live?
No, I set it. I set it up. I set it up.
Look, we on the
want to interview you, and you know what I'm saying. I set it up.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be all kind of coon, and I'm listening to the white man.
Hold on. What do you think? Now, just from your knowing Chief Holiday, D-Red, what would you possibly assume that he would want to talk to Jashub about? What he want to interview about?
Just based on you want to know his he's probably gonna want to know his stance on slavery, probably one, and that everything started in the Americas. Like America is the grandmother and Africa is the mother, and so America is the stuff in America is older than the stuff in Africa. That's probably what he wants.
Oh, he gonna lose both of them. So you gonna go in on that nigga, man? You better kill that nigga, Jashub.
Hold on, real quick. These niggas they finna spin the block on our ass from what happened last time. So I'm finna get it. All 9 of them niggas gonna jump my ass when I go.
Man, read that article, man. Read that article before we get off and all this other stuff. Read that article before we start talking about all this other stuff.
Bring me with you. I read the article with you. And
what
we can
article
go over there.
they about to read?
Put it in the group, and it's in the group already, right? So let me just pull it up.
Yeah, it's already in the group.
Oh, you should. Oh shit, y'all got 4 of the best Hebrew scholars on this motherfucker now. Yeshua dropped off. Y'all got 4 of the best Hebrew scholars on this motherfucker right now. D. Red, James, goddamn me, Jeshub, and goddamn Jeremiah. Y'all shit. If y'all want me just to you know what I'm saying, run interception, I will. I'll be a cornerback in this game. You know what I'm saying? See,
I need you to get a sack on the quarterback Chief Holiday. That's what I need you to do.
Okay, that's a bet. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna play that Ladavion Bell. Them Texans, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna come through the lane. J.J. Watt on their ass, 99. You understand me? You know what I'm saying?
That's right. All right, I got it right here. The D-Ray, you see it? The origin of Eastern European Jews revealed by autosomal, sex chromosomal, and mtDNA polymorphisms.
Mitochondrial DNA by polymorphisms.
The study aims to establish the likely origin of Eastern European Jews by genetic distance analysis of autosomal markers and haplogroups on the X and Y chromosomes and mtDNA. According to autosomal polymorphisms, the investigated Jewish population do not share a common origin, and EEJ are closer to Italians in particular and to Europeans in general than to other Jewish population. This is what would like you said, D-Red, this would have went well with what James was trying to school Kevin on. You know what I'm saying? But Kevin would listen, we would have read this and Kevin would have been heckling the whole damn time.
Hey, D-Red, let me ask you this. My thing is when it say Italians, which part of Italy? Sicily? Oh,
Nah,
wrong.
the general Italian, the Villanovan population that moved in after the Etruscans and all the black people got pushed out.
Okay, yeah.
This corresponds exactly with what James was talking about during the Roman Empire period. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
they
And
by the time.
then
Yeah. They,
when you find the affinity to Italians historically, you see the Idumeans moving in. So they really don't have nothing to do with Eastern European Jews. But you just keep on reading it.
All right, the similarity of EEJ to Italians and Europeans is also supported by X chromosomal haplogroups. In contrast, according to the Y chromosomal haplogroups, EEJ are closer to the non-Jewish populations of the Eastern Mediterranean. mtDNA shows.
Non-Jewish.
hold on, stop. Eastern Mediterranean.
That
Medi-
means that means that
hold on,
means in
stop.
in like the Levant area.
That's the Levant.
Yeah,
But
no,
they're
hold
not
on.
Jews.
I'm pitching the Mediterranean. I'm pitching east of the Mediterranean. That is the Levant. Y'all are correct. Okay, keep going. Y'all right. Keep going.
mtDNA shows a mixed pattern, but overall, EEJ are more distant from most populations and hold a marginal rather than a central position. The autosomal genetic distance matrix has a very high correlation with geography, whereas the X chromosomal, Y chromosomal, and mitochondrial DNA matrices have a lower correlation. All right, well, now, conclusion. The close genetic resemblance to Italians accords with the historical presumption that Ashkenazi Jews started their migrations across Europe and Italy, and with historical evidence that conversions to Judaism was common in ancient Rome.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why I was like, I'm like, hold on, let me finish reading what this fucking article going. Cause I'm like, say, bro. All right,
Just
yeah,
let
you're
them
right.
finish,
They
sir. Just chill
converse.
out. Just let them finish.
They converse. Like he just read. They converse.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
conclusion.
But see, and it goes with history of the Idumeans converting to Judaism during the Roman Empire period. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying? Just
let me
so
ask you something else, D Red, on knocking that. Would that say would that be in retrospect the of the Herodians? Could this have the same history?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
I'm trying to fuck
Because
with your boy James.
Herod was an Idumean. He was an
Right.
Edomite.
Okay. I'm trying to see who can win this debate so I can put some money on it. Goddamn. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see, goddamn. I want to see where he goes. You know what I'm saying? Cause James 100 with that shit. James really believed that the Herodians. So I'm like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Convince me, nigga.
But go ahead, finish the shoot. Come on.
The reasons for the discrepancy between the biparental markers and uniparental markers are discussed. The article was reviewed. Y'all see it on the screen. Background says the genetic affinities of the Jewish populations have been studied since the early days of genetics. Yet the origin of these populations is still obscure.
Yep.
Some of the studies trying to establish the origins of Jewish populations with autosomal markers claim that Jewish populations have a common origin, but others concluded that Jews are a very diverse group.
You fucking right. Because they not trying to say the Jews are a race. They trying to say that the Jews are just a people that convert to this religion. Right?
That's what this is saying, that these people
That
converted
Yeah,
to.
exactly.
This corpus of studies have already been critically reviewed. The origin of Eastern European Jews, by far the largest and most important Ashkenazi population, and their affinities to other Jewish and European populations are still not resolved. Studies that compared them by genetic distance analysis by autosomal markers to European Mediterranean populations revealed that they are closer to Europeans than other Jewish populations.
Look at that. They closer to crackers than they is closer to them Palestinians down there that got that marker. Facts, because that's who they did that DNA test with. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
The Palestinians.
Yeah.
Exactly.
EEJ are the largest and most investigated Jewish community, yet their history as Franco-German Jewry is known to us only since their appearance in the 9th century and their subsequent migration a few hundred years later to Eastern Europe. Where did these Jews come from? It seems they came to Germany and France from Italy. It is also possible that some Jews migrated northward from the Italian colonies on the northern shore of the Black Sea. All these Jews are likely descendants of proselytes. Conversion to
Judaism. There you go, right now.
Was
common.
Read it
again, Jusul.
Conversion to Judaism was common in Rome in the 1st centuries BC and AD.
You right, D. You right, D. Red. That would have killed their whole statement. That would have killed their whole shit.
Judaism.
That would have killed the whole thing. Like D. Red said, if y'all would have read that shit right there, that just sentence what you just read, Jusul. Conversion to Judaism was common in the Roman and 1st centuries BC and AD. That's both eras. They covering both eras. 1st century BC and 1st century AD. That's both eras, bro. He was right.
Hey, who just dropped off?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
D-Red, you was right.
Yeah, I was asking what was the date of the study.
D-Red, you right. If
data
James would have read it, that would have killed him. Go ahead, Jasul, my bad.
The date of the study, like 2010. 2010.
Oh, that's
you say 2010?
That's 10 years of that's 10 years. That's 10 years of research. You can't knock that.
Yeah, October 6th.
So the reason I was saying that is because the one that I presented is a year later. And if you're looking at it from that standpoint, you can see that, okay, the study before this doesn't show any biological basis for Jewishness. It's pretty much leaving the Ashkenazi out on their own, saying they close to the Europeans and other Jews. But then when you add in the study with the sub-Saharan African ancestry, all of a sudden all of them cluster together in a group.
Nah, hell nah.
You know what I mean? But that's what the other study says. The other study shows you that when you put them with the sub-Saharan African, now all of a sudden you have cluster groups. And gives them a biological basis for some type of connectivity, I guess we could say. Some genetic basis of it.
Watch this, James. That's that shit them Khazarians did. Not the Herodians, but the Khazarians. They did that.
Hey, for all I know, they could be the same goddamn people, because it is almost 1,000 years later.
Might be. You don't know. I want to see that debate, though. I ain't gonna lie. That would be a great debate between two Hebrews.
So I'm also.
All right. Judaism gained many followers among all ranks of Roman society. The aim of this study is to establish the likely origin of this major Jewish population by using larger data set of autosomal markers and compare the results to analysts based on the available data for the X and Y chromosomes and for mtDNA. You want me to read all the methods? I mean, we pretty much got it.
You can read some of it. You can read some of it just because Kevin and LaRon probably listening in. So
Jasul, when you go down, don't read the first paragraph. Read the second one where it say the 17. Right there, that's a lot. Where it say the markers are. Where it call out the markers.
Yeah, ain't nobody gonna know that though. Like that's gonna.
It don't matter. They can be stupid all they want. All they got to do is rewind the video when they feel like they ain't dumb no more, and they can read it and they can go back and see that we was telling the truth the whole time. You know, dumbass niggas.
This brother,
it ain't my fault they stupid. It ain't my fault.
Look, it says 6 Jewish populations: EEJ, Moroccan Jew.
Not that one, man. Read the second paragraph where the markers at. They know what.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one because it's going to show the difference between all the different Jewish populations. That's a good one.
Which one?
I can't really see on my phone.
Which one y'all want me to read, man?
I want
The
to
one
read
that was
second.
the one was talking about Moroccans and all that old shit.
The first one. He wants you to go through the whole thing, man. He wants you to go through the elementary school of these motherfuckers not knowing what the fuck they read. But go ahead though. You right, Jay. You right, D-Red. You right, nigga. Stupid. You
Red.
Right.
Hey, every time D-Red come in the room, we're gonna say red. All right.
Red. Nah, that nigga ain't red. That nigga high yellow. We gonna call that nigga high yellow, just like you.
No, man, cause
When
I
you
ain't
come in
got
the
a
room,
lot of
we gonna
time,
say
so I'm trying to get this
All
done.
right. All right. 6 Jewish
All right, go ahead,
population: EEJ, Moroccan Jews, Iraqi Jews, Iranian Jews, Yemenite Jews, and Ethiopian Jews, which have been studied for all the autosomal markers used in this study, are included in the analysis. EEJ are defined on the basis of history as those Jews originated from the areas of the Polish, Lithuanian kingdom and their descendants in bordering regions encompassing the territories of Russia, Poland, Baltic states, Belarus, Moldova, the northeastern part of Romania, and the Ukraine. The data on the non-autosomal markers were also available for other Jewish populations: Bulgarian Jews, Turkish Jews, Tunisian Jews, Libyan Jews, and Georgian Jews. The
What you
17.
talking about, James? What you talking about, Herodian, James? This is Khazarian. Did you hear that? All that shit is cause Khazar.
Yeah, chill out. Chill out. I ain't got a lot of time, so let the shoot go in.
The 17 autosomal markers are AK, ADA, PGMI, PGD, ACP, ESD, GPT, HP, GC, J311, MSPAL, METH, TAQL, both on chromosome 7 near the CF locus, FVG16918, F2, G20210A, MTHFR, C677T, CBS 844, INS68, ACEID, and PAH, XM, and L. All the markers are unique event polymorphisms, and apart from 2 insertions, are all SNPs. The first 9 markers are polymorphisms of red cell enzymes and serum proteins and were typed mostly by protein electrophoresis. But the variations at the protein level is directly related in a 1-1 manner to the SNP variation of the DNA level. Indeed, some of the results for the Jewish populations were attained by the PCR methods.
Now, oh my.
The polymorphism.
I was going to say with them PCR. I was going to tell y'all what them PCR methods was, but you go ahead and read it.
The polymorphism of the remaining 8 markers can only be detected at the DNA level. J311, MSPL, and METH-TAQL were typed in all the populations, including the Israeli population, by southern blotting and hybridization. The other 6 markers were typed in the Israeli populations by PCR methods. The data on the FVG16198, F2G20210A, MTHFRC677T, and CBS have already been published. The data on the ACEID and PAH, XM, and L are still unpublished. These polymorphisms were typed according to the methods of Rigat et al. And Gosov et al., respectively. Allele frequencies for all populations are given an additional file. Table S14, table S2 presents 4 markers on both sides of the CF locus. Because of the linkage between them, I chose to use only the 2 most distal markers, which are separated by a few centimorgans. Haplogroup frequencies of non-recombining Y chromosome, the X chromosome, and mtDNA are given an additional file. Gower recommends that the microevolutionary studies, when sample sizes are quite variable and gene frequencies do not differ greatly, would be most appropriate, and this is the measure I use. Distance were also calculated with Nee's formula, and the results were very similar. The neighbor joining tree was computed by Biolip 3.66 since it does not calculate.
Hey, D-Red, all he sounded like he did was prove Mendel's law to me. He proved Mendel's dominant will create a dominant, but a recessive would never create a recessive would never create a dominant. That's what it sounded like. That he just described Mendel's law in the first and second paragraph already to me. Am I getting the same as you did?
They given a methodology on how they came up with the results we read earlier.
Yeah.
Which 99% of the population don't understand this jargon I'm reading. So,
well, that's why you got to explain Mendel's
I mean,
law.
you don't have to keep reading. You
I
don't have
think
to keep
Mendel's
reading it
law.
though, because
I think Mendel's law
but then
is
again, Kevin do need to
consistent.
hear this because he don't understand phylogeny and what a node is and what branches of the tree is and where to start, what a beginning means and what the end means on the damn tree.
yeah, what a source sample, what the source sample, and all that other type of shit.
Yeah, because I'm reading.
So
I'm listening to this dude read. I'm like, he sound this is Mendel's law. You know what I mean? Like, do people understand what they read? They don't. Go ahead, keep going, Sue. I'm sorry.
The
I
David
just
Joiner tree was computed by Phylop 3.66 since it does not calculate Sangre's G2. I use Reynolds et al. Distance, which is also based on the assumption that gene frequency changed by genetic drift alone solely for the calculation of the tree. Genetic distance matrix not shown. The significance of nodes in the tree and the standard errors of the genetic distances were computed by bootstrapping 10,000 times. Multi-dimensional scaling plots and mental tests for correlation between genetic distance matrices and between them and matrices of geographic distances were compounded by NTSYS 1.70. Geographic distances were calculated as great circle distance between the capitals of the countries of the origin of the populations. So pretty much this is how they came to the conclusion that these EEJ Jews were more related to Italians.
exactly because they applied Mendel's law, correct?
Here go the results right here, brothers.
Exactly.
The autosomal genetic distance do not show any particular resemblance between the Jewish populations. EEJ are closer to Italians in particular and to Europeans in general than to other Jewish populations. All of the distance apart from one differ from zero by more than twice their standard error. A difference between two distances can be considered meaningful if it's more than twice their largest standard error. The difference between the distance of EEJ from Italians and their distance from the other Jewish populations are meaningful according to their criterion. And the same is also true for all non-Jewish populations except for Greeks and Russians. In fact, the distance between EEJ and Italians is the smallest distance in the matrix, meaning they are related. There's not that much genetic distance between the two.
Make sure you tell them what EEJ means. EEJ is Eastern European Jews. It's
Yes.
white folks, Polish people. Okay,
that's the people Kevin and LaRon capping for, saying they the real damn Jews. But this study is showing you they ain't nothing but some goddamn Italians, man.
But watch this though; it's really actually showing you Mendel's law, because when you go to the Italians, you know that the what's them people the Moors conquered Italy. They had a whole regime over there for I don't know how many years, and so their genes was dominant through these people. So the Italian genes are overriding the Polish and Eastern and these other people. That's what this is saying to me.
But keep reading, Jashu, because you're gonna get to something interesting. You're gonna get something real interesting. Keep going.
A multi-dimensional scaling plot of genetic distance matrix captured the proximity of EEJ to Italians and other European populations. The same is also true for the neighbor joining tree. It should be noted that multi-dimensional scaling points are a way to present graphically the intricate relationships of genetic distance matrices. As such, they are necessarily less accurate than the matrices on which they are based. In order to understand the genetic affinities of particular populations, one must examine its distance in the matrix itself, not in the plot. The same also applies to the neighbor joining tree. The bootstrap values indicate the robustness of the clustering, but not the significance of individual genetic distances. Autosomal genetic matrix. You can see they got all the groups: EEJ, Iraqi, Iranian, Moroccan Jews.
Hold on, go back to that chart. Let me read that chart again.
That's what we were just reading about. They describing this one.
Yeah.
Which one you going above?
Yeah, the one first one.
This is that genetic distance map. You can see the Eastern European Jews are real close to the Italians. You see that?
Yeah.
So that's what they pointed out. They damn near cousins.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Like, man, say, bro, these people ever since, you know what I'm saying,
But you're gonna get off to a point where it didn't even talk about their paternal lineage. That's what I'm trying to get you to get to.
Okay.
Go to the paternal lineage. Get to that. That's the one we need to get to right there. We need to get to the origins of these Italians, who they closely related to.
There go another phylogenetic tree that nigga don't know how to read. But anyway, I'm gonna keep going. All right, X chromosome haplogroups demonstrate the same relatedness of EEJ to Italians and other Europeans. In contrast, according to the Y chromosomal haplogroups, EEJ are closest to the non-Jewish population of the Eastern Mediterranean.
Hold on, read that again. Eastern European Jews are closest to the non-Jewish population of the Eastern Mediterranean. So that tells you that these Ashkenazi Jews are not the Jews of the Mediterranean or the Levant. That's what it just said.
Right.
That sentence right there killed it.
He brought up the Mizrahi Jews. That would mean they're not related to the Mizrahi Jews that they keep running to, and the Iraqi Jews that they keep running to. These damn Jews not even related to them.
Yeah, you just killed that. D-Red, that nigga just killed that shit with that one sentence.
That's the point I was talking. That's why, like, just keep reading. That was the point I was trying to get to. Them niggas ain't Jews at all.
And I hit that boy on point. And watch this. I'm not a believer. I'm not a believer.
So that's the whole. That's why I kept saying it in the chat, man. Just go to the autosomal DNA. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to keep going back and forth and trying to have an interpretation fight over what the fucking shit say. Go to another article and just say, okay, well, I got something for that. Okay, that's what you believe. Stand on that. Boom. Hit that nigga with this article. It's done. It's over with. They ain't no. You have to go back and forth with them. Oh, that's not what it said. Well, that's what this say. This backs up what this say. But I just been telling you, this article backs up what I've been telling you.
Yeah, nigga, you ain't have
now I got two
to read
articles
the whole thing, nigga. That nigga read that one sentence.
You know what I'm saying?
It's killed him.
So it's over with, man. That's you know what I'm saying? And LeBron know this shit. Because I sent this article to him a long time ago.
LeBron didn't read this article though, man. They don't read shit.
You know what I'm saying? What it is he was probably hoping you niggas didn't have that article.
No, you've been gave this article to us. You gave this.
No, I'm saying no. I know that, but I'm saying he was probably hoping y'all didn't have it, that y'all wasn't going to it. Because once you go to this article, this case closed over. There's nothing to argue about. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing to argue about.
Yeah, and you can see this cluster chart. EEJ in the middle, they're close to the Syrians, Turkish. What's this LJ right here? These are all the non-Jewish groups they were talking about above. Let's see. Turkish, LJ. What's LJ on the chart? LJ.
You gotta go back up. You gotta scroll back up.
No, it's right here. It's right here below it. This is a legend right here. Everything with a J on it is a Jewish group. So YJ is out here, LJ is up here, and they're more closely related to the Syrians, Lebanese, the Jordanians, PA and CY, and then the Jewish groups are outside of that cluster. The Iraqi Jews are right here. Look how much distance between those two. And they keep running to the damn Iraqi Jews. But the EEJ or Eastern European Jews are far removed from that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, any way you cut it, y'all brothers can't run the DNA because DNA gonna smack you right in the goddamn face.
Yeah.
Every goddamn time. DNA gonna smack you in the face, man. That's why y'all don't want to debate the shit. Y'all already said y'all want to debate Bible claims.
That was a good one.
That was a haymaker.
But they want to debate if the Jews was actually black. They want to debate if the Jews was actually black, bro. That's stupid. Like, we know they was black people, but are they, or is it you niggas is the debate? Is it you niggas over here, African Americans? That should be the debate, not whether the damn Jews or the Hebrews was black. We know they was black, but is you niggas today these people? That's the debate, I would say.
The thing is, them dudes don't know nothing enough about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I knew he didn't understand DNA when he started talking about to go to Derek Lang. Derek Lang ain't talking about no damn. He ain't no geneticist. What the hell you bringing up Derek Lang for? So I already knew you trying to conflate a historical debate with a genetic debate. If you don't know, so that I already knew he was on. They was on some bullshit when he did the shit. Like, okay, this is what this gonna be.
To me, James.
You finna try to find anything to try to support your claim. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't really substantiate it with the genetic evidence. So I know that little old game.
To me, James killed him when he posted the facts about the sub-Saharan DNA being found within the Jewish DNA pattern. Man, you killed that shit, man. Say, bro, these people was black folks because
But the thing is, they don't understand. They wasn't
when you
understanding
apply
James'
Mendel's law
methodology.
to genetics,
But
let's just
they
say,
wasn't understanding. They
let's just
wasn't
say that
understanding
people don't know
James'
Mendel's law.
methodology.
Let's just say people they don't understand
But
that. I understand it.
they didn't understand, and that's all. James was showing a methodology of how he came to his conclusion, but they could not
Exactly.
explain how they came to their conclusion. That's why they went to Derek Lang to
That's
try to
why I
say.
asked nigga.
And
Watch this though, D-Red. That's why I asked nigga, are you saying that the sub-Saharan people were white people? You remember when I asked him that? Because when he was trying to get in with D-Red, he with James, he had actually said that, hey, look, I agree with y'all, but these people, y'all trying to say that these people are particularly black. I'm not saying that. Y'all remember when he said that? And I was like, bro, so you telling me that the sub-Saharan people are not black people? If they not black, then the only way that James will be wrong is if you trying to tell me that the sub-Saharan people are not black. That's the only way James will be wrong. And he couldn't tell me that they wasn't black. Oh, that's not what I'm saying, brother. Yes, it was. When you first came on the show, you said that they're not necessarily black. G Con, he would still say it's not saying what it's saying. Man, say, man, these people are saying that, man. I mean, the Hebrew, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. I'm not a believer. Y'all, y'all be praised. How y'all be praised. I'm not a Hebrew. I don't believe in the Bible, no way, shape, form, or fashion. But one thing that I will say is that
Oh,
anything dealing with anything dealing with the Hebrews, say, bro, when it comes to them being black, I'm gonna agree with because they are black. They black people. Why
look at
y'all never dealt with my claims? Y'all ran all the way around it. What claims? Aboriginal power?
I'm
Come
dropping
on,
the
I
link.
debate you too. What you want? You want smoke? You know I got my gas, man. Man, bring Aboriginal power on here. Yeah, Maya.
I'm trying to get him on here right now. The link in the chat. The link in the chat, Aboriginal Power. There he is. I know he there. Click that link, brother.
What we never dealt with. I'm gonna deal with it, especially with this. Hey,
No, this
hold
Ratchet
on.
Craig. Ratchet Craig, man. I'm thinking you Aboriginal Power, man.
Hey, the school. When Aboriginal power get on here, we gonna go to another segment. All right, we ain't gonna talk about DNA or the Jews no more. We gonna Aboriginal. We gonna make this. Hey, this is this is a halftime show right now. We gonna wait for Aboriginal power to come on, and we gonna get on another topic because I want your homeboy, Chief Christmas, whatever his name is, Chief Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day,
Before
whatever his
y'all
name
go
is.
to another topic at halftime, let me say something about the. I think the first article, right?
Hmm?
Oh
And when
man.
I got out that first out, when I got out that first article, right, with the sub-Saharan Africa and the West and the Southern Europe, right? We got to understand some nomenclature that they were saying right there. When they was talking about gene flow, we are talking about phenotypes, right? That's all we talking about. And they had like 3 to
Not when you're
4%.
talking about gene
No, it's
flow.
not talking
Not
about phenotype. It's talking about
not when you're
phenotype.
talking about gene flow. You're talking
It
about
is. It is
you're talking
talking
about
about the pheno. It
generations.
is talking about
No, it's not.
phenotypical.
You're talking
It's
about
talking about the traits.
generations, bro. No,
It's
you're
talking
not.
about traits that's
You're talking
left
about
over.
genetic.
Bruh,
Hold on, Jane. Hold on.
but
You're
it
talking.
wasn't nothing about genetic. It was about gene traits. That's what gene
Oh,
flow is.
That's not what gene flow is, brother.
oh,
It's not.
stop.
Hey,
That's
what is
not.
it? Phenotypical.
That's
What is it?
not what gene
Phenotypical what?
flow. That's
All right,
not
I'm
what
gonna get the definition and put it on the stream, brother. You being pseudo.
gene flow is, bro.
All
Gene
right.
flow. Go ahead.
Gene
Because what we
flow.
talking about, bro. If you go into the desert,
It's
bro.
talking
If you
about
go into
elite.
the
It's talking about traits that left on the alleles, bro. Just
Bro,
like
you
this one
have
ain't phased
It's
traits.
alleles, brother. It's
phenotypical.
alleles. But listen,
Yeah, layers. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
it's not pheno.
But
I know what you're saying, brother, and I'm not saying anything to be condescending, but gene flow. If I can
Is
get my
not dealing with phenotype at all. That has nothing to do with phenotype, bro.
what it
Phenotype.
got something
Hold
to
on,
do
hold
with
on.
it?
brother,
Stop.
let me read it.
Hold on, James. No,
Let me talk to Steph right
no,
quick. What it
Craig,
got something
stop.
to do with Steph?
Craig,
I want to hear
Craig.
Steph.
No,
Steph
stop.
became
Craig.
an expert in genetics all of a sudden. I want to hear Steph. What is
I've
it,
been on
Steph?
this shit. I've been on this shit, bro.
No,
Listen to me.
I want to hear what you got to say.
Stop,
Fuck you, what you
stop,
been
bro.
on.
Stop, bro.
Say it.
Stop. Okay,
Say it.
listen.
What gene flow is? Say it.
You done, bro?
Is you gonna say it, bro? Or
I
you
am,
waiting on
bro.
Josh Hughes
If
to
you
put it
gonna
up
be
to
quiet,
save
my
you?
nigga, let me
Or
talk.
did you wait on Josh Hughes to put it up to save you?
I'm trying to holler at you, Craig. I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm.
Okay, go ahead.
My nigga, what I'm saying though is, bro, is that when you talk about phenotype is the way you look. Phenotype is
phenotypical, bro.
Stop, bro. Let me finish.
I said phenotypical traits.
Craig, please stop. Phenotypical traits is that nigga, I look like my daddy. That is a
Bro, that ain't what it is. You already wrong.
bro.
Hey, go to see what it say, Josh Hughes. I don't even want to talk to you no more.
Just please pull up phenotype so he can understand what phenotype
No,
is.
put up gene flow.
Bro, nigga, stop. Put up phenotype.
No, gene flow. We talking about gene flow. It'll tell you what it is.
All right, we just switch this to a heretic show.
Damn.
We just switch this to a heretic show. Now this King Self show. Say Jasu, show me, put it on. Got that? What I said? Put it on.
Nigga, you talking about some damn McDaniel. You talking about some damn McDaniel traits and shit like that with genetics.
What the fuck?
I mean, nigga, you all off bases. Then put up gene flow.
We finna show you what phenotype is. He looking it up right now.
No, I said gene flow. I told you what gene flow was. I said gene flow. I didn't say nothing about it.
Stop, because you don't know what the fuck phenotype is, bro. The term phenotype refers to the observable physical properties of an organism. That includes the organism's what? Appearance, development, and behavior. An organism phenotype is determined by the genotype, which is set in the genes or the organization carries, as well as environmental influences upon the genes. So the phenotype is what you look like. It has nothing to do with your fucking genes. So stop saying that shit. That genes have something to do with your fucking phenotype. If I go into the desert or if I eat 10,000 tacos and go to fucking Mexico, I'm a black man. I will not turn into a fucking Mexican. Stop with the bullshit. That will not happen. What you're talking about is adaptation. You're speaking on adaptation. I will not become, let me say this again. I will not become a Mexican if I eat 10,000 tacos and go to fucking Mexico. I will not turn into a Mexican in 5 years. My child would not be a fucking Mexican in 5 years. My grandbaby would not be a fucking Mexican. Do you understand? It does not change DNA. Your environment or what you eat does not fucking change your DNA. God damn. You stupid niggas.
All right, Keith, going in.
Because they pissing me off with this shit.
All right.
You want to tell me what the fuck I eat gonna change the way the fuck I look? Nigga, if that's the case, I should have been a cracker. Nigga, I should have been goddamn me George Bush. If that's the fucking case. Stop, man. That shit pissing me off. I'm like James right now. That shit aggravating.
He said you like James.
That shit aggravating. Nigga want if I go over here and eat this certain food, nigga, I'ma change it. Nigga, you a fucking lie. No, you not, nigga. If I eat a banana, nigga, I'ma turn into a monkey tomorrow. Fuck no, nigga. If I eat a taco, will I be a Mexican in 5 years? No, nigga. It's not finna change my fucking DNA. Dumbass niggas, man. Shit stupid as fuck. Nigga, the only thing that can fucking change your DNA is if you as a black man, you go sleep with a white woman and you have a child. That child has sex with another foreigner or anything like that. That's going to change his DNA.
Are you breaking up on? Are you breaking up? Hey, King Self, you choppy. You choppy. King Self, you still there? Hey, anybody in the crowd, can y'all hear King Self?
Hey, why is this nigga talking about eating tacos turn you into a Mexican? That's not the silliest shit I ever heard in my life.
What?
But anyway, read Gene Flow. Why you reading phenotype for?
Because he told
me.
We
talk about Gene Flow.
I got you. Hold on, brother. Hey, King Self, you choppy. I'm finna read Gene.
Yeah, he need to chop because he wasn't going to stop fucking talking like he was smart, like he know anything about genetics.
All right, so
Gene Flow about no genetics.
On Science Direct, gene flow is also called gene migration. Gene flow is the transfer of genetic material from one population to another. Gene flow can take place between two populations of the same species through migration, and is mediated by reproduction and vertical gene transfer from parent to offspring.
Mm-hmm.
So when we was reading that 2011 article, it was talking about the gene flow from these sub-Saharan Africans, and that's our argument. These sub-Saharan
read the definition that's it like genetic biology. Because that's just a process. I know how it happened, right? I know how it happened. But read what genetic flow is.
Of these genes.
No, that is not. That is telling you how it happened. It's telling you how it get transferred. I just asked you the definition of
does it transfer by
in the demonstration. In the demonstration, they have a demonstration for you too.
Gene flow, right here is. It says. We see where it says gene flow is. That's the definition. It says the transfer of genetic material for one population.
Yeah, genetic material. You know what genetic material is?
Yes, your genome, genomic data, DNA.
That's not what gene flow. Gene read the definition of molecular biology. Read one for molecular biology.
I will, King. I will. Excuse me.
Nah, don't confuse me with that nigga.
No, hold on. Ratchet Credit, I will. But what you are not understanding what genetic material is genomic and DNA. Genomic data and DNA. That's what genetic material is.
It's in your DNA, bro.
You pass.
Okay, read it for molecular biology. That's
fine.
Hold
on.
This is fine. I didn't want it for molecular biology. We could get a straight definition. Like the same definition you gave him on phenotype. You can use the same way he used, the same place you got phenotype for him from. You can use that one.
Ratchet Craig, gene.
So we can have the same place.
Ratchet Craig, quit doing that. Stop doing that.
No, I'm talking. I'm asking him to read it from the same place he read your phenotype from. I'm telling him to read it for the same place.
Oh, okay.
Man,
what the hell just happened?
Man, that nigga, they'll be doing that shit all the time, man. Stop doing that shit. I hear you, my G. Damn, I heard you. The first fucking 8 times you said it. I heard you. Can I say something behind it? That's all I'm saying, bro. I heard you the first 8 times you said it. Goddamn Ratchet Craig.
Ratchet Craig, if you're still there, DNA is the genetic material in your cells. That's what I was trying to tell you, bro.
Exactly. This not changing. This not changing based on the sun. Based on nigga, you eating a goddamn pomegranate.
What is that? Okay. I think you play a game, Joshua.
How am I doing that? All right, so biology online.
I didn't see. Did you see? I didn't see.
Hold on.
I didn't see.
Hold on. So, Ratchet Craig, are you saying that niggas' DNA can be changed? Joshua. So I mean, damn,
look on the screen.
Fuck! These niggas here won't let a nigga say a goddamn thing, bro.
Go ahead, King Self. You got it.
Man, you been talking all day, nigga. I just got on here.
Man, keep talking, bro. Go ahead, keep saying what the fuck you want to, Wretched Craig. Go ahead, bro.
I'm
keep
trying to get
talking,
him to pull up my article and I can talk to him. You been talking all fucking day with them other crazy ass niggas. Now you want to talk when I talk. You been out here for 2 hours. Come on. What's wrong with you niggas? But anyway, can you pull it up, Joshua?
You got an article, or do you want the definition that I have? I'm on biologyonline.com. Genetic material.
Bro, Wretched Craig, when you get done with all your shit, bro, don't interrupt me for shit, nigga. Don't say a goddamn thing, bro, when I say something. Now I'm finna let you do all your shit, bro. Don't say a motherfucking thing when I get done. Don't say shit. Facts, bro. Real talk. Don't say shit, my nigga. Don't say a goddamn thing when it's my turn to talk. At all.
Wait, what happened? Did we lose him? Did he? Yeah, he gone. I'm talking to my damn self.
I don't know what that nigga said, but all I know is Ratchet Craig, you still on there? Don't say a motherfucking thing, bro. When I get ready to talk. When I get ready to say something, don't say shit, nigga. So go ahead and finish with your shit, bro. Because your ass don't let people talk. You over talking people too fucking much. Stop with the bullshit. We trying to have a motherfucking dialogue. If we can't do that shit, then bro, say my nigga, hey, y'all need to rework y'all motherfucking brain activities. Real talk. Because y'all be with this motherfucking bullshit. The Ron come on this motherfucker and his motherfucking finish, bro. Don't want to let nobody talk. Keep saying somebody else doing some shit to him. Nigga, you a fucking Christian, nigga. That's how y'all act. Get your dumb ass over there with motherfucking Joe Osteen, hoe ass nigga. Don't come back over here to the source, nigga. If you want to tell somebody, nigga, don't fucking talk. Take your ass to the kitty cat den or the Hello Kitty cat den, nigga. Don't bring your ass back over here. Real fucking talk, nigga. I'm tired of you motherfuckers with that bullshit. You want to come over here and we want to debate and we want to ask you questions, bro. We ask y'all to be respectful. We try to show y'all respect, but y'all don't want to do it to us. Nigga, y'all lucky I'm not up here to this channel. Because they ought to told you, nigga, fuck you niggas, you got me fucked up, nigga. Real talk. I'd have been told you niggas that. Fuck your Bible, nigga, fuck your Christian faith, all that whole ass shit. If you ain't gonna respect me, then I'm not gonna respect you. That's do unto others as have you do them unto you. I show you respect, you show me respect. If you can't, then fuck you, nigga. That's how I feel. I'm done with that shit, bro. Real fucking talk. Niggas be fucking playing games, man. That shit uncalled for. Niggas want to talk about they men. But everything that y'all do is unbecoming of a man. Everything that y'all do. And y'all don't give a fuck.
Hey, brother, he dropped off. I want to ask you this, King. So I'm trying to switch gears here. You gonna watch the debate tonight?
Man, stop playing with me, man. You know I'm gonna watch that. If I watch our debate, you know I'm gonna watch that.
I know you is, bro. I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to get your mind off of that, man. I'm trying to get your mind off. What's up?
Just so our debates are more structured or more professional than the presidential debates. Did you not see that? In the first one?
I agree. I'm team source all the way, so I agree.
I'm talking about nigga. I'm talking about, bro. Did you see the debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden? Didn't that look like some Hello Kitty cat did? That looked like the Hello Kitty cat did. Ain't nobody brought no source. Ain't nobody had no PowerPoint. Nigga, this is dry ass talking.
I'm gonna tell you though, Mike Pence, he beat the brakes off Kamala Harris, in my opinion.
Man, get the fuck out of here. Man, he had that big ass fly on his head. Stop, man.
That fly came down there and said, "Look, you whooping the hell out of goddamn Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris ain't got no comment. She answered no question." Man, he was.
Yes, she did. She asked. Look, she answered 2 out of 4. Mike Pence answered 1 out of 4.
Shit, Mike Pence was spanking that ass, man. I ain't gonna lie, nigga. They look like, you know, when your principal used to pull your ass out the classroom, pull out that big ass paddle. Mike Pence look like one of them niggas.
Man, I'd have told that nigga, Mike Pence, put your hands on me, my nigga. I know where you live, nigga. Nigga, just call my mama and let me go home. You don't touch me. Real talk. That nigga would have done it. Pussy ass nigga. That nigga a mark. You seen that nigga? He was sitting there like this. This how the nigga was sitting up.
Hey,
Like,
hey,
yo,
he
whatever
killed
you tell me to do, I'ma do.
hey, he killed on it when he said, do you hear that? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is gonna raise your taxes day one. He killed her ass.
Nah, what he did get her on was saying that they was gonna pack the house. They was gonna pack the house if our girl got to be
Okay, that's 2 points. Let's get the third
You
point.
mean pack the courts? You mean?
Yeah, pack the
court.
court.
Yeah, pack the court. My bad. She was gonna pack the court.
Pack the Supreme Court by
Because
expanding
the American
people
people don't want that Democratic bullshit throughout the whole goddamn country. They just say it how it is. We don't want that shit, and they trying to make it where they can make it happen no matter what we say.
I don't like now one of them motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck. I don't like now one of them. But my thing is Ruth Bader Ginsburg. He was a racist, just like the other nigga. The other nigga that died when Obama was president. What's his name? I forgot. The Mexican nigga. You know what I'm saying? They was fucking the only even the black dude in the he with a white woman with the Supreme Court judge. The only black dude that's Supreme Court justice with a white woman, and he don't like black people. So now I don't care what they talking about. You understand? They ain't got nothing to benefit me. What I want to know is what Donald Trump gonna do about my iron workers union, James and Jasub. My iron workers union, bro.
We
What
got
he
to
gonna
write
do?
your congressional. We can't even talk to your congressional unit. They Democrats, so we're gonna have to go find a Republican congressional unit, talk to them, and see what we can do about it.
My per diem then went up. I just got like 5-6 job interviews today, like on my phone. Like, let me show you. Like, on my phone, my Indeed.
Congrats.
Congratulations, brother, man.
My Indeed been blowing up.
Hey, King Cell.
Congratulations, my ass. I'm waiting on Trump to sign this check so I get this government money before I go back to work. Fuck y'all.
King Cell, look at the string, King Cell. This is when Mike Pence was laying the can of whoop ass on Kamala Harris with the fly on his head.
Where last week, the President of the United States took a debate stage in front of 70 million Americans and refused to condemn white supremacists.
Yes, Lord, he sure did.
Not true. It wasn't like he didn't have a chance.
Watch this. You talking all this shit about white supremacists and he didn't do this and do that. Watch what
the video, Ohio ass nigga. You an Indian anyway. You ain't.
No, but Kamala Harris look like she eat naan bread and tikka masala from the goddamn Indian. Hey, don't she look like she smell like some Indian spices? She's like,
I think that's it. I think it's like she smell like cumin. She smell like a whole bunch of cumin. Like
she look like a Latin and goddamn Jasmine mix. Goddamn it, they had.
Hey man, quit talking about our black women, my nigga. Real talk. Don't make me go get.
She look like she about to sing. She look like she about to sing A Whole New World.
Indian. Go get Black Jesus Minister on your ass. Real talk. Black Jesus Minister gonna make 30 videos on you in 30 minutes. Real
hey, I need you to go to Spice in the City in Dallas. It's an Indian restaurant, and look at the motherfucker cooking the goddamn naan bread, and say she don't look like Kamala Harris. She gonna look like
you a whole ass nigga, man. Play the video, man. You a whole man. You
hold on. Is she gonna have a red dot on her forehead?
And you know what? You know the little dude that I be with, that I be on the phone with. We be spoken and shit. He be in the car, the little Indian dude.
Yeah,
he Indian. I told him about Kamala Harris. He's like, "Shit, Indian for real?" I was like, "Yeah, fool, she Indian, nigga. Her mama Indian, her daddy black." He was like, "Yeah, we finna get that shit." I said, "You mark, motherfucker." you whole ass nigga, you whole ass nigga, you.
All right, I'm gonna play it. Look at Mike Pence. He got the death look in his eye, nigga. He finna kill. All right, I'm just gonna let it play, Luke.
He didn't do it, and then he doubled down. And then he said, "When stand back, stand by." And this is a part of a pattern. Donald Trump's. He called Mexicans rapists and criminals.
They
He
is.
instituted as his first act a Muslim ban. He on the issue of Charlottesville, where people were peacefully protesting the need for racial justice. Where
Look at Mike Pence's face. Look at his face. That's a killer right there.
Neo-Nazis carrying tiki
You're right.
torches,
That's how I would look at them. Like, fuck you and your people.
anti-Semitic slurs,
right.
and Donald Trump.
No.
Beauty in our diversity.
No, what he's doing is he's letting her get it all out. So what he finna say finna kill all that shit she's saying, because you talking all this white supremacy shit, and you for the black people. All right, I got something for that ass.
And the fact that we all have so much more in common than what separates us.
Vice President, let me give you a minute to respond.
Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that very much. You know, I think this is one of the things that makes people dislike the media so much in this country.
Hold on, stop. We need to have debates like this where we just talk, no information.
Hold on real quick. Watch what he finna say.
Comments that President Trump and I and others on our side of the aisle make. Senator Harris conveniently omitted after the president made comments about people on either side of the debate over monuments, he condemned the KKK, neo-Nazis, and white supremacists, and has done so repeatedly.
That's one point killed.
You're concerned that he doesn't condemn neo-Nazis. President Trump has children. His daughter and son-in-law are Jewish. This is
what's up, nigga?
Who respects and cherishes all of the American people. But you talk about having personally prosecuted. I'm glad you brought up your record, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Jasu, hold on. Are we going on personal preference, or are we going on just policy? Because this right here is a personal debate. This is not business. You want to go with the personal?
She made it personal first.
Okay, so you want to go with the emotional, personal shit.
Listen what he finna say though, because you can't be up here woofing that shit. And you doing worse,
bro. They ain't saying nothing about policy. They talking about personal shit.
I agree, but let's hear what's finna be said out of the killer's mouth.
I bet.
Thank you.
But I really need to make this point. When you were DA in San Francisco, when you left office, African Americans were 19 times more likely to be prosecuted than Hispanics. When you were Attorney General of California, you increased.
Let me rewind it.
Prosecuted for minor drug offenses than whites and Hispanics. When you were
let me get it up.
I really need to make this point. When you were DA in San Francisco, when you left office, African Americans were 19 times more likely to be
prosecuted
than whites and Hispanics. When you were Attorney General of California, you increased the disproportionate incarceration of blacks in California. You did nothing on criminal justice reform in California. You didn't lift a finger to pass the first step.
Talk to that nigga.
The reality is your record speaks for itself. President Trump and I have fought for criminal justice reform.
Thank you, Vice President.
Fought for educational choice and opportunities for African Americans, all of our members.
Thank you, sir.
I just that was one point. My girl, when I was like, that nigga ain't bullshitting. Hey, my girl was like, she looked at me like, what? I'm like, that nigga ain't lying. Nigga say, look, I had to give her the history. On Kamala Harris, like, bro, look what she did, the nigga. Like, whoop, that nigga ain't lying. You know what I'm saying? Like, facts. I was like, he got her right there.
Oh,
he got her the whole arm bar. That nigga got her ass the whole goddamn full Nelson. He can't get up out that bitch. Like, how she gonna get up out this?
Hey, like we said, Joe writes the crime bill and Kamala locks that ass up. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, you got 1 point. You got 1 point out of I don't know. How many.
Hey, look.
You won 1 point.
The incarceration of black men in high numbers is a huge fucking issue. It ain't just one issue.
I'm saying,
in everybody's top 3 list, criminal reform is damn near part of it. Every black person you ask them what's their big issues. Criminal reform is one of them. These motherfuckers is the cause of it, though.
Yeah, that you're right. You ain't lying.
So then that's huge.
The Democratic Party is responsible for a lot of this shit. You're man. You say, look at when y'all say that, y'all are nothing but totally correct. But my thing is, with so much protesting going on, with so much black people and minorities raising their voices and platforms, but we with Ice Cube and people like this such trying to levy our vote. My thing is like, do I want to do Joe Biden like I do, like y'all did Paul? Because Trump, I don't think Trump will repent. I think Joe Biden will repent. I
Repent?
think Joe Biden will
What would
be
he need to repent for?
for fucking up for the 94 crime bill, for saying that he
Oh,
don't want his children in jungles in
you
racial
talking about Joe
jungles.
Biden?
Yeah, I'm talking about Joe Biden. Yeah,
You say you think
if
he
he
will repent?
repented, would it be cool? Well, if he
Hell
repented, could
no.
he have a
Hey,
chance?
look, I
No.
don't care if you sorry after you fucked up my community.
Oh, so why you like Paul?
I knew it.
Now we going
Hey,
to Paul.
okay,
So
cool.
why
Just
you
tell
like
me
Paul?
what Trump.
Just
Tell
do.
me what he
Fuck
did
that.
to mess up
We
my
all
community.
fantasy.
Look, it ain't
Now
that
we
I
going to
like
do.
Trump. It's
Now
that he
hell
hasn't
no.
given me a reason to dislike his
Now
ass.
hell now. We going back to Paul with this one. God damn it. We
What?
finna go back to this. I want to know what nigga. You just said you don't care what he did, and
No,
I
I didn't. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Listen to
what's
me.
that?
This is what I said.
What's that?
I said it's not that I love Trump. Okay,
Mhm.
it's not that I even per se like the man. I'm saying if I look, he only got 4 years for me to look at. Okay, my whole life growing up, all I knew, everywhere I looked, it was some Trump shit. Trump in every rap song. Every rapper has rapped about being rich like Trump in America. Okay, this is what I knew. This is the Trump I knew. Reality TV Trump that media loved growing up. All right.
Facts. Even Tupac said it.
So,
You know what I'm
but
saying?
then I gotta base it off his 4 years in office. In his 4 years in office, he has done nothing to harm the black community, but have done things for the good of the black community.
Okay.
Joe
Such
Biden,
as
47 years in office. He has done nothing but things to harm the black community. Kamala
exactly.
Harris is 40. Oh, well, I won't say that long. However long she was in San Francisco as a prosecutor and going to other places in Cali. All she did was lock up niggas.
Facts.
So that's what I'm basing it on. But these niggas just want to lock us up, write bills, lock us up. They far left with the Democrats, so they cool with all this abortion shit. Which, if it wasn't abortion, we wouldn't be the #2 population in the United States. All right. They not for school choice for some reason. Why the hell you wouldn't want parents to be able to send their school choosing to the school of
Because
their
they don't
choice?
want your
But
ragged ass kids. Hold on. Let me explain that. They don't want your ragged ass kids having a chance to come up there with they goddamn kids.
Exactly, because then it's gonna be even playing
I ain't
field.
gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Both of y'all, that was one thing that I never really understood about them people. Like, damn, bro. Like, if my child, if I can afford, if I'm a welder and I'm willing to sacrifice money for my child to go to a good school, why can't my child go to that school? Oh, I know why. Because of the demographic of her address. Oh, so if the
Yeah,
demographic
zoning.
of her address because she black, right? Oh, this is a black demographic.
The
My
only
zip
way
code is a black demographic.
that's
Hey,
Oh,
but
so you
but
don't want
that
to
that's democratic policy. That's what they want.
but that's what I also disagree with everybody
damn.
saying there's no such thing
Now watch
as
this. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to cut your wisdom, King Self. Continue, brother.
No, you good. Go ahead, bro. Cause I was just finna say I was just lost. I don't understand how, you know what I'm saying. You wanna say school choice and such and such and such and such, but if I make the money for my for my child to go to this school, why are you not letting my child go to the school? Oh, because I live over here. That's blatant racism. That's blatant. Oh, because
Segregation.
your demographic, where we mail your mail to, has an effect on where my child goes to school. Why?
Hey,
And I
I'm
agree
with
with
you,
y'all.
Seth, and that's why I'm
I
not for
agree
the
with both
Democratic
y'all.
platform. I'm voting for this time the Republican platform because school choice is on the table, where
Yeah,
I
I
can
agree with
send
y'all.
my kid to any school I want to.
Yeah, I
And
agree
guess
with y'all.
what? The same taxes that would have paid for my kid to go to that public school goes to
Yeah,
that other school to pay for my kid to go there.
facts, facts. Property taxes.
So I can send them to a charter school, the best schools that are quote unquote for the public.
Facts. Now, what Jashu was saying. I'm sorry, Jashu.
I was about to say that's why they're able to say there's no such thing as systemic racism. They say there's no system that's racist, but that's obviously fucking racist because you're like, okay, I'm gonna keep these groups over here, and my side gonna get all the taxes and upward mobility and the good schooling. So my kids gonna have good education. Your kids ain't, and you ain't got nothing. You can't do nothing about it because you locked in on your zip code. You understand?
see,
Wherever you at. You know what I'm saying?
but see, this is my thing to you and Jashoot. Now let's apply the same logic that you just said, Jashoot, to schools about policy and politics. Correct? Now watch this. Like my thing would be, why is it that it's only good schools in certain areas? Don't the school system have the same revised and revision and edited books? Don't this, if I'm in HISD, if I'm in Houston ISD, why does Sugarland get a 2020 revised science book, but in Third Ward I get a 2003
Let me answer that.
book? But hold on, let me finish. Because the thing about it is that why should we have to even be beefing with a good school? Why should we have to want our what are you doing with the school books? What are the government doing with the teachers? What are you doing with the curriculum? Do you have two curriculums? Oh, you have a curriculum for black people and you have a curriculum for white people. Oh, you have revised new books for white people, but you want to give us the old books like they did in segregation, like they did when we was in when we came out of slavery. Give us the bullshit books. That's what y'all do. So now us as black people, hold on, let me finish this. Hold on, us as black people, we have to fight for our children to go to a white neighborhood so they can get education from revised books that you should have for every school district. Should not be a fucking fight. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, hey, my mom just text me, said she voted for Trump. Said she voted for Trump.
Good for her. Good for her. That's what's up.
Hey, but to answer your question, brother, let me answer your question. The reason why they can do that and what they've been using is the fact that, and that's why I was trying to get Sheikah to understand, performance. You get extra funding from the federal government due to performance. So if your school is failing, you're not going to get those incentives from the government.
Wow.
You understand? They're not going to give you those extra stiflings to pay for new books, new programs. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, just right now, what you're saying is we're competing with our children's education. That's what
in America.
What type of society we live in?
Okay,
that we have to do that stupid shit, and we have to vote on it, bro. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like how? Like, are you serious? Like we have to sit here and compete for which child will have the best education?
Yeah, I get it.
Are you fucking crazy?
I understand your outrage, but that's why school choice is so pertinent, because it gives you the option and control and destiny of your child by taking them out of that failing school that's not going to get the funding for the performance boost and the stiflings, and you could take it to a school that is getting those books and is getting that extra funding, so she can take advantage of that.
State and government schools
That's
should have the
Christos. Every
same
time
goddamn.
Okay, King Self, did you hear me though?
I'm in ninth grade algebra. Every school in America should have a revised version, new version of algebra ninth grade. But we're not gonna give it to
who
the
wants
poor
to
people.
keep upgrading the books and everything for the school that's underperforming when you can upgrade it to the schools that are overperforming?
Right.
It
And
just
those
makes
schools
sense.
that are
You
failing.
know what I mean?
But see, that's what I'm saying. Why are you competing with schools? These are schools. These are for our children.
That's
These
the
are
structure.
not. These are children. Now hold on. Listen to me.
But
Listen to me, Joshua. These are children. Why are we sitting here trying to make them a political move? Why are we trying to make them
Because
a
education is
federal
political.
government
It's tied
thing?
directly to the government. Education is tied directly to the government in
Okay,
America. So it
and to
is a
me,
political
we
issue.
need to cut that short. We need to stop government with education.
Well,
We need to
that's
make
what
two
school
separate
choice,
things.
but that's what school choice promotes. Charter schools are privately owned schools. They're not owned by the government. Now,
Well, goddamn,
some
I want my child. Watch this though, James. I want my child to go to MLK. You know why? Because the school is named MLK. When my son graduate, when my child graduate,
Hey,
she
look, if
can say, "I
MLK
probably
failing, I
graduated
don't
from
want my
MLK."
son there. Look, if MLK is a failing school, I don't want my son there. Let's close down MLK and either
But
build a
why is it
new.
failing?
Hold on.
Why is the government letting the school fail? You see what
Well,
I'm
I mean,
saying?
the government. The point is, the government can't make a school pass. That's why government shouldn't be in control. Government ain't coming in and over watching every school. They got administrators to do that, and the administrators are more concerned with keeping their jobs than educating these kids.
But that's what
And
I'm saying. Why is school funding based on property taxes? That's crazy to me.
well, because
Why is
if
school?
I pay
Hold
more
on. Let
taxes
me say this.
for
Let me say this. Let me
okay,
say this, James, and I'm gonna let you go. I promise. Because I see it like this: if every school, charter school, colleges, everything was government funded, do you know how far we would be as a people? Do you know how far we would be as Americans? Do you
we'd
know
be
how
where we
far
at
we
right
would
now
be
because
as a
it is
nation?
government funded.
You say what?
Would be exactly where we at right now because it is
I
government
think we
funded.
would be further.
I think it
Just
comes
for the
from a
simple
lot of.
fact that I
I think
probably
a
would have
lot of.
never went to jail. I probably would have never went to prison. I
But
I
probably
think
Seth,
the
would have
your
took
lottery
those
helped
school
pay.
took
was
those.
government
I
funded,
think the
Seth.
lottery helped pay for it too.
Your
Go ahead.
school was
What y'all
government
saying?
funded, so government funded schools lead to jail.
Okay. What you mean? Give me a synopsis of that.
It's the
Okay.
school to prison pipeline.
I mean
Yeah.
that's when they say that your kid is remedial and they
No,
Nah, it ain't just
no.
that they
remedial fucking
remedial.
classes.
It ain't just that they remedial.
Listen, the school to prison pipeline is due to the fact that they discipline our children
Say
way more
more.
than they do our white counterparts. So they pretty much
Facts.
what's the word I'm looking for? They pretty much raise them to be prisoners and criminals.
Mm-hmm.
But they also hold black people, they also hold those black students to a higher standard than they hold white people. Because I can
Says
look at
who?
that in the law. I can look at that one in the law. Within the law, like they'll look at a little white kid with like, oh, we don't want to mess up his life and we don't want to do that because he
Oh,
probably didn't
okay,
know
I see
no
what you
better.
mean.
But then you have a black person and they get that nigga the whole sentence and act like he's supposed to know better when they the same age. But it's the same exact scenario to me in school because they did it to me. They would hold me to a standard in ninth grade to that of a 12th grader. They would
Mm.
hold black people to a standard of college students, but they would hold white people to the standard of ninth graders being in ninth grade. If they mess up or they made a mistake, oh, they made a mistake. Oh, it's okay. Oh, they just young.
Hey,
But
Seth,
when we made a
I
mistake,
got a
we
real
had to
question
hold
because
it.
you saying some real shit.
Go ahead.
What political ideology has always been in charge of the education in America?
The Democrats.
Okay, and that's government funded. Anything
Facts.
Democrat is government funded. Okay, so the government funding the schools are left to fail unless you're in the white neighborhoods where they do get better funding because they do pay more taxes. I mean, they pay more taxes, so they're gonna get better funding.
But I feel like it would
Statistics
be the
show
same
that
on the Republican
two-parent
part.
households do far better in education than single-parent households do, as far as their kids being in school and things like that. We also have that hindrance that ends up
I feel like
hurting
though
our community.
it would be the same on both cards. That's just me. That's just King Self. You know me,
So you
James.
think
You
so?
know how
You
I
think the
feel about
charter schools who educate schools in the inner students in the inner cities
say
the
it again. Say it
same
again.
way these
Say it again.
private schools educate them? You think that our kids would still be going through these problems with that type of education?
With the private schools,
Yeah, with a private school type education because they teach Montessori, or if you're gonna put your kid in a charter school, put them in a
The re-
Montessori charter school.
the reason why I'm gonna say it would be the same is for the simple fact that when you dealing with black children, it's more of a you have to we have to be see with black people we have to be entertained. We have to be interested in it. There you go. That's the word.
Hmm.
We have to be into. You have to be motivated. You have to like it. You see what I'm saying? Like my science, not my math teacher. You know how he got us and me and my coworkers. I mean, not my coworkers, me and my classmates to understand percentages and weights and shit. This nigga brought a whole of flour to school. Like he had a fucking brick. This nigga brought a whole pound of white flour to school with a fucking triple beam and taught us on the board how to convert algebra, dope numbers to equations to fractions to decimals to add and subtracting.
That's what's up.
Yeah,
But
that
the,
is
but the
what's
thing
up.
about it is, he caught our interest. If he was just talking about anything like that, then he would never caught our interest. The thing with black people is we need our own schools. That's my
I
thing.
got you, but but that's what a charter school is. The charter schools is in the
Yeah,
black
okay.
neighborhoods. The charter started by black people.
Are
Like,
the teachers
I
black?
mean, and not all of them, of course, not every single one, but for the most part, yeah. A Lawson Academy, where I put my little cousin in, is a black started, taught by nothing but black teachers. Same thing for the Montessori school. I think the Montessori school got a Hispanic teacher, so it's all black with a Hispanic teacher.
That's great. And I say that's what's up. That
And,
mom
and,
for that.
and like I said, they teach just like the private students. Like, I mean, New York charter schools would be an example. They've been doing it for decades. They charter school black students are taught to a degree where they outperform white students across the nation.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. My
And they're teaching them in the format in which private schools teach them and so on and so forth. But they're getting the same results.
I'm
So
not
I
gonna
don't think
lie.
I do understand the peaking of interest, but I also think it has a lot to do with the structure in which those schools carry themselves because charter schools compete. It's not like they just sit back and get money. They're competing for students, and the more students they get to come because of their excelling, the more money they get. So they're
I,
incentivized to do good. You see what I'm saying? Like if you own a charter school, you want as many students as you want so you can get rich with this charter school. But guess what? You gotta show performance or nobody coming.
yeah, that's
So
facts.
these kids are performing at high levels, higher than white kids across the nation. So that shows that we have the aptitude to do it. The only thing that's holding us back is the proper teaching.
Now
So
watch
why
this,
not
James.
scale that private school, I mean, not that charter school format across the nation if it's working so well?
Now watch this, James. The reason why I'm gonna say I agree with you is because I myself personally, I graduated from a charter school. I was in prison. I went to jail in my 11th grade year. I robbed a jewelry store, prison for 2.5 years. Came home. I didn't know what I was gonna do or anything like that. My mom told me about a charter school that I could actually graduate from my actual high school. The only thing I had to do was catch up on the syllabuses that they gave
Mm-hmm.
you, right? So I go to the charter school, I catch up on all the syllabus. I was supposed to graduate in 2001. I graduated in 2002. You see what I'm saying? Because the teachers were there to help me one on one. The principals in them, they were very hands on. The teachers wasn't, they was really ready to work with you and help you get up to the syllabus part. So I agree with you on the charter schools because, like I say, I graduated from my high school from a charter school, and the program that they had was if you go to this charter school and you get up to the point to where you're graduating, where you're gonna graduate from your original high school. Like my shit is not from a charter school. My high
Mm-hmm.
school diploma is from my actual alma mater. My high school is actually from Ozan High School. While where I was supposed to actually graduate from. So what you're saying is totally correct, and I totally agree with.
And
I
let me
really,
add this on to it. What you were saying about, how the teacher can be more hands-on. Like for
yeah,
instance, Bloom Academy, where my nephew go over in Third Ward, right off Sophomore Street in Scott. It's in like a Catholic school,
oh yeah, you right
church.
there. I know exactly where you at.
Yeah, in there they got two teachers in every class. You know what I'm saying? And the class is only like, I think like 12 to 15 students tops, and you got two teachers in there, so they getting hands-on learning. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's good.
And
Yeah,
they
that's
got
great.
two eyes on them, making sure they understand it and
But
getting
can
it.
they graduate from their high school? Can they graduate from their
Well, now this
original
right
high
here,
school?
it just started not too long ago, so he gonna be in charter schools his whole life. So
Yeah,
this one
see,
right here was a new one that started. So you graduate from that charter school in the
with a
fifth
GED or
grade,
a high school diploma,
huh?
or the
Well, nah,
GED, high school
what
diploma.
you talking about they had back in our day. It's not
Yeah, with
quite
our
the same.
programs.
Back in our day, it was the same thing like Palm Center.
Yeah,
You could have went up to Palm Center, up off MLK and Griggs. You could have went up there, and they pretty much give you the syllabus and packets, and you could work it at your own rate, right?
yeah, yeah.
So
That's what I
most
went to.
most most dudes I knew who didn't want to go stay in high school, what they would do is they would leave high school, go to Palm Center, get all the syllabuses done in like a semester. You know what I'm saying? For
Done with
four
that
years
shit.
worth of work, and
Yeah,
then
and
they
be done with it.
graduate and be
Yeah,
done with it. Yeah.
that's what I did.
Yeah,
That's
so
exactly what
so
I
that
did,
that was
bro.
a little bit different from what they got now. What they got now is pretty much grassroots school starting out. You know
I
what I'm
think we
saying?
need to
And they
bring
pretty
back
much
that
teaching the
program to where you
kids.
can. I think you need to bring. I think we need to bring back that program, though, James, where you can graduate from
That's good for
accredited high
older.
school.
I think that wasn't. I don't know if that was as good because like a lot of people can cram shit so they can get it done in a short period of time. You know what I'm saying? But they don't remember it a week
Dang,
later. You know what I'm
dang,
saying? They
hold on. Let
forget
me show.
everything.
Let me show you something, bro. Let me show. Nigga, when I walked across that goddamn stage, bro, I had 4 goals in my mouth. I bought me some sachets from goddamn Sharps Time. Nigga, I walked across that stage, my nigga say, bro, nigga couldn't tell me that. Why I had that little goddamn Ozan blue hat on with the little tassel. Let me show you this. Let me show you this real quick, bro. Hold on. Let me find my little thing real quick. Like, with my backpack, with my stuff.
It sound like King Self conservative. That's all I got from this conversation. King
Hey,
Self.
look, you know what they say? Most black people are really conservative. They just don't know it.
Nah, I've been a conservative. I've been a conservative. I said that when Bush beat Al Gore. I was like, bro, I agree with this nigga a lot. Why is we spending money on bullshit ad programs? Like, what the fuck is this
Well,
shit
if
causing?
you
Like,
conservative, how the hell you gonna vote on Biden then?
I'm not voting by it. I don't care about that
Oh,
nigga
okay.
or none of that shit. Common sense. I vote for common sense. I vote for you know what I'm saying. This is a this election right here between Biden and Trump. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I really feel like it's a really emotional vote instead of a, a policy thing or what's better for our people type thing. I think people are actually just voting be based on that Donald Trump is not morally cool. He the way he talks, and my thing is like the way that Hebrew Israelites, the way that y'all talk, the way that y'all love the law of the Bible, the way that y'all moral system and code is set up. Donald Trump doesn't follow none of that. So me, if I was a Hebrew Israelite, my thing was if this nigga is not moral, as far how can he lead good people? How can he lead people when he's not moral? He's not just. He's not honest. He's not,
His job
none
ain't to lead
of
me.
this.
His job is merely to enact policy that makes my life
Right.
easy.
And that's facts.
Right. I
Look,
need you to sign
But
that platinum
so
plan.
I
That's
don't
all I
need
care
him to be my
hey,
example. That's what an elder in a church or something like that, or a congregation, a camp, whatever you part of. that's their job, or a strong member of your family, like a strong male role model in your family. That's their job to be your example for that. Trump's only job is to enact policy that makes it easier for me to succeed in America.
That's true. Hey, James, you see this right here?
Yeah, I see it.
This is accredited. This is a high school.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Look who signed this motherfucker. Nigga, the goddamn the president, the secretary, the superintendent, and the principal. And I went to a charter school with them syllabus that you said. So it's like people like me that went to prison before they got this. See, I graduated, look, May 25th, 2002. I was supposed to graduate May 25th, 2001. So I'm like, these programs that let you get the certified stamp, boy, the actual, look, nigga, look how thick this fucking, nigga, the actual high school diploma, I think those will be good programs for people like me. You know what I'm saying? Just for the simple fact, like you said, cramming. But high school, this just say what? That you can complete something? That you're a little bit intelligent?
That puts you ahead of a lot of people, though. That puts you ahead of a lot of people.
I remember I was in high school. We whooped y'all ass in the playoffs.
Nigga, you a goddamn lie. Now what about this? Now what about this right here? You know what I'm saying? This my welding. This is my welding cert. You know what I'm saying? This here is what niggas need. We need more schools like this.
Hey, Trump is for vocational education.
We need more schools like this.
Trump
what that
is
say right there, Drew? What that say right there?
Hold on. Welding technology. Welding technology.
What year?
December 2008.
2008.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I was welding 2 years before this. That's what I'm saying, bro. We need trades. But we also need those programs that James was talking about. So the people that's trying to get this, they need to get this first.
Hey, brother, let's introduce.
You get this.
Let's introduce Sean Harris to the show, everybody. All right, Sean Harris, you're on the show now, brother. Your microphone low. Hey, is this the brother in the chat talking about he from New York?
Yes, this is me.
All right, so
stand by for a second.
All right. I agree.
I don't have too much juice. Hold on, family. I'm sorry. I don't have a lot of juice on my phone. I just wanted to say something real quick. I'm enjoying this whole chat the whole night. I just wanted to add in that, I'm listening to the brothers discuss who they should vote for, and I heard some things about Trump, and I did add in some things on the chat. With charter schools in New York City, I don't know where y'all brothers are from, but in New York City,
I'm from Texas, bro.
They have a very
Texas right here.
Okay. They have a very strict criteria on how they get children into these charter schools. So if you're like 6th grade or above, you're not getting into a charter school because they look at you as being tainted by the public school system. Excuse me for a second, brothers.
You serious, bro? They really doing it out there in New York like that?
Yeah, it's kind of strict. Now, the only way you could get into a charter school as a teenager or 7th or 8th grade, junior high school, is if you have a younger brother or sister, right, who came in. If you have a brother or sister who came into the system that's younger than you, that might be in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd grade, and they accept them in. After that child is in school for 1 year, they allow the kid that's in high school to join in. Like it's real strict up here.
Oh,
so
your charter school, your charter school, y'all charter schools in New York, it's like a driver's license for 15-year-olds, right? Like you can get it early. You can get your high school diploma earlier than what you're supposed to.
No, no.
Am I?
That's not no. That's not what I'm saying, bro. What I'm saying is that if you're an only child, and let's say you're a single parent, and you're trying to get your child out of the public school system, and you're trying to put them into the charter school system. If your child is past a certain age, they're not going to touch your child. They're not going to let them into the charter system. The only way the older kid can get into the charter school is if let's say the single parent has another child, and that child by lottery or whatever gets into a charter school in first or second grade. Once that child does 1 year, the second child does 1 year in the school system, in the charter school system, then the child that's in 8th grade, 7th grade, 9th grade has a shot to get in now because you have a sibling in the system. You understand what I'm saying?
That's it, man. That's crazy. No, man. I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand the logic of New York. Why would you do that in Texas? In Texas, if you want to go to a charter school, you had to be like me. I was a teenager coming out of prison, right? And I was finna go back to my regular high
No, I
school
seen all that.
because I was still available.
Right, hold on, bro. Hold on. I seen all that, and I respect that, and I'm really glad that happened for you. But here it's different. The same thing like when the brothers was talking about Trump earlier. I'm 53 years old. I know what that man's about. I see him from the 70s into the 80s into the 90s, how he conducted himself in this city making his bread. So most people from New York City will tell you he a piece of. All right, I don't want to be too explicit. All right. Listen, I'm gonna run out of power. I'm glad I joined in the chat. I just want to plug that in real quick, just to get into the conversation. I really enjoy what y'all brothers is doing. I'm on the source all the time. Y'all probably see me in the chat. Always, got something to say. But I really respect y'all brothers, and shalom.
All right, shalom, brother. Appreciate the participation and the support of the source, brother. What is this brother Dora L talking about? What is this brother talking about, man? Hey, but anyway, y'all, man, I'm watching the debate tonight between Donald J. Trump versus Sloppy Joe. You understand? I got Sloppy Joe losing that bad because ain't nothing he can say that's going to appeal to the conservative. My brother King Self is pretty much a conservative. I'm a conservative. James a conservative. We don't do that liberal shit here. We don't do that shit over here, man. So hold on, man. I want to play this clip. You know what I'm saying? I think everybody broke out. So let's just play some clips, man. I want to run this back because this was legendary between what Pence did to Harris. And then we'll go into another clip, man. Let's burn some time until this debate happens. Let me share my screen. Hey, Door of L, bro. The link out there, man. You want to join the conversation, you can.
Is there a second debate coming up?
Yeah, tonight. Trump versus what time your time? Let me see. I think 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock.
Y'all.
Yeah, I think 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock your time. Let me look. Let me make sure though. Let me fact check that. So 8 o'clock your time.
Okay.
Yeah. 9 o'clock Eastern Standard, 8 CST. Man, he better eat this nigga food, man. You understand? I'll do exactly what Pence did. Wait a minute. You disproportionately hurt. Fuck it. They panned all the time. Might as well. You disproportionately hurt African Americans with all of your policies. You got 100,000 black males convicted on petty crimes like smoking weed. You know what I'm saying? They did hard and long time. And I just read an article that said that the Biden 94 bill was hurting Black Americans all the way up to 2019 until they goddamn repealed that shit with the First Step Act. So from 94 to 2019, that damn bill has been terrorizing and pretty much torturing our people through the United States criminal justice system. And Biden also said every crime bill from 1972, his name has been attached to it. That's what he said. So when we're dealing with anything in the criminal justice system that has been disproportionately hurting African Americans, we can point the finger to Biden, at least at the minimum 1972, out of his own goddamn mouth, at admission out of his own mouth, that every crime bill from 1972 onward, his name has been attached and associated with it. You understand? So know what y'all getting yourself into. Let me watch Pence obliterate Kamala Harris one more time.
Days, where last week the President of the United States took a debate stage in front of 70 million Americans and refused to condemn white supremacists.
Not true.
And
not true.
It wasn't like he didn't have a chance. He didn't do it, and then he doubled down. And then he said, when pressed, stand back, stand by. And this is a part of a pattern of Donald Trump's. He called Mexicans rapists and criminals. He instituted as his first act a Muslim ban on the issue of Charlottesville, where people were peacefully protesting the need for racial justice, where a young woman was killed. And on the other side, there were neo-Nazis carrying tiki torches, shouting racial epithets, anti-Semitic slurs. And Donald Trump, when asked about it, said there were fine people on both sides. This is who we have as the President of the United States. And America, you deserve better. Joe Biden will be a president who brings our country together.
How the hell is Joe Biden better than Trump? And all Joe Biden has done is brought misery and hurt to the Black community.
You want me to tell you why they see that? Want me to tell you why they see? I'm going to tell you why. Just because they see some type of form of repentance within Joe Biden. They don't see no type of repentance or apologies or I'm sorry or I'm going to fix this within Trump because of his rhetoric, because of the words he say. They see some type of Joe Biden knowing that he messed up in the past, knowing that he did something wrong. He has the talk and the insight to try to fix what he know the Democratic Party messed up in the past. People don't that Trump has this morale, that honesty to do things. But Joe Biden, he has some type of repentance, some type of redemption that he wants, and he's gonna try to help. That's why.
Well, he blew that 2008 all the way to 2016. He was vice president. He was head of the task force, and he didn't do anything to repeal any of the racist laws that disproportionately target African Americans, which was in the 94 crime bill. And within every crime bill from 1972, by his own mouth, he said every crime bill from 1972, he had his name attached to it. That includes the 1986 crime bill, which made harsher sentences for crack cocaine, which was primarily an African-American drug, and lower sentences for powder cocaine, which was primarily a white Caucasian drug of use and of choice. So this is how you repent from that type of stuff. When you in a seat of power or authority, you repeal it. He never repealed it. Biden in 2016 also said he stand behind the 94 crime bill. You understand?
Let me ask you a question, Shu. Let me ask you a real question. If we had the present day, and you're going to know where I'm going with this. If we had the present day Paul running for president, and we had Joe Biden, hold on, stop. I know that's why you laugh. If we had Paul running for president. I know, that's why you laugh. And we had Joe Biden. Hold on, stop. And we had Joe Biden. Running for president. Who would you vote for? Paul or Joe Biden? Based on what you just said, because you say Joe Biden said this. Joe Biden said that. That's what he said. Versus Paul, what he did. Now, who would you vote for?
I wouldn't vote for neither one of them. No, because if we doing politics, I gotta judge you based on your actions. And if you ain't repealed nothing, I'm not rolling with you. If you did evil, to my people and you didn't repeal it, I'm not voting for you. What the hell am I voting for you for? You showing me that you gonna keep doing the shit because you never really repealed anything.
That was the most honest answer I ever got from a Hebrew Israelite in my life.
That makes sense.
Thanks. I feel that, bro.
Hey, we got Harlem Street Tales in the building. What's happening, family?
Hey, what's good? What's good, Yeshua? How y'all doing?
Hey, this brother, man, this is Perry.
The business.
You ain't know that was me? Everybody know Harlem Street Tales is me, man.
Oh, man, you know I'm lost in the sauce, man. You know I've been living under a rock for the past 7 years. Come on now, you got to give me a break.
I hear you, but did the brother ask you if Ron Paul? He said Ron Paul?
No, he said Paul, Apostle Paul.
Yeah, the murderer, the killer.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, the Democrats, you know, I think they have a lot more vitriol toward us than the Republicans do. You know, at least with the Republicans, they shit is spread around toward everybody else. You know, but when it comes to the Democrats, they just keep their foot on our neck. Like they really focusing on us. And it seemed like they favor other groups of people over us. You know, and that's kind of been like their main thing. I don't know we just haven't been seeing it. But it seemed like we waking up now. We starting to see it now. You know, I know a lot of dudes since Trump got in office, they've gotten jobs that they wouldn't have been able to, that they feel as if they wouldn't have been able to get in there before, you know, Trump got in office, and deported a lot of people, you know, and, you know, good, decent paying jobs, you know, because when a lot of those people, when they get a hold of shit, these jobs and certain things like that, they get on cold and they keep us out. You know, so they're hostile toward us.
Facts. And Kamala Harris and Biden, they everybody know this. They pro-immigration, illegal immigration.
They can't repent.
No, this is what they're gonna do. This is what they're gonna do in office. King Self,
so why are we forgiving Paul? Why are we forgiving the Apostle Paul? If Joe Biden cannot repent for his mistake of not even killing people, of just locking them up, how can we give the Apostle Paul a pass?
Because
can you explain this to me?
The Apostle Paul is one of us. The Apostle Paul said that guys like Joe Biden are vessels of wrath fitted for destruction. That's their purpose, you know. But
what was the Apostle Paul? What was he? He was a vessel for destruction. And he murdered Hebrews for years.
Yeah, but he was a Benjamite. He was an Israelite. But he was an Israelite.
Damn, that's even worse.
Yeah, Biden. Yeah, it's worse, but he could repent from that.
I mean, but Joe Biden can't repent.
Nah.
But Joe Biden didn't kill our people. Paul did. Paul murdered our people. Let's just say I'm riding with the Hebrew Israelite faith right now. Paul murdered our people. Paul persecuted our people for years on top of years. Got rich off murdering our people, killing our people, literally crucifying them, literally going to their house, dragging them out of their family's house, letting their wives and children see them get crucified. Joe Biden did none of this. But you can forgive Paul.
How you know what
But you
Biden?
can't forgive Joe Biden.
How you know what Joe Biden did or didn't do behind the scenes? You know what type of evil and darkness those people are into. You don't know what,
And you
but you
know
don't
what?
know what you don't know. For all you know, Joe Biden could be eating black babies behind the scenes. That would
And watch
make him
this.
way worse than Paul.
And watch this. You know what? You're totally correct about this. But the difference between Paul and Joe Biden is that we know exactly what the fuck Paul did. We don't need to. We can speculate what Joe Biden doing. We don't know what he doing. It ain't came out yet, but we know exactly
Oh,
what
it's
Paul
out
did.
there.
But what we
It's
forgive him, but
it's
yet we forgive him. We take his word. We take his word for it and everything. So how can you forgive Paul, but you cannot forgive Joe Biden for a mistake that he did, and he acknowledged
a
the mistake.
mistake.
He did.
So you believe him when he said it was a mistake?
You
He's a
believe
liar.
Paul?
He's
You
a
believe
liar.
Paul? Hold
Yeah, I
on. You
believe
believe Paul
Paul.
when he said it was neither Jew nor Gentile? Do you believe him?
Yeah,
Because
because I
I don't.
understand what he. Paul
No,
is
I
very
believe it's
hard.
only Jew.
Paul is very
No
hard.
Gentile, only Jew.
Paul's sayings are very hard to understand. A lot
Yeah, I
of
know
people get it
exactly.
misconstrued, in my
Because
opinion.
he was a fucking hypocrite criminal. That's what he was.
Hey, that's your opinion, brother. I disagree,
Can
but
I ask you a question? Can I ask you a
sure,
question? Did Paul kill Hebrews?
yeah, Paul killed Hebrew.
Okay. Did Paul persecute Hebrews?
Yeah, you know why?
Did Paul, hold on, let me finish. Did Paul turn Hebrews into the Roman authorities?
I'm not sure if he did that.
Yeah, he did it.
He
So,
did.
so you willing to forgive all that, but
Yeah,
Joe Biden, you can't even get a pass.
yeah, I'm willing to forgive that because you got to understand.
So hold on.
Paul
So hold on.
Paul
So what
didn't
you telling me is
Paul didn't know about. First of all, Paul at that time he didn't know about Christ. He didn't know
okay,
how things was getting ready to change for Israel. Israel was getting ready to lose their sovereignty completely. So we
okay,
were still executing the judgmental laws on one another at that time.
okay,
Christ, the one who showed up on the scene and told us, look, y'all can't do that no more. You see what
okay.
I'm saying? None of y'all is in a position to execute or persecute anybody or anything. You see what I'm saying? And on top of that, God is about to take that ability that you have, that little bit that you're doing, that you have the authority to do right now. That shit about to get taken away from y'all. Y'all about
Okay,
to
so
go
watch this.
into us. Y'all about to go
So
into
you
a
can
state.
forgive, hold on. So you can
I
forgive
told you,
somebody.
yes, brother. I can forgive Paul because Paul is an
Okay,
Israelite. It's that simple.
okay.
I can't
Oh,
forgive.
so Joe Biden, he
I
not an
can't.
Israelite,
I
so you
can't
can't forgive
forgive.
him.
No, I can't forgive Esau.
But even
I'll
though,
be a
hold on,
fool.
no, even though he didn't do,
I'll
hold
be a
on, even
fool
though,
to
hold on,
forgive.
stop. Let me finish, bro. Even though he didn't do remotely close to what, nothing near,
You can't say
nothing
that.
even remotely close
You
to
can't
what
say
Paul
that.
did.
You can't say that. And even if that
That's
was the
what's up,
case,
bro. I feel you.
and even if that
I
was the
yield the
case,
flow.
and even
But
if that
see,
was
Tsu, this is the logic that I'm talking about, bro.
no,
This is
listen,
what I'm saying.
listen to what
Period,
I'm saying. Let
OG.
me just make this statement. The point that I'm making, right, is an Edomite. There's no repentance for them at all. They are vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction. You understand what I'm saying? It's destined for them.
All right, let me.
And when this
Yeah,
shit
you're
is
right.
when
Let
this
me ask
shit is
this.
over, listen. When this
Let me
shit
put
is
my
over,
camera on so I can
when
look in
this
your
shit is
face.
over, they're gonna be judged as a nation. It's not no individual shit. And
Let
yes,
me
they're
look
gonna
in your
go.
let me look in your face when I tell
They
you this.
go in. All right, brother. You know
I'm
what?
gonna look in your face
Let
when
me
I tell
say
you
that.
this. You see me? You consider me a Hebrew, right? You consider me a Hebrew, correct?
I don't know, brother. I don't know
Okay.
your
Well,
background, brother.
but my brothers, you Jeshu, Jeremiah, and them, they consider me a Hebrew Israelite, even though I don't claim it, right?
Okay,
I'm gonna
brother.
tell you like this, bro. If you kill my people, if you turn my people into the police, if you drag my people out in front of their children and crucify them, fuck you being black. Fuck you being an Israelite. Do you hear me? Bitch,
Yeah,
I'm
that
gonna kill
sounds
you
good,
and
brother.
everything you love, nigga. I'm
That
not
sounds
finna
real
fucking
good, brother.
forgive
But
you.
Paul lived
That's
3,000
you.
years ago, brother.
Okay, that's you. You forget that shit. If I see Paul and he killed my people, I'm gonna shoot him in his fucking face. 35 times.
All right, that's great, brother. That's your
That's
opinion.
me.
Yo, brother,
That's
you entitled.
just fact.
You
You
entitled to
finish.
feel how you want to feel, bro. Like that, you
Of
know. That's how
course.
you feel. That's what's up.
So let me ask you this. So you forgive Christopher Columbus, right?
Nah,
He
I'ma
murdered our
forgive
people too.
Christopher. I'ma forgive Christopher Columbus, and I just told you I don't forgive Biden. I told you if you was listening to me, if you
So
was
you
listening,
forgive
you're not
niggas that
listening.
kill
All
our
right,
people.
brother. You just
So you
brother,
forgive
you
niggas
on.
that serial kill our people.
Can you say let Perry respond, brother?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
good.
I don't understand how you come back with a question like that when I just explained to him that I believe that Biden is an Edomite, Columbus is an Edomite. I don't forgive no Edomites because they are vessels of wrath fitted for destruction. They're destined to be destroyed. That's their purpose. That's why God made them. That's Paul breaks that down in the book of Romans. He tells you, look, the Most High make one vessel for honor, another vessel for dishonor.
This
Those
shit
he
sound
said,
like
what if
games because he murdered.
he said, what if the Lord willing to allow these people to rule and be wicked, it is long suffering because it's bothering him that they ruling and they doing the shit that they doing. But he understands that there's a day appointed for them where they gonna get their just deserves. So how I'm gonna turn around and forgive Biden when I understand that he's a vessel of wrath fitted for destruction, brother? It's the same thing with
Can I ask you a
Columbus.
question? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure,
What
brother.
what consequences do Paul get for what he did?
What consequence if Paul would have rejected Christ and just kept doing what he was doing, and he was like, you know what? I don't believe what Christ is saying. I'm gonna keep persecuting Israelites, and I'm gonna keep killing them and doing this and executing the law, the judgment through law. Then Paul would have got what was coming to him. But Paul repented.
I got
Paul
you. I
repented.
got you now. So is this another question on top of that one? Because
So
based on what you
if
just
you got
said,
a beef with anybody, have a beef with God, because the same thing happened with Jonah. You know,
no,
when
I
the
don't
Most
have a
High
beef
sent
with
him,
God because
when the Most High sent Jonah, the prophet, to prophesied against the Ninevites that was being wicked, and he told them, "Look, man, the Most High gonna kill you in this amount of time." They all repented, and his prophecy didn't come true because God decided to change his mind. He said, "You know what? On second thought, I'm not gonna kill these people."
okay,
And
brother.
then
So let me ask you this. So let me get this clarity.
Jonah was pissed off. He like, "Come on, dude."
Let me
And
get this
God, like,
clarity
yo,
though.
who is you? Who is you to tell me what to do with my creatures and my creation? I
So
do
so
what I
let me
want.
get this. So let me get this clarity based on your understanding. So since I'm black and I'm a say I'm a Hebrew Israelite, right? If I go kill 35 black people, I'm good as long as I repent, right?
I'm not saying that either. I'm
You
telling
just
you
said it
that
about Paul. You just said it about
no,
Paul.
I said, well, that obviously he repented and the Most High chose him to be one of his apostles. So, you know, that was great. Paul worked out great for Paul.
So if I
You
kill,
know,
so hold on. So
and
if
Paul
if
and
if I'm
Paul
hold
and
on, if
Paul
you
and
my hold
Paul
on, bro.
and the
Let me
way
say this.
Paul went out
I hear you.
and the
I
way
got
Paul went out and died, you know, the way he was crucified and all that, and he was martyred, you know, Paul
I got you.
showed
Hey,
that he truly repented.
I
that's
got you.
true. He
I
got a
got you.
valid
So
point.
so so if I'm your friend, if me and you are buddies, right? And I go out and I kill your mama, your sister, everybody that you love, plus 35 more people, you gonna forgive me, right? And I'm good within your eyes, correct? Because I'm a Hebrew Israelite, right?
Nah, brother.
You just said it. Stop. Don't be a
I never
hypocrite.
just said
You
nothing.
just said it about Paul. Stop.
I told you, no, you stop. I told you that I don't have a beef with Paul. I forgive Paul for killing Israelites. Then you turned around and asked me, well, what if I killed your mother, your sister, your brother, your kids, and all that?
That's what Paul did.
I don't have to forgive you for that.
That's what
I
Paul
don't give a fuck if that's what Paul did. If he didn't do it
did.
to me, the bottom line is those are two different
Oh, okay.
scenarios,
I
brother.
got you.
Those are two different scenarios, brother. Now, those people who Paul killed, did they family forgive Paul? I don't know. Probably didn't. You know, but Those are two different scenarios. Yeah, you won't get me trapped up with that.
Hey, the brother brought out a good point in the comment section. He said he posted the scripture 2 Corinthians 11:25. It says 3 times I was beaten with rods, once I was pelted with stones, 3 times I was shipwrecked. I spent the night and the day in the open sea. So it's like he kept catching hell, man. Like Paul always caught hell, during his ministry.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So why did he catch hell?
Some would say that was the Lord getting him back for that time he was killing and imprisoning Jews and Israelites.
Right. Then the same thing happened to King
So
David.
hold on.
Hold on, brother.
Hold on, bro.
When King
I'm talking
David,
to Jashu, bro.
I
I asked
understand, but
Jashu
I just want to make
I asked
I'm gonna
Jashu the
let you
question.
get. Come on, brother.
Okay,
You
well,
being rude
elaborate
now.
after I address
You
Jashu.
on here all the
Elaborate
time, brother.
after I
I'm
address
barely on the
Jashu.
show, brother. I just
All right, bro. Go
wanted to
ahead.
make a quick
You right. Go ahead.
statement, brother. You know, I
You
barely
right.
even
Go
get
ahead.
on here. I was just
Go
gonna
ahead.
point out the fact that also with King David, even though the Most High didn't put him to death, he's King David caught a lot of hell as well for the things that he would do.
So you catch
That's all
hell.
I wanted to say.
So all you do is just what he say. 3 times I was beaten with rods. Once I was pelted with stones. 3 times I was shipwrecked. I spent the night and the day in the open sea. And you put this before murdering people and dragging them outside of the house and their family and crucifying them? This is what you whining about? Fuck Paul.
Well, the law, hey, the
Paul
law does
deserves. He deserves more.
Right, I understand that, and I agree with you, King Self. And the law does say the avenger of the blood can kill the person that killed his family. That's in the law. So if somebody he directly got murdered, according to the law, they can revenge that. It's called the avenger of blood in the book of Numbers. So that could have happened to him, and a lot of people speculate that's why he kept his ass out of Jerusalem, because he did a lot of dirt there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like niggas that get out of jail or niggas that's from a rival set. They don't want to go to the set they banged on the most and killed the most. Why they gonna go over there? Because they know that they sisters, brothers, and uncles and they family over there, and the niggas they roll with is over there, and they remember what you did. They remember
But see,
you
that's the thing, though,
getting that triple
Jashu.
homicide.
He did it against.
Yeah, but the
He
people,
did it against the so-called people that he preaching the gospel to.
Yeah, but
he did it to the same exact people that he going back to and preaching to. And watch this. This nigga, I forgive him. Nigga, what?
Yeah, but see, the people he was doing that to, right?
Yeah.
They were followers of Christ. That's who those, right? So those people, they had given up
so Christians supposed to
judgmental
die.
laws. They wasn't in. They didn't believe in the in the judgmental laws anymore. As far as
so Christians cool to die. They cool to be murdered and crucified.
I'm not saying that, brother. I'm just giving you another way of looking at it. You know what I'm saying? You got because Yeshua said that those families could have took revenge on them according to a law in Numbers, right? But by these people that he did that to, they wouldn't have did that because they was under Christ now. So they wouldn't have did that, because they believe Christ when Christ said don't judge one another anymore. Because
I'm
none of y'all doing that.
Well, watch this though, bro. I'm gonna do what y'all can't do. You know what? I'm gonna forgive Joe Biden.
No, you like them apples? I mean, you like Joe Biden? That's
no,
who
I
you
don't.
Want to win?
I don't. I just want to see what you gonna say because you forgive murderers, you forgive niggas that drag us outside of their family, and crucify and murder them and kill them and do all
Only
this.
amongst my own people, though.
You won't forgive somebody that signed a policy, bruh. You can't forgive, but you can forgive a fucking killer that killed your fucking people. Boy, stop.
You know what this sound like? Man. This sound like a nigga arguing just to be arguing. That's what this sound like.
hey, King Still.
That's what they always say. That's what they always say when they stupid.
King Still. So what we got to do to Joe Biden, this is what we got. Since we comparing Joe Biden to Paul, we got to throw stones at his ass, pelt his ass with stones, and beat his ass with rods at least 3 goddamn times.
Let's chuck at him. Let's do it. Let's do it. I ain't tripping.
And then he got to get stranded in the middle of the goddamn sea for a whole day and a whole night.
I ain't do that's easy. That nigga good. Hey, he can take a carnival ship right there to one of them abandoned islands, sit on that motherfucker for 24 hours. We'll go back and pick him up.
No, hell no.
Nigga, you
That's
think
too
24
easy. That's too easy.
hours is good, nigga? What
No,
that's
I'm
gonna
talking
do?
about. We talking about a shipwreck.
You just
Hold
said
on, King
you
Sel.
say you gotta stay a whole day and a night. That's 24 hours.
Yeah, but I'm saying like a fucking wooden plank. He got to hold on the wooden plank all goddamn day and all goddamn night, floating in the middle of the ocean. Motherfucking sharks and whales and all
that's
type
cool.
of.
That's cool.
That nigga don't know if he
And
gonna make it through a night.
this the only okay. Watch this. I'm finna go around and kill nothing but Hebrew Israelites. If that's all I gotta do to get back good with y'all, then I do it. I'm cool.
Hey, nah,
Let's
don't
go.
forget that you have to have a vision where Christ comes.
Look, this is what's gonna happen to you.
I already
And
had it.
also correlate
You have
that
to sing your
vision with
praise.
other people having messages from Christ or visions from Christ saying
I
that
know
you
I
cool.
got you and Jashu to get them messages from Christ to correlate them, and then I already had a vision about 3 days ago. So I'm already ahead of Paul. 3-4 steps.
Keisel, read the street. That's what's gonna happen to your ass if you go around doing that shit. They're gonna apply numbers 35 and 19.
But why didn't y'all apply numbers 35 and 13 to Paul?
Because Paul was away from the families that he persecuted. He was in fucking Asia Minor and Italy and Spain and shit. He wasn't even in Judea no more.
Now you know who he is. You know who Paul is. Paul is the motherfucking equivalent of OJ goddamn Simpson. That's what fucking Paul is.
Yeah, but OJ now. Well, I mean, I think OJ innocent though.
Man, you niggas will forgive anything that's in a fucking book.
I'm
The
telling
nigga,
you,
let a nigga hold on, stop. Let a nigga murder your people, crucify them and drag them outside their goddamn house in front of their family. And you talking about a nigga forgiving. What? Nigga, get the fuck, man. Man, I'm down to, man. Boy, you sound crazy as hell.
Nah, you sound
Nigga, I'ma
crazy as
kill
hell,
you,
bro.
nigga.
Yeah,
Bro,
you
I'ma
do.
blow your
That's the way
fucking
you
face
say
off
it. Do
if you
sound
come
crazy.
around
Yeah,
me
I'm glad that ain't the way it is.
talking about I'm gonna
They
kill
ain't
your
have
family,
they ain't
and
have
then I'm gonna
guns back
forgive
then.
you, and then you gonna preach me the gospel. Bitch ass
They
nigga, I'm
have
gonna kill you right now.
they
Soon as you
ain't have
show up,
guns back
what
then.
just what Jihad say? Soon as
You wouldn't find yourself in a
Biden show up, he
situation
gotta
like
see me.
that today.
Yeah, he did say
Hey,
that.
Pop, just what you say? Jihad, as soon as he see Biden, the nigga gotta see him. My nigga, as soon as I see Paul, nigga gotta look at me. Nigga gotta look at me, nigga. We gotta fight.
You wouldn't
Nigga,
find
you killed
yourself
my
in
great
that.
grandfather, nigga. That's what you did. You crucified him. Bitch, you
He
gotta
be
see
dead
him.
already.
So what? You
He
gonna be
be
mad
dead
at me for
already.
beating up Paul for killing my great
He be if you seen Paul, if Paul was alive after that many years, and you happen to and the miracle happened where you seen him today, you gonna beat him up for what he did to your great. You don't even know if you was related to them people. But you gonna beat him up for nigga. Imagine that. Imagine you seeing somebody. He's here after all those years.
And watch this.
That's some
Imagine you not
Superman
forgiving
nigga.
Joe Biden
He
for
probably
what he
beat
did
shit
for a
down your
mistake.
leg, man.
Imagine that.
What makes you think? What makes you
Imagine
think you
somebody
had
that
a
didn't
power
kill nobody, but you
to
can't
kill
forgive
him?
them.
What makes you think you had a power to
No.
kill him? This
But bro,
nigga been
you
alive for
cannot
how
forgive
many years?
somebody
Over
that never murdered nobody.
2,000 years. He been
Listen to
alive
me,
over
bro.
2,000 years.
Listen to me, bro. Bro,
And
you
you gonna
cannot
just kill him,
forgive
right?
somebody that have not killed anyone.
Fuck, man. Nigga, that's crazy.
You
Man.
hold on, stop. You cannot forgive someone that has not killed or murdered, persecuted anyone. You can't forgive him. But you can forgive somebody that actually killed your so-say ancestors, crucified them, drug them out their house. You can forgive him. But you can't forgive someone that just signed a piece of paper.
Oh, be
But
like
you can
that
forgive
sometimes. It
a
be like
murderer.
that.
Stop,
It be like
nigga.
that.
Fuck
It
off.
be like that sometimes.
Yeah,
Hey yo, remember when
I know it be like that.
yeah, it be like that.
Nigga,
Hey,
you
but
niggas don't make no fucking sense at all, nigga.
forgive. Hey, listen, I'm neutral
You
on
dumb
this.
as fuck, nigga. Get the
Let me
fuck
say this real quick. Black people forgive gangbangers all the time, and they came through and ransacked the hood and terrorized the hood and killed and murdered people's babies.
Exactly.
Brothers,
I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
But guess we forgive them.
And I repented.
Okay, we forgive those people,
Okay,
don't we?
but I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about Joe Biden and Paul.
Okay, but we considering Paul our people in your hypothetical story, right?
Yeah. So Paul a Crip.
Yeah, he pretty much he was for the Sanhedrin. He was banging for the Sanhedrin.
And watch this
He
here.
was a
The same
Pharisee.
thing. Watch this here. You know what happened to Stanley Tucker Williams? That nigga got the death penalty, right? And I agree with it, even though that nigga my fucking OG. I agree with it, because that nigga murdered people. That nigga murdered people with no precedence, with no cause, just to do it. So he deserved what the fuck he got.
Monster Cody's still alive, and he got people.
He nigga need the death penalty.
I don't agree with that. That was 30, 40 years ago.
I don't know what he did, but if he murdered somebody, took somebody's life,
he did.
And he didn't repent, and he didn't show any remorse. He just did it for a unsolicited fucking reason, bro. You deserve a fucking death penalty, nigga.
He did do it for, I wouldn't say unsolicited, but that's because they was banging the 60s and the what's that rival gang group they was against? A-Tray gangsters in the 60s.
A-Tray, because I'm 6'0", baby. I'm Rich Rowdy up. You know what I'm saying? Rich Rowdy, cuz. You know what I'm saying?
So he was banging against them, and a war broke out over what else they gonna fight over? A woman. They was fighting over a damn girl, and that started that whole little feud between A-Tray gangsters, and it became a bloody feud between them in the 70s. I think 1979. On for he said
I'm
they
saying what
bragged
Master Cody did, exactly what he did.
Yeah, I'm about to say
did he walk in the grocery? Did he walk in the store like Stanley Tucker and just murder people just cause?
Hold on, let me tell you. They dismembered a man's arm and mailed the damn arm, I think, to the sister. They mailed
He left it on his doorstep. They left it on his mama's doorstep.
Yeah, Perry, you know the story better than me, because
that's some
they were
gangster
doing all
shit, right?
they were doing all types of gruesome shit to each other.
That nigga deserve a documentary for that. That nigga, that
he still don't he still stay in California? He still stay in his hood. I
think he a crackhead though now. I seen a video with
Perry dropped the bomb on him.
It wasn't.
I seen a video.
My thing is it wasn't a malicious murder. When you start killing civilians, my nigga, you deserve to be, and you know what I'm saying, you deserve to get that chill, bro.
Okay,
but nigga, you banging against other niggas that's banging. My nigga, shit, hey, man,
everybody
get
know
that
gangbangers. Everybody know gangbangers kill innocent bystanders all the time. Because most of them
do, and they all deserve to chill. Every last one of them deserve to chill. If you can't aim,
yo, you ever heard of Wayne Perry?
Who?
Wayne Perry. He was like the Michael Jordan of the murder game. He's from DC.
Wayne Perry.
He was from out there in DC. Wayne Perry.
Is that the dude? What's his name snitched on? Is that who Alpo them snitched on?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
It's a story about him, right? Let me tell you how he just killed somebody. His friend, he sent his man to kill somebody, right? He asked his man, "Is the person dead?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "How you know?" He said, "Because I hit him in his torso." He said, "Then he said, if you ain't hit him in the head, you don't know if he's dead." It was a random person talking on the phone in the phone booth. He walked up to that person, shot him in the head. He said, "That's how you know if somebody dead. That's how you kill somebody."
Damn.
Yeah, just a random dude, man.
Man, I just be tripping on how you Hebrew Israelites, man. Y'all try to justify everything in that motherfucking Bible, no matter how fucking bad it is, bro.
I'm not.
You know what I'm saying? The only people, hold on, Jeshu. The only people that I ever seen take responsibility for that type of shit is Jeshu, James, and D-Red, and sometimes Jeremiah. You know what I'm saying? But the rest of y'all gonna make excuses for niggas fucking 12-year-olds. Like, for real. Y'all don't.
I think
the coach at the time. Man, my nigga, they don't mean that a 90-year-old nigga is on top of a 13-year-old girl. They don't make it right.
I think you got me fucked up, bro.
You would justify the shit and try to make me believe that it's right. No, it's not right, nigga. I don't give a fuck.
What you want us to condemn in the Bible? What you want me to condemn? Did you feel that the Bible gave a pass and you feel like it was wrong? What excuses? I don't make excuses. So you got me fucked up. Like, I don't make excuses.
Okay, the murder of children, the murder of docile people, which was the Canaanites when they came to them. Said even in the book it said they was a peaceful people. They didn't mean no harm. They stayed to themselves. They was murdered. You see what I'm saying? The murder of children, the murder of the 42 children that just because they told a man, hey, go up the hill, bald head, they get murdered by two fucking bears and get ate and killed by two fucking bears because they told some nigga go up the fucking hill with motherfucking look, who the fuck said this power never killed nobody? Get the fuck man. Look, that's what I'm talking about, bro. The immoral bullshit y'all make specific justifications for. Oh, it was good. Oh, this was that. But if I do it to your daughter, it ain't good though.
This dude named John Peach just wrote
But if
Paul
God
never
do it,
killed.
it's cool. If God say, if it's in your book, it's good. But if a nigga do it to your daughter, nigga, you ready to kill everybody. You ain't ready to kill God for doing the same goddamn bullshit.
I
You
don't
see what
think
I'm saying?
I don't think
You find excuses to make it cool.
I don't think you could compare those days to these days like that, you know. And then
What days? What days? So
what's
you mean to tell me that they had more strife? You mean to tell me, hold on, bro. You mean to tell me that they had more strife back then than we do now?
no,
If you say that, you
what
a
I'm telling
goddamn lie.
you, what I'm telling you is that the Canaanites, right? They had religions where and they had rituals where they would ritualistically sacrifice babies. And then they was doing this in the Lord's land, his holy land. You know, they would have a god, they would represent that god in the form of a metal bull. That bull would have a chest cavity that opens up. They put the firstborn baby up in that chest cavity, close it up, light that bull ablaze. That's your sacrifice to Baal. So you know you had a lot of things like that going on in the land, man. You know, wickedness upon wickedness on top of wickedness. It was crazy. But for whatever reason, I believe that's the reason. The Most High, you know, he told us, look, man, when you go up in there, don't have no mercy on these particular people right here. I want you to wipe them out, kill their kids, everything, kill them all.
Huh? Why you mad at the Africans, the same Canaanites that you just said don't have no mercy on, kill their babies, take their wives, take their little girls, and have them? Why you mad at them for selling your ass to slavery? I'll sold your ass to slavery too.
Who said?
You tell me why.
Who said
Why you
anything?
mad? When
When
your
I
God told
you
you to
heard me,
kill us,
you heard me say I
murder us
was, you heard me
with
say I was,
impunity,
you
leave
say
nothing
you
alive.
heard me, you heard me say I was mad.
Hey, I know.
You heard me say I was mad.
Yeah, I know. So
Yeah,
I don't want to
you
hear nothing
know,
about
you
Hebrew
heard
Israelites
now you
talking about
putting
we putting y'all ass and we putting y'all ass in slavery.
now you putting words in my mouth, right?
Well,
You
yeah,
heard me
you
say
right.
I was mad.
Yeah, you right. I ain't ever heard you say we put y'all in slavery. Do you think Africans put y'all in slavery?
Yeah, they put
Okay,
us in
well then how the
slavery.
fuck you mad, nigga? Like I just said.
Listen, let me explain. Let me explain something to you, right? I don't
Yeah,
have to be. I
explain
don't
this
have.
to me, nigga.
I don't have to be mad about that.
Nigga, I'll put your baby in slavery anytime, nigga. You kill my people, nigga. Fuck you. That's how I feel. You done already killed my people. So, nigga, what's me putting your ass in slavery, nigga? You deserve to go in slavery. You deserve to die, nigga. Fuck you. Go over there to them crackers and do what they do. You
But
done killed my people.
the Lord punished Africa for that.
Well,
Look
fuck
at what
your Lord. That's how I feel. I ain't got no
look,
change up.
hey,
See,
King Slave,
he
look at
on a rant
Africa
right
now.
now. He don't want to let nobody talk.
I ain't,
But
nah, I I'm just saying, I'm going with Jesu. I'm a Canaanite going against. I don't care about your God. I don't know nothing about your God, dude.
You ain't no Canaanite.
So you gonna murder me based on? I'm
I
peaceful.
mean,
I'm
you
trying to
got.
help you.
I
You
don't
gonna
even
murder
feel
me?
like. I don't even feel like you talking to me right now. You just ran
Hey,
because
yeah. Respect that gift real
ain't
quick,
nothing,
King. Respect that gift.
ain't nothing you saying applying to me. You just on a rant.
Hey,
But what I was gonna say was no, I don't have to be mad at Africans for doing that. I don't have to be because that's what was prophesied that they was gonna do. But what I won't do is think that we all buddy and we all cool and all that. No, you gotta watch them with a side eye. You can't really trust them.
You gotta watch y'all niggas with a side eye.
You can't really trust them.
You fucking right, and we can't trust y'all.
And they don't trust us. They don't really
And we
fuck
don't
with us like
trust y'all.
that. They don't.
And we don't trust y'all.
Key Cell, stop it. Get off the gas. You an African American.
Hold on, watch this though, bro. Just like you niggas will pop up out of anywhere and say the God, Lord told us to kill you. Just out of the fucking blue. Just God told us to kill you. Told us to take all your daughters and make us ours. My nigga, I will, man, boy, say, what, play with me if you want, nigga. Fuck you and your bitch ass God. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, we should have killed all of them motherfuckers because,
we should have killed all you motherfuckers.
like I said, they was in the land. They was in the land. They was in the land. They was a bunch of faggots. They was a bunch of dirty. They was a bunch of dirty, filthy faggots. They was killing babies. They was eating human flesh. They was doing all types of fucked up, crazy shit. And instead of us having any mercy on them, we should have did exactly like the Most High said and killed all the motherfuckers. That's what we should have did, nigga. We should have wiped them out for real, for real.
Should have got on band with the Romans to wipe you motherfuckers the fuck off the fucking planet. We should have done the same thing Hitler did.
What you think about?
And when it's all said and when it's all said and done, we gonna wipe you motherfuckers out of existence.
Well,
anyway.
Let's get
That's what's gonna happen because after that 1,000-year reign is up, y'all have no reason to exist after that. Since everything is going back to the spiritual, after we have our 1,000-year reign on earth and that physical kingdom, since everything going to the spiritual, there won't be no reason for y'all to be here anyway. So you know what we gonna do? We gonna bind y'all niggas like a bunch of faggots, like a bunch of sticks.
When is it up?
And we gonna fucking burn you out of existence.
When is the 1,000 year up? When the 1,000 years up? When is it up?
At the Christ kingdom, motherfucker.
When is that, nigga?
This sounds
no
like
man knows the day, the time, the hour.
30 million years later. Oh, okay.
Just know, motherfucker. Just know, motherfucker. When it's all over, we burning y'all niggas out of here.
This sound
all of y'all.
This sound like some white supremacy.
It ain't gonna be shit you can do about it, nigga.
This sound like
not
some
a fucking thing.
Hey, King Self, you know they say the Canaanites is related to the modern day Lebanese, right?
Oh, yeah, I know that.
I think the Canaanites are South Africans, but I could be wrong. You know what I mean?
If I show King Self a picture of the Lebanese, he can be like, "Yeah, to hell with them motherfuckers." He'd be like, "Yeah, kill all of them."
Yeah, this nigga over here tripping. He trying to compare those times to these times. You don't see motherfuckers just randomly killing babies and shit. The elites do that shit. You can't do nothing to them. I mean, go talk that shit to the elite, nigga.
Y'all be them Africans, they killed our baby. They did this and they did that. You motherfucker.
Go sneak up in Bohemian Grove and talk that shit, nigga. That's what you do. Go sneak up in Bohemian Grove and get the ranting and raving. That's what you do.
You talking about with them crackers?
Yeah, go holler at them niggas.
Let me show you.
Hold on, Jasu. Bro, I'm a whole motherfucking 3rd degree master mason, nigga. Fuck them. We'll take them hoes to war.
Yeah.
And all I gotta do is throw a sign and we can go to war. So stop playing with me, dude.
The highest you black masons go is the boule, nigga. That's it. Stop it. You're a gatekeeper. That's as far as you go. You're a glorified guard dog for your master.
Hey, King Seth, look at the stream. Nigga. Look at the stream. These people are related to the Canaanites.
Admixture.
So those are Africans?
Admixture. That's why they look like
Joshua. Those are Africans that you're showing us?
They said they related 90% affinity to Canaanites.
What's the citation on that?
Come on, brother.
Oh, the mitochondrial, right?
Is that my G Chris?
Yeah, what's up, man? I'm about to play.
What's up, baby?
What's going on?
Here it is.
That?
Ancient DNA reveals the fate of the mysterious Canaanites.
Okay.
This is on sciencemag.org.
How does that prove that those people are Canaanites?
Well, they say the modern day Lebanese, I believe, have a 90% affinity. Let me fact check it real quick. Let me get it.
That's on the mitochondrial side, though.
Here
right?
it is.
The Y.
Here it is right here. Now that Haber had confirmed who the Canaanites were, he set out to find out what happened to them. You compared their genomes to those of 99.
Hold on, Joshua. That's fine if you're saying that's them. But I thought the ancient Canaanites were sons of Ham.
Hey, Jasu,
I gotta
go. Hey,
No, hold on,
go.
King. Oh,
no, I'm saying I gotta go. I am just want to tell y'all that I have to go add mix with my girl. You know what I'm saying? She want to add mix with me, so I'm gonna have to leave y'all alone.
Bro, that's too much.
You understand?
Hybridization,
brother.
Come on, King. That's too much information, bro. Yeah. So I mean, it says in the biblical narrative, it says that the biblical Canaanites were sons of Africa, right?
Sons of Ham, yeah.
Sons of Ham, right?
Africa is not Ham. I'm sorry,
Africa is not Ham.
No.
Oh, it's not. So what is Ham?
Ham was in Africa.
Northeast Africa.
Northeast Africa.
Yes.
So what was the rest of Africa?
Shemitic.
The rest of Africa is Shemitic.
Correct.
Where does it say that in the biblical narrative?
Well, the Bible doesn't tell you every single migration pattern of every single person on the planet at every single time period, does it?
It should. I mean, that's where you're getting your original narrative from.
So after you get the Table of Nations, no people moved around. There was no invasions. There was no.
You said so. You're saying West? No. We're not gonna do all that. You're saying West Africans
That's
are
called
Shemitic.
history.
That's not history. West Africans don't claim to be Israelites. What? Yeah, what tribe is that? What tribe of West Africans are?
West Africa claims to be descendants of Israelites.
No, that's not what I said. I'm talking about the original Israelites.
No, that's not.
Can you show me a tribe in West Africa that call themselves Israelites?
Okay, no problem. The Igbo.
The Igbo people, they're converts.
You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer you, and you just rambling.
I'm not rambling. I'm telling you that they're converts.
Okay, what is my answer? What was I saying to you?
You just said the Igbo.
Which Igbo? The Igbo is a collection of.
Okay, so which Igbo are the Israelites? All you got to do is tell me.
Okay, well, I'm trying to tell you, but you talking before I even get it out.
All right, go ahead. Tell me.
It's Ibaja in Nigeria. The Igbos in that area claim to be Israelites. They have synagogues there. They have a Torah. What more do you want from them?
Yeah, those are converts. Those are the same ones that converted.
They're converts.
I don't have any evidence on me right now, but I know for a fact that they converted. They converted sometimes during the 1960 when those what's it called? Those people came over there.
Okay, so
those aren't real Israelites.
When they converted. So
around 1960 when those people came over.
Then why does the pre-exilic Israelites, the D.N.A. evidence on the pre-exilic Israelites show that they had sub-Saharan African admixture? That wasn't 1960. This is 8th to 6th century BCE.
Because the original inhabitants of the land of Canaan were in fact Africans. That's why you would have that admixture.
Oh, so the Canaanites are sub-Saharan Africans?
No, the original Canaanites are African.
Are they sub-Saharan African? Because they're
sub-Saharan E1B1A is a sub-Saharan sub-Saharan
so the original
haplogroup.
Canaanites are E1B1A. What's your evidence on that?
Who is this I'm talking to, first of all?
Answer the question.
No, I need to know who I'm talking to because you know who you're talking to. I don't know who I'm talking to.
Depend on the person you're talking to.
No, the E1B1A is a sub-Saharan haplogroup.
That ain't what I asked you.
But the E1B1A is a sub-Saharan haplogroup.
Okay,
you're asking me to prove it, but you already know that the E1B1A is a sub-Saharan haplogroup.
Were the original Canaanites sub-Saharan African? That was my question.
You don't know who the ancient Canaanites were other than the biblical narrative.
Okay, so how
those people were in fact. Hold on, let me finish answering it. Don't cut me off.
Just don't look.
No, you're gonna answer the question.
I'm asking you simple questions. I'm not yelling.
I'm not yelling either. I'm trying to answer questions. And you cut. If you don't want to let me talk,
answer the damn question.
I just answered it. The E1B1A.
So then, what point are you making by yelling Africa is Ham? What is your evidence?
What do you mean? What's my evidence? What's your evidence to say that there's Shem? Ham, Shem, and Japheth never existed. That's eponymous ancestry.
Okay, fine.
It's not real.
I don't have no issue with that. My issue is you.
There's my evidence. There is no evidence to show any of these people existed. Look, so when you go off talking about some Hamitic and Shemitic, hold on. You want to talk? Let's talk. Show me some objective evidence to show Ham, Shem, and Japheth even existed.
Okay, that ain't the argument.
That is the argument because that's how you get that's how you get your DNA, right?
No,
that's the biblical narrative.
No,
the sons of Noah, right?
Look, slow down real quick and let me talk or leave. Pick a
Okay,
choice.
I'll leave because this must be
All right,
James
bye. Get the
Cassell,
hell up out of
bitch
here.
nigga.
Good, thank you.
The
We
bitch
appreciate
nigga
it.
who can never answer no questions.
All right, bro.
Talking about
You
Noah
said you was leaving.
existed.
Can y'all remove
You
this
up here
dude?
talking about Moses
This
existed.
dude ain't even supposed to be in no chats with me in it. I thought we already talked about that.
I'm sorry,
Coming
James.
here
I forgot
crying like
about
a
that.
female every time he come in here.
My bad, brother. I forgot about that. I forgot that was the thing. That was the deal. That was my bad. I take blame for that.
Cause every time I say he act like a female, bro, I'm tired of that.
I took care of it, brother. Damn, I was going through my slides. I wanted to address some of the claims, but we'll move on. Who all on here? Hey, brothers was getting mad at King Self for what he said, man. I mean, hey, y'all got to get out here in the ring and challenge him, debate him. Tell that nigga that he don't know what he's talking about in the ring. You know what I'm saying?
The King Seth is the one that was saying that Paul killed some people.
Yeah. He the one who said Paul was killing people. But you opposed to that?
Yeah, I mean, there's no evidence in the Bible where Paul killed anybody.
Well,
that's what I asked. Show me the verse. No, there's no verse in the Bible where Paul. I already posted the verse already in the link. There's no verse where Paul killed anybody. He put people in prison. He arrested them, but he never killed them. He always witnessed to them being killed. He was holding the clothes, but he never himself put hand on people and shed blood of anybody. If he has the evidence, I'd like to see it.
So, if you got convicted of idolatry, what did the Sanhedrin do to you?
Of idolatry, according to the law, you have to be killed.
Okay, so Paul was convicting these Christians on what basis?
According to the law, he was convicted according to the law of Moses.
Okay, so they would have been convicted as idolaters, claiming another God outside of the God of the Torah. That would have been a claim that they would have had that day. They would have been killing them, brother. They would have been getting killed. So I can't be disingenuous and say,
no.
You making an assumption. You can't prove that he was killing them, and they didn't necessarily have to be killing them, because even with Christ, they accused Christ of adultery, but they had to wait for the Romans to get a word first.
Exactly.
Bring that shit to the Romans. So what he was doing is just what the Bible said. He was locking them up.
Exactly.
And that kills that dude's argument, because the dude was just sounding crazy anyway, and he was embellishing and he was just trying to stir up an argument just for the sake of it.
Exactly. And my point was that Paul himself physically never put his physical hand to actually strangle someone, stone someone. He never did that with himself. Yes, other people does that, and he put his his agreement to it according to the law, but he was never himself. He never did it himself. So the brother, I don't know what he was talking about. I mean, he was saying Paul was killing people physically himself. There's no verse in the Bible where he actually did that. So he was lying.
Well, I'll agree. It doesn't say literally in the Bible that he was killing people, but if you know
I thought he was just drunk and was just playing around.
No.
I didn't think he was serious. You know,
listen,
I thought the guy was just drunk and playing around.
Listen, he the source boogeyman. You know what I'm saying?
What he was saying wasn't really making no sense. You know what I mean? Even if you did want to say, you know, Paul was killing people or whatever, and you know, those people should have got revenge and all that. If they was following Christ, they understood that nobody was passing judgment on anyone anymore under Christ. That was one of Christ's biggest messages, was y'all gotta stop persecuting each other, because none of y'all is in a position to do that. And not only that, but I'm also here to tell you guys that you're about to lose your sovereignty completely. You're about to go into a state where you're not gonna know you ain't gonna know who you are. Everything you see us going through now was what Christ was prophesying. It led up to all of that led up to this. So they lost their sovereignty completely. You know what I mean? So he outlawed us being able to judge one another, and then he made it to where we couldn't do it anyway, because we got broken up as a nation. And that wasn't even all of us. That was just a handful of us dwelling in Jerusalem. The majority of us, even at that point, was scattered and dispersed. So and then he's making analogies where he's comparing those days to these days. I don't think you could do that.
His whole argument was based on the fact on his premise that Paul physically killed people. his argument. That's why he was talking about forgiving, bidding. But if Paul never himself physically killed anybody, so everything else he said after that is no.
But did he get people killed? Because remember, Stephen got stoned to death because they thought what he was saying was blasphemous.
But think about it. When Stephen got stoned to death, Paul was not the one to actually say to kill him. Paul was passing by. You read the verse. Paul was passing by.
I understand that, but I'm using him
Yeah,
as
and then I mean, but if you look at the situation with Stephen, that was a situation that got heated, where they was going back and forth with the people, and the people got so mad they couldn't understand what he was saying, and they was assuming that he was blaspheming, that they just went crazy and killed him. That happened. That almost happened to Christ a few times, but he had to get up out, but he slipped up out of there because it wasn't his time yet. He wasn't meant to go out like that. So that, but yeah, it would get heated sometime and the people would get violent and that would result in somebody getting killed. You see what I'm saying? And if it got too crazy, the Romans would have to send soldiers down there to shut all that shit down. We don't do things like this.
That's true.
At this point, Israel had basically already lost their sovereignty at this point. They was holding on to it by a thread. Our leaders was corrupted. They was teaching the law. Christ said, yeah, listen to them. You know what I mean? They teaching you right, but don't follow after them. That's why Christ was like, yo, if you want to enter into the kingdom, your righteousness got to surpass the righteousness of the Pharisees and the Sadducees and all of them. Because they talk a good game, but they don't practice it. I want you to know what they know, but practice it. That's the difference.
I mean, those are strong arguments. Those are strong arguments.
I mean, at the end of the day, the man, and then his whole demeanor was just off, because he wouldn't let nobody talk, what I mean? All that, he cutting niggas off, and he's already biased. Like, I know who I know. You a new nigga, fuck you. And I mean, that was his whole attitude. So you can't expect me to take somebody like that serious. And like the brother just came up here and said, at the end of the day, show me some evidence that Paul was actually killing people. Because according to the scriptures, he was throwing them in jail. You tried to back it up a little bit, like, yeah, they would have killed them, but then I showed you how, no, they probably wouldn't have, because they were still under Roman rule.
Hey, man, I'm neutral on it. I'm just saying, like, just try to keep it as honest as I can on the information, but I feel like y'all brothers want to, I know you ain't Perry, you an OG, but the brother John want to, get in that ring with him and set him straight. Shit, I mean, the invitation is there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think they should do it. I think the young boy that was just up here, I think he had washed that drunk nigga, man. Washed that.
And the brother that came before that was talking about there's no evidence for Abraham's existence. I mean, there's about the D.N.A. thing. Well, I could print to the brother. There's something called the Cave of the Patriarchs in Hebron, so we have all this. The evidence has not been presented to us, but for him to say there's no evidence, that means he has evidence that can prove that there is no evidence. So I don't know what he's talking about really. Now, if he has evidence that proves there's no evidence, that's one thing. But if you say that he hasn't seen the evidence, that's a different thing. So I would correct him on that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these people be trying to come from a dogmatic standpoint by saying ain't no evidence of Jews, ain't no evidence of Shem, Abraham, and we know that's called an argument from ignorance. That's a fallacy. You know what I'm saying? When you say, oh, something's not true because you don't have clear, concrete evidence to prove that it is true, doesn't make it automatically false. And I think a lot of our brothers fall into that fallacy so many times, especially on YouTube, social media, and they think they got a point, but that's fallacious. Just saying you don't have proof of something is not proof that the deity or the person is false.
I agree with you. I think shit like that gets started from ingenuity, from people being ingenuine. You know what I mean? That's where it starts from. A motherfucker wanting to win an argument that bad, where he don't want to really. He's not about coming to an understanding. You know what I mean? think that's where a lot of that comes from. You know what I mean? But I feel you on that. Like, you know what I mean? Everybody got theories, and some theories make a lot of sense. You know what I mean? I don't think they should be dismissed. You know what I mean? Just because a brother's not presenting evidence all the time on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, but it's you know better than all of us. Like this whole little agenda and pushback on Israel really started in the conscious community. What 2012? When was Kemet on trial? That's really when it started. When I start seeing it pick up. Now everybody's saying that the Bible fake. None of the patriarchs are real. The New Testament was made up.
Nah, it was. Look, let me tell you what happened. Right, the conscious community used to be made up of a lot of spiritual jargon, but coming from an Egyptian, and not even really from an Egyptian perspective. A person would be representing Egypt, and he'd be saying shit that they really. He might be spitting shit from the 5%ers. You know what I'm saying? So it was a lot of that. You had brothers like Phil Valentine, a lot of dudes that they all of them met. Now, once the Israelites started killing off a lot of those type of guys that was coming from a spiritual perspective, but it was a bunch of mumbo jumbo, and some of them are still alive. They protect them, but a lot of those dudes started getting killed off. That's when they realized, look, we got to come at this from a different perspective. We can't come at this from a scientific perspective anymore. All of them was into that. Polite, all of them. They was dressing weird. They, Polite come out with the eye shit on the left eye. That was some spiritual magic shit. All of that shit was getting debunked left and right. And it was Israelites doing it. Niggas talking about, humans used to build empires 500,000 years ago. The Israelites was showing up. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Get off. You dead. Like that. None of that shit. They couldn't stand against us. So they all said, you know what? We're gonna join the white side of how they see things. We're gonna do it from that standpoint. That's how we're gonna come at it. And then we're gonna just push the whole pro Africa thing. You know what I mean? But we're gonna come at it from a pure a white man's perspective. And that's how they started, and then they started coming at the Israelites like that. That's why you stop seeing all the spiritual guys that used to come on Sinaitic channel. All of a sudden, he stopped booking them. He only started fucking with niggas that was coming from a scientific standpoint, a so-called scientific standpoint. That was all done to get at the Israelites.
Infidishi, Bobby Hemmett, and them cats, huh?
Yeah, because all those guys was getting killed, man. All of those guys was getting, the Israelites was slaying them dudes left and right. Left and right, man. It was getting damn right disrespectful because a lot of the elders, and it's funny because when they call us pseudo, you calling your elders pseudo. But see, it was getting to the point where what they basically did was they retired all of their master teachers, and then they came up with some new guys, and their whole thing was just, you're gonna come at it from a scientific standpoint. You know what I mean? Everything. If you can't prove it, then it is not true. And and at first they was very confident in that because they used to say things like, y'all can't prove that Israel exists. And then the Israelites would prove that Israel exists, and then they would move the goalposts.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And then they would, we would push back and say things like, we could show you that your gods in Egypt was gay. And then they denied that, and we showed proof of that, then they moved the goalposts again. Well, we don't necessarily believe in those gods in Egypt. We just look at it from a scientific standpoint. But everything was scientific. And then we even exposed them at times because a lot of the people that they had in the forefront that was talking that scientific shit, these motherfuckers is celebrating Christmas, Halloween. Some of these niggas got altars in their house, so they dealing with all types of black magic. These niggas cutting up chickens. So it's like, come on, man. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, you guys are being real disingenuous. So I don't think Israel took a loss at all. I just think that, the people was ignorant and they just knew how to cater to the people, so to speak. You know what I mean? They know, and the Bible tell you that. The Bible say that the people say don't tell us the truth, give us lies, teach us smooth things, things that we can handle. We don't want to hear what you guys are teaching us. You know what I mean? We, as Israelites, we tell the people the main reason we messed up as a people is because we off code and we're not morally right. We got to get morally right. You know what I mean? We got to correct this shit. We need to be on code, and that code is the Lord of the Most High for the most part. But we all need to be on code, man. We should be doing this and doing that. People don't want to hear what they shouldn't be doing. People want to do what the fuck they want to do, and they want you to tell them that everything's gonna be all right. That's just not what it is. And the Israelites, we've always come from that perspective. Like, no, we're not gonna fucking sugarcoat shit. We're gonna tell you what it really is. It's cold hard truths.
My thing is those people that be banging against the Bible be having some kind of scam, some kind of crooked scheme behind them, like Garfield with the
all of those dudes, all of those guys. That's why that's why I don't disagree with a lot of folks that say, maybe some of those dudes are agents, because I wouldn't be surprised if the government recruited people specifically to go at the Israelites that's out in the street. That's how much of a stir, that's how much of an uproar they was causing out here. The Israelites in the streets, with the Bible. It was, you know what I mean? A lot, it was becoming big, but yeah, I find it interesting that for the most part, a lot of they people, you look at the map, like let's start with Malachi York. He was pushing the whole Egyptian thing, right? Come to find out this nigga practicing sex magic, black man. These niggas is all into the whole Bafo meth thing. These are people that quick to sell out for filthy lucre. You look at Africa Bambaataa. That's another one. He was always pushing the Egyptian thing. Come to find out this dude running around here molesting children, the whole project. He's connected to Dr. York. You look at guys like Polite, this nigga caught up in scamming and all types. It's always some criminal shit with these guys, like some extra bullshit. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. I remember young Pharaoh was getting money for his PO after he was off parole, I believe, or probation. One of them, I forget which one he was on, but he was acting like he needed donations for that. But they proved that he wasn't even on parole or probation, whatever one he had. It might have been parole. I think he went to I think he got locked up for some reason and he paroled out. And they exposed that he was just lying. He didn't have no damn PO. He was just taking money from the people, lying to the people and taking money. You know what I'm saying? We all understand what Polite did in Chicago. Allegedly he borrowed from Chicago for scamming them on what, the land thing, or he was supposed to get land for them. I can't remember the story. It's been so long, but yeah, all them brothers, man. Them brothers, Garfield, just here recently, a year ago, I think, he was scamming people. And you know what I'm saying? They was getting on his ass about that. It's like all you brothers that's banging against the Bible and morals and saying we crazy, y'all end up in some damn scams, man. And y'all name tainted in the community. So
right. Yep. That's a fact. That's a fact, man. You can't trust those guys, and it just is what it is. A lot of those dudes is wicked, man. It just is what it is. It's a certain type of vibe. Just being around them cats, you'll feel a certain type of vibe. Like, I don't know, but I ain't supposed to be here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you won't be able to really relate to them or kick it with them. Or none of that. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna talk to them on the phone because the vibe is just off. It's just shit that you probably not into. You know what I mean? What I noticed with you guys that I like about you and James and Red is you guys, y'all get y'all money the legal way and y'all get plenty of it. You know what I mean? And y'all all doing it legal. You know what I mean? Y'all got good jobs. You know what I mean? So like I always respected that about you cats. You know what I mean? But for the most part, You know, and there's a few Israelites out there too that been scamming. You know, you can talk
Oh
to,
yeah, I know.
you know,
I
but
know. But I think it hit harder when y'all brothers claim that we don't need the Bible and morals and all that stuff is bullshit. We should follow Yahweh and disregard the Bible. And really, Yahweh is scamming the people, lying to the people. You know, being a fat cat. You know different than the damn Christian pastor that go by that damn jet. Y'all just ain't got that private jet yet. Y'all ain't on that level. You feel me?
yeah, yo, it's groupies and everything involved in that shit, boy. Like it's you know what I mean? Like I done seen, cause you know I'm in Harlem, right?
Yeah.
So I'm seeing all the people pull up from different states. I'm seeing chicks that I used to talk to in the back chat pulling up, like, yo, Perry, you know, I'm pulling up the ball, what's up? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, that shit was lit, boy. You know what I mean? And that's their thing. You know, I think a lot of those cats, they couldn't make it in the criminal world. So, you know, the conscious thing was the next big hustle. You know what I mean?
Hey, Christ Jermaine Jackson, how about you join the call, brother? I see you lighting up the comment board. You look like you got something to say. Join the call and share your opinion with everybody on the panel, man. Hey, who in here know who Christ Jermaine Jackson is? I heard his name before, man. Who is this brother?
I don't know.
I've seen him make like some lives on Facebook, but and I've conversed with him maybe once, I think, kind of like a little snapback little thing on Facebook, but that's about it. He looked like Candyman to me. Yeah.
Hey, he been in the back all day. He put this in the back. He said, explain the moon being out all day along with the sun. So I'm guessing the brother's advocating flat earth with that statement, but I don't want to misrepresent him. I want the brother to come on and explain what he meant by this, you know. But I could easily explain why we see the sun and the moon at the same time. It's got a lot to do with geometry and trigonometry. You know what I'm saying? Why we see the sun and moon at the same time. You know.
Yeah, but
So
not to change the subject, but you know, the Israelites, they basically came on the scene and what they I think what our main goal was just to use the Bible to dispel white supremacy. And that's exactly what we've done. Like we've used the Bible to do that. Like, you know, we've shown the world like and it's
Thank you.
crazy.
Thank you.
Like it was having a huge impact on society. You know what I mean? A lot of people was feeling some type of way. You know? All we was doing was showing the world that no, these people, you know, were black people. You know what I mean?
yeah, they had a big problem with that, man. I'm gonna tell you, it's on our side a little bit too because they felt that when we said that we didn't want to be Africans anymore, that's not our true name. We got our true identity now. They felt like that was a personal attack on Black America, bro. You know what I'm saying? They felt like we were attacking them, but all we were saying, you know, this is what I took from it that we were disassociating ourselves with that identity. You know what I'm saying? And it's very silly for anybody in 2020 to pretend like everybody on the continent of Africa is the same. It's very silly. That's a silly ass notion. Everybody on the continent of Africa, them Khoisan people ain't y'all. Y'all keep talking about the Khoisan and what's the other one? The Pygmies. Y'all don't have the same DNA as the Pygmies and the Khoisan. Because when y'all say y'all the father of all humanity, that's who you talking about, and they not y'all. You understand? Polite, well, I don't know. Polite might be a goddamn pygmy.
For the most part, the people wasn't ready for that. You know what I mean? The conscious community had been out of much, you know, a lot longer, and you had a lot of people that started seeing the similarities. They wanted to believe that, you know, this whole Africa unity thing, this whole unity thing that actually worked.
Right, right. But they want to keep claiming that they teaching science and they on point. Listen, if you teaching science and you on point, you would tell the people that everybody in the continent of Africa ain't the same. Because that's what y'all say. We all African. No, the hell we ain't. We ain't the same, man. And that's pretty much what the Israelites brought to the table. Listen, we not associating ourselves with that ambiguous term African.
Well,
You
what
understand?
the Israelites did was pretty much told everybody that all the nations at one point in time was dark. And then they would ask us, okay, well, how come the Arabs look the way they do? They have a mixed look to them now. And we would say, well, you got to go into the history of the Ottoman Turks, how they made it popular, how they made it trendy. Because they had a lot of white women slaves, the Ottoman Turks. They was mixing a lot. You know what I mean? Started having a mixed look after a while. You look at our people over here in America. They did that heavy after a while. They bought it. Yeah, they probably showed some resistance at some point, but with a lot of the Latino groups, they was heavy into that. You know what I mean? And that's how you kind of got these different phenotypes. But you can always look at these people, like for instance, you look at people that look Chinese from places like Cambodia, Indonesia, Thailand. They have plenty of people within their race that are dark like us. I tend to believe that that's the original phenotype of those.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. White, you didn't get white skin. That's a mutation. White skin is a mutation, and that didn't come around until later. So yeah, that's
Right.
one thing they don't want to give us credit for.
I mean, and people that want to argue with that, is you could just is you can you can see that's true on a very basic level. Just look at the original people of Australia. They look Negroid. You can look at the original people of anywhere, and they were dark. Look at how the European, the original people in Europe, the Japhetic people. Look how they showed images of themselves, the Etruscans, the Lydianites, all these people. When they left paintings and drawings of themselves behind, they were dark. They were.
Facts. That's a whole fact, man. And you got these people from the conscious community getting mad at Israelites saying that. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
they
saying?
got
Lashing
mad at
out.
us. They got mad at us for going into the whole like the Israelites like to go into the dark ages. We like to ask questions like why, is the dark age was the dark ages a lot deeper when it came to blackness than they're telling us. So they make it seem like, yeah, a couple of Moors conquered over here and over there. But we're seeing coats of arms all over Europe where, obviously we had a much deeper presence in Europe. Like we're even to the point with the Vikings, you can read some of their stories and they'll give a description of some prominent dude, and he's described as big, tall, black, nappy hair, muscles, and you know what I mean? And all of these things go unexplained. So that's what we was bringing out as Israelites. I think we was ahead of our time, and maybe the conscious community got a little jealous. One group we didn't really have a beef with was the Moors. They kind of agreed with us on a lot of those things, but they would kind of wanted to tell it from their own perspective. But they would agree with us on a lot of those things. So they was kind of pushing the same thing somewhat. But yeah, they never really wanted to go into that.
Right. Right. And you're right. The Israelites were ahead of their time, but they've been talking about that before any of these, like Science Daily, National Geographic, or any of these publications came out and brought forth evidence showing that what these Israelites have been saying for years was the case. Cheddar Man proved that ancient Europe was black. You understand? That proved that. So what, like you said, they were ahead of their time because we was,
And then we evolved. We evolved as Israelites. We evolved to the point where we was able to distinguish other dark people from one another. We was the first ones to do that. Before that, everybody in the conscious community had all the black people lumped up together. We was the first ones that was like, nah, this group was them, that group was them. This is why they was fighting. You know what I mean? Yeah, they was
Right.
both dark, but they were two different groups. They didn't have that concept until we came along. We started pointing that out first. And that's why a lot of our views are unbiased. Was unbiased because we didn't have a problem with we're not gonna say that the Egyptians were perfect just because they look like us. We get that they look like us. Even the Bible said that the Israelites and the Egyptians looked identical. And according to the Bible, the Egyptians descend from Ham, right? So
Right.
Ham, according to white scholars, a lot of white scholars, they would say that the Hamitic people are African. So what that tells me is that the Africans, the so-called Africans, they had their origin in that Mesopotamian area. That's where they started off at. I know it sounds weird saying that Africans started off in the Mesopotamian area, but that's where it's weird like that because of how
Iron
twisted the white man
144
has
says
fucked up
Chinaman
history.
is Japhet.
But yeah, the original Africans had their origins in the East, just like everyone else. I'm a firm believer that mankind had its start in the Mesopotamian area. There was a time when everyone was over there. And I
Is
believe that it was
Chinaman
Hamitic
Japhet?
people that started migrating to Africa, places like Central and South Africa first. Now, you guys have done a great job of showing that Israelites also was migrating over there. And I love that. That's dope.
Right. Yeah. Hey, Christ Jermaine. Oh, he there. He here. We got another brother in here, Christ Jermaine.
Oh yeah, what's up, people?
What's cracking, man? I seen you in the back, man. You trying to stir up trouble, man? What's going on?
Nah, man. You know I've been lurking and been around for a while back in the Amin days, Amin Lee days, and the whole information age and all that. When all that was going on last year, I was up in those channels real heavy back then. Psycho Craig and all them. So I gave them my perspective on the whole deal. And of course, I get cursed out like everybody else get cursed out. And then you just move on to higher attainments. But I'm just be checking in, just dropping my little jewels whenever I can.
All right,
it's
brother.
Like the people, they already know. It's like the white people, they already know the truth. We just don't know.
What's the
How
truth?
is that?
So at the end of the day,
the truth is everything that we speaking about.
Can we all agree? First of all, can we all agree if we believe in the Bible that Ham, Shem, and Japhet were dark?
That's a fact.
All right. Can we all agree that Japhet lived in those European areas and both Ham and Shem both shared that Mesopotamian area? What I mean by Mesopotamian is that Northeast African, so-called Middle Eastern area. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
People started migrating to Africa later on. Now, this is the problem I have with a lot of you guys that go into the whole haplogroups because they'll find something in Africa, and they'll say, okay, this is the oldest thing we found. So obviously this is where everything started. That doesn't necessarily make sense to me. You don't know if that person migrated there. And then a lot of the methods that they use to date these bones and a lot of these things are flawed.
No,
I'm just saying, this is why I have so much faith in the biblical narrative. I just go with the biblical narrative, but I get it. If you're going to be arguing with people back and forth, you got to know the scientific methods and things like that. But I'm just pointing out the obvious. A lot of these people that put dates on it, those are also assumptions. It's not written in stone, it's fact. None of the dates, because all the dating methods are flawed. Can we agree on that?
No, I totally agree on that. I didn't covered that before. But I try to speak their language. You know what I'm saying? If we're gonna go there, I speak the same language as those people that claim to be like when I was talking to Unc, I'd be like, okay, they said this happened 200,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? You said it happened 300,000 years ago. Then I contradict them with the scientific literature. It don't mean I believe in the actual date that the shit happened 200,000 years ago. I'm just familiar with the subject. So I
yo,
agree.
you gotta. There's a video right that I saw. You gotta find this video, B. Since you be playing videos a lot, and this video was a bunch of white people from the scientific community apologizing for mistelling and screwing and misconstruing history, and they kept it real. I don't know if you've seen it before. I know I watched it. They kept it real. And they was like, yo, they went into everything. They went into how they lied about this, they lied about that, how there was an agenda within the whole scientific white community to make black people look inferior. This was something that they actually got on code about and went about it as a group of people. I find it interesting that people like Vocab Malone, he ignores things like that. And that's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they vocab Malone's a damn closet racist, man. The only issue he got with us, you know what I'm saying, and what you bringing out is powerful because that scientific racism is real, and that is something that was practiced and still being practiced today. But on vocab Malone, the only problem he got with us is he don't feel like black people should be claiming to be Jews. That's his biggest gripe.
Yeah, he got a beef with that. He got a beef.
Yeah.
He got a beef. He got a like most people, even our own people, because we all know I'm an Israelite, so I feel that Latinos are Israelites for the most part. Puerto Ricans is the tribe of Ephraim, Dominicans is Simeon. But I got to keep it real. A lot of these tribes are against Judah. And we all know that Judah is the head tribe, and I would consider Judah to be the so-called foundational Black Americans, who all the gathering of the people shall be. That's why, I like one person, I think it was the other day, I was in a chat room and one person said, when foundational Black Americans get what's coming to them, it's going to trickle down and benefit all minority groups. And I believe that. Everything does start with Judah. Even with the scriptures, it says that. But it also says that there would be division between Judah and the other tribes. So and you guys pointed out, a bunch of facts concerning that, how the other tribes are quick to side with white supremacy. A lot of the Latino brothers and sisters, they'll in their mind, they're part of white people. They just feel like all we need to do is get over the hump. We'll be afforded the same benefits that whites are afforded, not realizing that this is actually Esau's blessing, and you're a part of Israel, and his blessing has nothing to do with you. Everything you're doing in support of him is all in how, how do you say it? How do you say that word? It's all it's all in vain, you know.
Yeah.
It's all vain. It's garbage. It's not gonna help you. What you should be doing is getting on board with Jonah, the foundational Black Americans, and supporting what's right. But they're not doing that. They're taking the easy way out. And I'm not talking about all Latinos, but for the most part, a lot of them are taking the easy way out. And that's the same thing with the Caribbeans, and that's the same thing even with the Africans, who we don't consider to be our people necessarily. Even some of them are, but necessarily you're not our people. But still, you still kind of look like your old forefathers look, and we kind of look like our old fathers look, meaning both of us were in positions where whites didn't really mix with us like that to destroy our phenotype to the point they did with Ishmael, the Arabs. And I can't really say whites destroyed Ishmael's phenotype. Ishmael kind of destroyed his own phenotype because he was in a position of power when he was mixing with all those white women. But you would think that they would side Judah, but they haven't. So we have to be intelligent about this and recognize, how detrimental it is for us. I know, a lot of us got a Latino friend that's in our ear telling us, we should vote for Biden, but he's doing that for his own. That's not going to benefit at all. This man is talking about making 10 million illegals legal. That's going to be right.
Fact.
Where does white supremacy exist in the biblical narrative?
In the biblical narrative.
Yeah.
We know that from a biblical standpoint, the northern tribes often sided with the enemies of Israel as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah, they sided with the Assyrians in the book of Hosea. So yeah, I gotta follow that logic on that one. You know what I'm saying? But the Latinos in America should be following behind black people because
you're half and half, right?
Yeah, my father's
you're actually Issachar, but your mom is Judah.
Yes.
So you're deciding to exercise your right to be on the side of Judah. And it's the same thing with me, because I'm actually a Benjamite. You know what I mean? My father's Benjamin, but my mom is Judah, and I was raised by my mom. I wasn't raised by my father. So I'm exercising my right to side with foundational Black Americans. You know what I mean?
Right. And I believe all Latinos should be in support of foundational Black Americans for the simple fact that if the foundational Black Americans didn't fight for during the civil injustice period or civil right period, they wouldn't get all the benefits of being able to come over here, one, and not be mistreated. So it's like they should bow down to that and be like, okay, these people did do all that, instead of pointing the finger and joining themselves and assimilating.
I was having a conversation because a part of my family on my father's side is from like Antigua and St. Croix and all. And I was talking to some of my family members who was trying to give me a little bit of pushback. And I had to explain to them, like, listen, West Indian revolutionaries couldn't get nothing going in Jamaica. Marcus Garvey had to come to America to get his shit popping. He couldn't get nothing going over there in Jamaica. Because in those, unfortunately, the other tribes within their culture, they've already been beaten down. They've been beaten down already. Marcus Garvey couldn't get nothing going on in Jamaica. And a lot of those other cultures and those other countries, they killed their revolutionaries. The people do it. So a lot of those guys, they would come to America and hook up with us to get something going on. They do it in their own time.
Right. And that's why we got on Joy Reid so goddamn bad the other day, because she's basically saying the foundational Black Americans didn't go through anything special. Well, bitch, you are benefiting from those foundational Black Americans and all the hard work, sweat and blood and tears they put on American soil. That's why you able to come over here and be a news anchor because they sat there and fought against the injustices by Esau here in America. If that never happened, your ass wouldn't be over here prospering and eating the fruits of our labors. You understand? So, you know, I get really upset when these people from the Caribbean islands, these Latinos, forget that and then step on our cause and step on the African American cause as if it's nothing special. And we shouldn't be asking for what's owed to us. That's bullshit.
Right, because they do a lot of projecting. They do a lot of projecting code right now. They don't want Judah to get on code, but this is what Judah must do. Remember, the Bible has specific prophecies concerning Judah, and Judah is the one who all the other tribes are going to gather up under, whether they like it or not. So a lot of them, they're kicking against that. It's a lot of pushback with the other tribes, you know, concerning that on a spiritual level, you know, but it is what it is, you know, and even though I'm from Benjamin always rode with Judah. When you go into the biblical narrative, Benjamin understood, yeah, we had our war with Judah. We was, you know, we had the first king and all of that, but the Most High chose Judah, and it's best to do what the Most High wants done. It's best to follow the will of God. You know, and a lot of the other tribes are just kicking right now. And, you know, and unfortunately, a lot of the Northern Kingdom, the Latino tribes, the Native American tribes, they're really, really rebellious toward Judah. You know, they think they're better, everything. What? It's going to be what it is. I know me being a Benjamite, but I'm also half foundational Black American. And I understand, you know, you won't catch me on the wrong side.
Right. And yeah, they got to get that shit together because during the colonial period, we were kind of, you know, it was kind of tight. Like the Native Americans would help the slaves, right? The runaway black slaves. They would help them, aid them, fight with them, form confederations with them. Mexico would aid slaves. Like they always would tell you that slaves had to flee north, but really they could just flee south and go to Mexico and get amnesty. And the Mexican army would fight off any of the Texas Rangers at that time that would try to come and recoup those slaves. So we really were helping each other back then and forming confederations. But you know, the 19th centuries happened and the Civil Rights Act happened, and after that, these groups have lost their goddamn mind, and they're trying to do hyphenated whiteness and be associated with white people so much that they disrespect.
We underestimated a lot of them. We underestimated the conditions they was coming from, because at the time when we was getting the civil rights bills passed, we should have been more focused on tangibles for foundational Black Americans. We was on some shit like, nah, we just kind of want equal rights, and we want equal rights for all Black folk. You know, these people, you know, they was cool with us at that time. A lot of them was riders back at that time, but it was a lot of the children that they left behind after that. They kind of, you know, and we see our own people doing it, but is it really our own people? You know, when you look at the conscious community, a lot of those people that's prominent, they're not necessarily foundational Black Americans, you know. So they kind of got us in a sick bag right now, but it's so easy to get on code people, especially, you know, as Judah. It's really easy to get Judah on code. What you got to do is just remind them that you're the Shaka Khan, you're the Whitney Houston, you're the Michael Jordan. You just got to remind them how great they are and let them know, you know, what's really going. You know, they'll get on code, and then everything switches.
Yeah, brother, my bad, man. I'm trying to catch this damn debate, man. Trump and Biden going at it right now. You know what I'm saying? So I was trying to catch that debate, man. But I didn't want to end the show see we got Brother Sean back on, and we got Christ Jermaine. He chilling. Christos, man, how you feeling? Man, we
laying
been
back,
on.
man. I'm laying back, man.
Yeah. We've been on for about
Yeah,
6.5 hours.
pretty good. I'm just muted out.
Yeah, we running long.
Yeah, man, y'all brothers really like
I want to
watching
know
us.
what the outcome. I want to know what the outcome is, though.
Listen, bro, I rock with y'all.
Yeah, man, we've been going strong for a minute, man. 18 watchers right now, live watchers. Y'all brothers been watching us for a long time. What y'all
It's
do
only
all day? Huh?
bro. The show only gonna get bigger and better, man. Just keep doing what you're doing. Don't get discouraged. Trust me, bro. Last week it was 9 people watching. Now it's 18. Tomorrow's gonna be 40. Trust me, bro. This is gonna get bigger. Keep doing what you're doing, man.
I agree
You're
with you,
true.
bro.
You got a special talent, man. You got the right niggas behind you, man. James Cassell is one of the smartest and the realest niggas out here. Same thing with D-Rag. And they both playing a position. D-Rag play the background. He'll jump in when he have to. And then you got James Cassell. He don't mind being on the front line, get rid of niggas. And then you got yourself. You know what I mean? You put in crazy work. You a killer yourself in your own right, but you more people friendly. So just keep this shit going, bro. Trust me, bro. This shit gonna pop. Just gotta keep it going, man.
Yeah, all praises to the Most High, man. Y'all don't know the behind the scenes, man. It's a battle.
And all y'all niggas is from Texas. All y'all niggas is from Houston. I keep telling niggas about Houston, man. Something special in the water out there. But those guys are the model for being independent. If you want to know how to start your own shit, get with a Houston nigga. He'll teach you. They don't ride no bandwagons, none of that. I had a dude that was a supporter of Tory Lane, and he wanted to know why the Houston guys was going so hard. I said because the first principle in Houston is protect your own. That's why they not gonna let nothing happen to one of them. That's number one when it come to Houston. The niggas protect their own off the bat. They don't even they ain't even gotta know you. You from Houston, one of us. That's how we gonna start this thing off. So Houston is one of the greatest sectors of Black foundational.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We gonna keep this thing growing and every day, man. We ain't gonna be able to do it without y'all, though. You know what I'm saying? But
I agree
man,
with I agree with the art. Uh, between you and Source, and watch you young brothers, regularly. Sometimes I'm in the chat, sometimes I'm not. And I really like what y'all doing, you know. And I'm here. I'm in the building. This is the first time I'm in a lot of chat rooms as this is going on, as an elder statesman, walking in this truth. And I never show my face. This is the first show I showed my face.
That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. That means you got a lot of love for the brothers and sisters on this show, man.
Well,
I think you made the right decision, man. Because Yeshua went
it's
out.
it's also. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeshua went out. I think when it come to platforms that's ran by real niggas, I don't think it get no realer than this platform right here. Because you got Yeshua, you got James Cassell, you got D-Rag. Those are I done met thousands of niggas on the internet. You know what I mean? I ain't never meet 3 dudes that was realer than them, that was more official than them. Like them dudes
I
got
do
more
roll. I
principles,
do listen
all
to
that. Them guys are different. This a different type of platform right here. This shit different. It really is. You know, those guys are different, man.
I do listen
Yeah.
to Defenders of the Way.
Kind of on code, you know, on code.
I mean, I come across a lot of different people, man. Like I'm hooked in with a lot of different people online. You know, I be on a lot of different shows. Some of them are superficial, some of them are deep, you know, but ain't nobody like these three guys right here, man. These three guys can't go wrong with them. The guys is official, man. You know,
Like I said, I enjoy this platform. I also, I listen to the brothers, Defenders of the Way with Sam, Yehukanan, and I see them here, on this platform and Source, quite regularly. So, unbeknownst to them, they co-signed this for me, you know, sticking around and listening to the brothers all day. So, yeah, I agree with the art, keep up the work, you know, keep the platform moving. Don't worry about, numbers at the moment. Everybody gonna come.
so yeah, man. If Biden win this election, that shit gonna be detrimental to black folks. But let me let the homie watch his debate, man. I'm gonna fall back. Y'all be good.
Shalom, my bro.
Yeah, shalom, brothers. I'm tuning in on that debate too.
All right,
Hey
so go
man,
ahead, bro. We'll get back up. It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me on the
Likewise.
platform.
hey, no problem.
Let's do me
Anytime.
again.
Anybody welcome, man. Everybody welcome. Anybody can get on here. Speak your mind, speak your piece, give your opinion. We give it to the people. So, hey, I will be going live tomorrow too, and for the majority of the weekend. So y'all can come through anytime. You know what I'm saying? Hey, and we welcome everybody. It don't matter who you are.
All right, young
Israelite,
prophet.
non-Israelite. Hey, James, man, I'm about to shut it down and watch the debate. I thought about streaming it on here, but I was like, man, y'all gonna be on here for 10 hours.
Nah, man, this video long enough, man.
Yeah. I chimed in on the debate. They talking about the virus. I'm like, how do you blame a presidential candidate for a virus? And then Trump basically said it's China's fault. It's not my fault. It's not Joe's fault. It's China's fault. China did.
It's a fool's game. You know what I'm saying? It's a fool's game, bro. I've been around a long time, and it's the same. It's the same thing every election, going back since I can remember watching these debates in the '70s as a child. So, stay in the word. Make sure you can discern people's nonsense, and don't give too much energy to, because they trying to draw you in right now. This civil war thing they talking about, they just trying to agitate everybody's emotions. We got Biden ahead right now, and before you know it, by the end of this, they're gonna be running neck to neck with them, and they're gonna have everybody on the edge of their seat. They're gonna wait for the country to implode for the decision.
I want to say this. This is why. Hold on, Christoph. I'm gonna mute you. You got to echo. I want to say this too. I'm glad we got the electoral college. A lot of people saying they should get rid of the electoral college. It's not fair. We don't live in a pure democracy, meaning you're not going to win a presidential candidacy off votes alone. The electoral college gives people that live in rural areas a voice too. Because think about it, how unfair it would be if only the major cities had a chance to pick the president. If New York was the only city, Los Angeles, all the Houston, all the major cities.
I agree.
Because that's where most of the people are, right? In these big condensed cities. If we going off just pure numbers, so the electoral college is actually a fair system. And it's constitutional too.
Correct. We live in a republic, not a democracy. We have to remember that.
Yep. So all y'all people crying about Donald Trump won because of the electoral college. It should be now the electoral college is a problem when Donald Trump win it. Yeah, but when Barack Obama won the electoral college, it wasn't a problem. y'all crazy,
Hey,
man.
you know, if you take away the electoral college, New York and California and LA pretty much would decide the election every year.
Every year.
Almost.
Which you will have Democratic presidents every goddamn time.
Facts. And we be $36 trillion in debt right now.
Abortion with a skyrocket. It wouldn't be no black folks. Black people be a rare
abortion be at 90% in the black community.
I disagree with that. We're going to endure. We're going to endure. I disagree with that. We're going to endure.
Yeah, it'd be like 10 of us left. Hey, what price there?
There's always a remnant, huh?
A remnant.
What do you say? I got 7,000 servers that haven't bowed the bow. That's what will happen.
They need black folks to work in the jail, so they'll let them live.
Yeah.
We're gonna kill all the good Negroes and keep the criminals and shit. We're gonna keep them reproducing.
Look. Thank God for the electoral college. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
All y'all brothers is in Texas?
I'm from Texas.
Yeah, we all pretty much from there almost.
Okay, all right. Okay. Just wanted to know. I hear the twang.
No, Chicago.
Who's in Chicago?
Oh, I thought somebody was saying something.
Christos is from Chicago.
Okay, all right, bro.
Yeah, he's from Chi City, man.
Hey, but you show, think about what I said, man. I think that'll be a good show for like Saturday or something.
Which one? What you talking about? We said a lot today.
Well, I was saying when I sent you in the inbox about the Ice Cube thing, kind of like going
over
what everybody's first reaction was when they heard about the Ice Cube thing, and then maybe we watch the videos where he do talk to people on our own time and pick out segments, you know, that we may want to talk about.
Yeah, we can do that. You want to do that Saturday?
It's a hot button issue. It might get some good views.
Was that Sam debating Kevin G today? Am I right?
What about the debate? What about Kevin G?
Was that Sam debating? Not Sam. Excuse me. Was that what's the brother name again?
James Cassell.
Yes, James Cassell. That was
that's
him?
me. Yeah.
Oh, that's you, bro.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes, sir.
All right. You did an excellent job, brother.
Oh, thank you.
You did an excellent job.
You seen he kept trying to maneuver, change the subject slightly.
The same thing the AU always do. That's what the AU do. That's what they do. They've been doing it. You know, this harkens back to the days for me when Divine used to go up against the woke community back. You know, the
conscious community.
Yes, sir. You know, and so you did an excellent job. You stood there. You brought out your facts. You brought out. You know, you did a good, excellent job. Man. So I want to
appreciate that, and I will give a shout out to Divine myself because he was
inspiration.
I would say he helped me decide to really tip the scales really towards scholarship instead of mainly arguing with everyone from a theological perspective. I give him props on that all the time.
And that's what I like about the platform, because as I'm listening to y'all, like I said, from an elder statesman, watching these debates. I'm listening and I'm hearing. It's harkening back to when we was scratching. You know, at the surface, everybody was against us. You know, and I see y'all holding your own, and y'all not. You know, you sticking with. You know, with proper scholarship. You know,
For sure.
and
You
this
know,
is
it's
the
just
same thing
growth in
everybody used to speak
Israel.
about.
You know
This
what
is
I'm
what,
saying?
yeah, this is what
It's
everybody used to speak about back. This is what when the brothers used to, you know, because I'm from back in the days of the One West camps. I never was a part of a One West camp, but when this whole apology movement started, this is what they used to do. They used to come and say, "Well, look, where's your scholarship? You just going by the writ. Where's your scholarship? Where's your scholarship?" Right? The brothers didn't have scholarship.
con.
Brothers, then when the brothers came with the scholarship, now it's, oh, well, you know, I'm sticking to the writ. This is
Yeah,
what
now
they
they
use
want to
saying
go
now.
by the scriptures.
Writ.
Yeah, you right, bro. It happen every time. They just
I've been
hoping to find them a way out. You know what I mean? They like,
yes.
oh, most people who read the Bible, they don't do any research outside the Bible. You know, that used to be what they always say. But then they dodge
Exactly.
the ones who do research outside the Bible. And once
Exactly.
that we do have it to offer, to run after the ones that only read from the Bible. Don't make no sense. If you was
No.
really sincere, you'd only be dealing with the ones that present real scholarship to back up with what they saying.
Con. And this is what I'm saying. I watched, you know, I watched them change their narrative. I've been around a long time. I remember the days when they used to say, "Well, where's your scholarship?" They used to run up on the One West camps, and I used to get upset, you know, with the One West camps because they didn't have it together, you know, and you know, they got drugged through the mud a lot, you know, and I turn around now and I'm seeing brothers holding on to scholarship, and now they reversing and trying to make it seem like they're gonna stay in scripture, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, it just shows, you know, that we're growing, you know, and the numbers are growing. We're getting into the word, you know, brothers is coming into the understanding of who they are and really digging into the scripts, you know, and scholarship, you know. This is beautiful, man. You have no idea what I've seen in this truth over the past 25 years. You know, wait for all this to happen, you know. And to be honest with you, Divine was the first one that I seen really hold his ground to all of them, you know. So
Facts on the scholastic tip. That's definitely true. You know what I mean?
yes.
Hey, Trump killing Biden right now, y'all. Trump is killing this
Oh, well, I'm
dude.
about to get off of here and watch the debate then, man.
Shalom, brothers. Salama.
Hey, who? Hey, Shalom, brother. Who is I am the Jew of the Highlands? Who is this brother?
I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna shut the show down, man. Shalom. Much love for all the brothers that participate. Platform is open for y'all to speak, and y'all voices will be heard. Y'all don't gotta agree with us. Come on here and talk. Tell us why you disagree. Like I said, this ain't just an Israelite thing, man. Anybody that from any background or whatever, more agnostic, whatever, you can come on. We can speak your piece. Now get ready to fight now, because we here to fight. So don't come here thinking we just gonna be like, we shall overcome and all hands together. No, we here to have scholastic debates. You know, at the end of the day, we trying to create an atmosphere for debaters and debates. You know what I'm saying? So I want to see more people get in the ring, more people be active, participate with the Source Debate League. You can join the Source Debate League via Facebook. Request to join, and we'll put you in the group. And I also put you in my personal group on Messenger chat if you are serious about debating. Subscribe to the channel Source Debate League on YouTube. Hey, rock with us. We're going to rock with y'all. With that, I'm going to say shalom. Peace out. Until next time, I'm out.
Peace out. Peace out. Peace out.
Hello.